Section 38 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 14. Henry VIII, Elizabeth, James I, Charles I, Part 2. You will now observe the conduct of Elizabeth. In a month afterwards, the Queen was pleased to remit her displeasure, and to refer the enlargement of the party to the House. When the Chancellor of the Exchequer rose to expatiate, first, on Her Majesty's good and clement nature, secondly, on her respect to the Commons, and thirdly, their duty towards her, while he laid down that the House were not, under the pretence of liberty, to forget their bounden duty to so gracious a Queen, he failed not to add, that true it is, that nothing can be well concluded in a council where there is not allowed, in debating of causes brought in, deliberation, liberty, and freedom of speech. And the whole tone of his harangue, which appears even now moderate and reasonable, being pronounced, as it was, by a minister of the Crown, in the reign of Elizabeth, and in a set speech made for the occasion, must be considered, though the minister was more of a patriot than the rest, as indicating that the House really felt that Wentworth had been guilty rather in form than in substance, and had not offended against the spirit of the Constitution, though the vigor and ability of Elizabeth's administration, and her jealousy of her prerogative, made it a task of difficulty, and even of personal danger, openly to resist her political maxims or disregard her menaces. The few particulars that I have thus mentioned will, I hope, serve my purpose, that of giving you some general notion, not only of this remarkable transaction, but of the whole subject that is so long to occupy your attention. 11 years afterwards, the same patriot and Puritan, on a similar occasion, handed forward to the Speaker a few articles by way of queries, among which we find one couched in the following words: whether there be any council which can make, add to, or diminish from, the laws of the realm, but only this Council of Parliament? A query which Wentworth conceived could be answered only in the negative, that there was no council but Parliament, and which, if so answered, would at once put an end to all the maxims and pretenses of arbitrary power. It was for another century so to answer this important query, and not before a dreadful appeal had been made by the Commons and the Crown to the uncertain decision of arms. Not a session took place in the reign of Elizabeth which does not present some speech, or motion, or debate, characteristic of the times, and of the undefined nature of the Constitution. And we have repeated specimens of the same sort of constitutional questions, the same sort of state difficulties, that took place in the subsequent reigns of James and Charles. But there is this important difference invariably to be observed. Elizabeth could always give way in time to render her concessions a favor. Unlike other arbitrary princes, and unlike chiefly in this particular, she did not think it a mark of political wisdom always to persevere when her authority was resisted. She did not suppose that her subjects, if she yielded to their petitions or complaints, would necessarily conclude that she did so from fear. She did not conclude that, if she became more reasonable, they must necessarily become less so. With as high notions of her prerogative as any sovereign that can be mentioned, in her own nature most haughty and most imperious, she had still the good sense not only to perceive, but to act as if she perceived, that it was her interest to be beloved as well as respected. And her reign, if examined, shows a constant assertion and production of the powers of the prerogative, but still the most prudent management of it, and the most careful attention to public opinion. This last is a great merit in all sovereigns and their ministers, and indeed somewhat necessary to the virtue of all men, in private life as well as public. Now the question is, successful and able as she was, what was it that imposed any restraint upon her disposition? Why did she so respect and abstain from the privileges which she might or might not think belonged to the commons? Why did she temper the exercise of what she judged her own prerogative, make occasional concessions, and, after all, not be that arbitrary sovereign which, according to Hume, the Constitution rendered her? There seems no answer but one: that such was the spirit of the Constitution, whatever might be its letter. Such was the effect it produced on the minds of her people, and of her houses of legislature, that, on the whole, it was not prudent, it would not have been thought sufficiently legal, for her to be often or systematically that absolute sovereign which the historian supposes her to have been. The conclusion, therefore, is, that the Constitution was not, in fact, what he imagines. There is certainly some confusion in Hume. He does not distinguish between the Constitution as originally understood before Henry VII and the Constitution as it afterwards obtained in practice under the Tudors. Add to this, that it is in vain to look entirely at statutes and at courts, whether equitable or oppressive. The general spirit of the whole, the notions of it that are inherited and transmitted, the effect produced on the opinions and temperament of the public and of the rulers themselves, these are the great objects to be considered when we speak of a constitution. It is but too obvious to remark the superiority of Elizabeth over her successors, particularly the unhappy Charles, in one most important requisite: the art of discovering the state of the public mind, the art of appreciating well the nature of the times in which she lived. The fact seems to be that the great merit, the sole merit, of this renowned queen was this: with great faults, bad passions, and most female weaknesses, she had still the spirit and the sense so to control her own nature, that, with the exception of her appointment of Leicester to charges the most critical, she never, like other sovereigns of similar faults, neglected the interests of her kingdom, or by the indulgence of her own failings brought calamities on her subjects. This is an honorable distinction. If princes and ministers, in their real disposition as reprehensible and odious as Queen Elizabeth, would in practice become rulers as prudent and patriotic, the affairs of mankind would present a very different and far more pleasing appearance. There is a dialogue by Dr. Hurd on the times and personal qualities of Elizabeth, which is not long and is well worth reading, where her character is very severely criticized and feebly defended. Camden's Life of Queen Elizabeth may be consulted for minute particulars respecting the distinguished families and statesmen of those days, and for facts. The history is drawn up in the form of annals, the style clear and unaffected, but there are no philosophic views, no comments on the civil and religious liberties of the country, little said of the Puritans or of the penal statutes against the Papists, the conduct of Queen Elizabeth not properly criticized, and the whole what one might expect from an honest, diligent man, whose patron was Cecil, and who wrote during the reign of James I, at a time when history had not assumed her modern character of philosophy teaching by examples. This Camden is the celebrated antiquarian, and from the Biographia Britannica of Kippis it appears that great pains were taken with this work, and that it was much admired in its day. Camden had access to all the state papers of Lord Burleigh and of the public offices. The publications of Birch may be consulted. Birch the Indefatigable, as he was called by Gray. The Journals of the Parliaments, folio edition 1682, by Sir Symonds D'Ewes, is a work of authority connected with the reign of Queen Elizabeth. The preface is worth reading. It is animating, it is edifying, to see the piety and industry of these venerable men of former times. Yet I have already, says he, entered upon other and greater labors, conceiving myself not to be born for myself alone. These I have proposed to myself to labor in, like him that shoots at the sun, not in hopes to reach it, but to shoot as high as possibly his strength, art, or skill will permit. Yet, if I can but finish a little in each kind, it may hereafter stir up some able judgments to add an end to the whole. I shall always pray, as I do sincerely desire, that by all my endeavors God may be glorified, the truth, divine or human, vindicated, and the public benefited. Sic mihi contingat vivere, sique mori. Most of what is to be found in Sir Symonds may be seen in the Parliamentary History, as published by Cobbett, with valuable additions from Strype. From these debates some idea may be formed of the manners of the times, and of the minds of the great men that appeared in them. Some idea, too, of the Constitution. Sergeant Hale said, "I marvel much that the House will stand upon granting of a subsidy, or the time of payment, when all we have is Her Majesty's." At which all the House hemmed, and laughed and talked. Page 633. "He that will go about to debate Her Majesty's prerogative royal," said Dr. Bennet, "had need walk warily." Page 645. See, too, Secretary Cecil's speech, page 649. But the Queen, after all, gave up the monopolies complained of. Sir Edward Coke speaks very strongly in favor of the antiquity of the Commons, page 515. "At the first we were all one house, and sat together, by a precedent which I have of a parliament holden before the Conquest, by Edward, the son of Ethelred. But the Commons, sitting in presence of the king, and amongst the nobles, disliked it, and the house was divided, and came to sit asunder. The facts do not seem to agree with this representation, our present House of Commons not being the same as the communitas of the ancient Parliament. And again, to the same effect Sir Edward Coke speaks in another place. The chief points of interest in these debates are the speeches and queries of Peter Wentworth for freedom of speech, etc., discussions on the privileges of the Commons in case of arrests, etc., and on monopolies, when the Queen's prerogative came into question. In Sir Symonds' reports, the Puritans and the penal laws against Papists, etc., do not make the appearance that might be expected. The notions then entertained on subjects of political economy appear particularly in the speeches of Sir Francis Bacon, and from the mistakes of such a man, and such men as were then around him, may be estimated the merits of Adam Smyth, and the progress of improvement in the course of a century and a half. The forms of parliamentary proceedings and ceremonies may be studied in this work of Sir Symonds D'Ewes. The same interest which belongs to the reign of Elizabeth belongs still more to the parliamentary proceedings in the reign of James I. The Commons and the Sovereign seem of like disposition with their predecessors, but the former far more advanced in wisdom, and the latter in folly. The great contest between prerogative and freedom may be seen still ripening into fatal maturity, and the parties and maxims which so distinguished the reign of Charles I are clearly visible. The proceedings in Parliament, and the speeches of the King, are most of them marked by expressions and reasonings, the perusal of which can alone convey an adequate picture of the times, and of the revolution which was approaching. Many of them are very remarkable. One document more particularly, entitled An Apology of the House of Commons, made to the King, touching their privileges. It was presented to the House by one of their committees. It is not easy to see how the cause of the people of England could be stated more reasonably or more ably. It is supposed to have been written by the great Bacon, and is so excellent as to seem quite superior to the age to which it belongs, and almost to induce a doubt of its authenticity. Its authenticity, however, seems on the whole not to be controverted. You will see it in Cobbett, and alluded to in Hume's notes. The King appears to have formed one idea of the Constitution, and the Commons another. Before the end of his reign he was brought to express himself in a manner somewhat more agreeable to the general spirit of the laws and customs of the realm. Yet his reign was marked by a continual state of warfare, and an open rupture was at last the result. Understanding that a protestation had been drawn up by the House on the subject of their privileges, he sent for their journal book, and tore it out with his own hand. This protestation had affirmed that the liberties, franchises, privileges, and jurisdiction of Parliament are the ancient and undoubted birthright and inheritance of the subjects of England, had asserted the competence of Parliament to consider such affairs as the king thought exclusively the objects of what, in the pride of his folly, he called his statecraft, had laid down the freedom of speech, the immunity from arrest, and the illegality of the king's giving credence, as it was called, with respect to the conduct of the members. Such were the reasonable positions which the king resisted, and with such violence. The leading members of the Commons were at that time such men as Sir Edward Coke and Mr. Selden. James seems not to have been a sovereign determined in his character like Elizabeth, or brutal in his disposition like Henry VIII, but he was in theory always, and in practice sometimes, a despot, and the tendency of all his exertions was to render his successors so. The people of England have, therefore, an eternal obligation to the great and virtuous men who opposed his pretensions. There is, however, one circumstance which took place in his reign, not noticed by Millar, which, as far as it can now be understood, seems favorable to the good intentions of this monarch, but at the same time strongly indicates how little the actors in a scene can appreciate their own situation. I will state shortly the circumstances, which do not, I think, appear to have been sufficiently noticed by our historians. On the decline of the feudal system, the king was left to depend for the support of his own state, and even for the expenses of foreign war, first, on the claims of his feudal rights, and on the exercise of his prerogative, and secondly, on the supplies of Parliament. These feudal claims and exercises of the prerogative were daily becoming, from the changes that had taken place in the world, less valuable to the crown, and yet more injurious and offensive to the subject. But if these were to be entirely withdrawn, the sovereign was then to be left totally dependent on the favor of the Commons. It was neither in itself just, nor in any respect agreeable to the best interests of the people, that the sovereign should be thus deprived of all proper funds for the maintenance of his personal dignity and constitutional importance. The only expedient for avoiding all the evils that might ensue was, that the king should give up the feudal rights and prerogatives which his predecessors had exercised, and the Commons, in return, secure him an adequate revenue, a revenue which might be collected from the subjects with less injury to their civil freedom and growing prosperity. In a few years after the king's accession, a scheme of this sort was actually in agitation. The Lords mediated, as usual, between the king and Commons. Even the terms of the bargain, or what was then very properly called the Great Contract, were all adjusted. The Parliament was prorogued in the summer to October, and all that remained was, that they should state the manner in which the sum agreed upon, £200,000 per annum, was to be secured. But though the conferences and committees were resumed, no effectual progress was made, and the Parliament was dissolved in December. Nothing done. This great chance for avoiding all the evils that were impending was thus lost forever. We in vain inquire, by whose fault, by what unhappy train of circumstances, this golden opportunity was lost. The journals of the Commons are here wanting. The journals of the Lords give little or no information, nor do the contemporary historians assist us. The king in his proclamation, after alluding to the affair, says only that, for many good considerations known to himself, he hath now determined to dissolve this Parliament. When he called a new one, 4 years afterwards, he only observes in his speech, that he will deal no more with them like a merchant, by way of exchange, that he will expect loving contribution for loving retribution, that to come to account with them how and what was too base for his quality. In another speech he alludes to some who had done ill offices between him and his commons. The probability seems that the higgling manner of the commons had naturally disgusted the king, and that £200,000 per annum was a sum larger, at that time, than they on their part durst commit to the exclusive disposal of the crown. And this conjecture is confirmed by a few words which I observe in a passage of one of Sir John Eliot's speeches, made some time after. In a few months, this new Parliament was likewise dissolved, and in great ill humour. Yet nothing occurs in the speeches of the members, or elsewhere, with the casual exception just mentioned in Sir John Eliot's hint, that throws any light on this important transaction. Neither the leaders of the Commons, therefore, with all their real ability, nor the king, with all his statecraft, nor the historians at the time, much less the people, appear to have seen the crisis in which the realm was already placed, or that the best, perhaps only, system had been struck upon, and yet abandoned, for saving alike the people and the monarch from the dangers to which they were exposed. These dangers were now inevitable. The Commons had publicly stated the maxims of their conduct, the principles, as they conceived, of the Constitution. The king had indignantly torn them from their journals, as inconsistent with his rights and the honor of his crown. The great question of prerogative on the one side, and of privilege on the other, was therefore at issue, and it would have required far other abilities and virtues than those which his successor Charles possessed, to have been a guardian minister of good to his unhappy country, in a situation so little understood, and, however understood, so encompassed with difficulties. Making every allowance for the imperfection of human judgment, making every allowance for the impossibility which seems always to exist either for king or people properly to comprehend their situation. When these dreadful revolutions are approaching, still the conduct of Charles appears totally infatuated. Admit that he entertained the same notions of the royal prerogative which his father had done, that he thought himself bound in honor to defend it. Was it not clear that he must then adopt a system of economy, and avoid expense at home and wars abroad? If his parliaments differed with him about his rights, could he on any other system do without them? Admit, again, that he lived in a religious age, when Papist and Protestant, when Roman Catholic, Lutheran, and Calvinist, gave each of them the most unreasonable importance, as they are always disposed to do, to their own particular doctrines and ceremonies, had not the nature of the religious principle sufficiently displayed itself? Had not the transactions in Germany, from the beginning of the Reformation, been a subject of the most recent history? Had not the efforts which the Calvinists made in France, had not the wars in the Low Countries, had not the success of the Hollanders been exhibited immediately before his eyes? Could he draw no lesson for his own conduct from instances like these? Could all that he had even then witnessed in what is now called the 30 Years' War in Germany produce no effect upon his understanding? And as if the ability and spirit of his English parliaments were not sufficient for his embarrassment, was he still further to increase his difficulties? Was he to go on and summon to his destruction all the furies of rage and fanaticism from Scotland? The wisest monarch, in the situation of Charles, might no doubt have failed, but it seems scarcely possible for his worst enemy to have advised more obvious and fatal mistakes than those which, with all our compassion for his fate, we must allow that he committed. With this period of our history we are certainly called upon to take more than ordinary pains. It has been highly labored by Hume. It has been considered, in his own manly and decisive manner, by Millar. It has been detailed by the virtuous Clarendon. A sort of journal of it has been made by Whitlock. What a plain and gallant soldier thought may be seen in Ludlow. a more domestic view of it in the life of Colonel Hutchinson. And the parliamentary proceedings and public documents may be examined in Cobbett, and particularly in Rushworth. Much more than this may be found, if sought for. But less than this can scarcely be sufficient for any one who would understand the history of the Constitution of England. There is a history of the Long Parliament by May, a history of the Independence by the Presbyterian Walker, papers collected by Nelson, who professes to correct Rushworth, and different memoirs, such as the memoirs of Hall and Sir Philip Warwick. Since I drew up these lectures, the whole subject has been considered by Mr. Brodie, a searcher into original records, and a corrector of Hume. Mr. Godwin has published a work which must be considered as the defense of the Republican party. Miss Aiken has lately furnished us important memoirs, which become in the course of the detail by far the best explanation and excuse for the conduct of the popular leaders, and more particularly the Long Parliament, that have as yet appeared. And on all and on every occasion, and on all the critical points of this memorable contest, Hallam will be found totally invaluable. But we must, in the first place, attend to the philosophical reflections and statements of Hume and Millar. The situation of the different orders of the state, and of the various religious sects, the views and interests of each, and those general principles of government which can apply to this interesting period. All these are very ably stated by these writers, and their account, when compared with the documents in Rushworth, with the parliamentary speeches, and with the sincere, though apologetical, narrative of Clarendon, may enable every reader to draw his own conclusions. I must by no means forget the important work of Rapin, always unaffected and laborious, a work which may readily and ought always to be compared with Hume. But having referred my hearer to these histories and documents, I must leave him to the perusal of them in the whole or in part. They are too numerous, various, and interesting even to be properly described. They can only be mentioned. In like manner, the reflections of Hume and Millar are all of them far too valuable to be presented to you in any garbled manner here, and indeed are far too well expressed to be produced in any words but their own. All that I can attempt, therefore, in the ensuing lectures is this: to offer a few observations, such as I conceive may possibly be of use to those who undertake the perusal of all or any of the books I have recommended, such as may, perhaps, enable them to exercise their own diligence and their own powers of reflection with the better effect. End of section 38. Section 39 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 14. Henry VIII, Elizabeth, James I, Charles I, Part 3. In the first place, then, I would suggest that there are two leading considerations in this subject which should always be kept in view. The first is this: what was the effect of these transactions on the Constitution ultimately, on the whole? Secondly, what were the comparative merits and demerits of the contending parties? The first consideration must, of course, be suspended till we can turn and look back from a very distant point of view, such as the Revolution of 1688, when these disputes were brought to a species of close. It is the second consideration, the merits and demerits of the contending parties, which is more within the reach of our attention at present. And even in this last question the first will be found continually implicated. With respect to this last inquiry, the comparative merits and demerits of the parties, what I would recommend is, that the whole of the reign of Charles should be separated into different intervals, and an estimate and comparison made of the conduct of the parties during each of these intervals. This estimate may be very different during different intervals, and it is from a consideration of the whole that a verdict must at last be pronounced. I shall in this and the ensuing lectures endeavor to give you a more distinct idea of what I have just proposed, and I shall attempt to do in a summary manner what, as I conceive, you may with some advantage execute hereafter more regularly for yourselves, as you read the history and the proper documents connected with it. The first period which I select as an interval is from the accession of Charles to the dissolution of his third Parliament in 1629, an interval of 4 years. But before this interval, or any part of the question, be examined, one observation must be made. It is this, that, in appreciating the comparative merits of the two contending parties, it is most important to consider what was their conduct at the commencement of their differences, and before the rupture actually took place, that is, which was at first the offending party. Afterwards it is too late for either of them to be wise. Offenses and injuries generate each other, from the very nature of human infirmity. The decision is soon committed to violence and force, and those are the most guilty who have been the original means of reducing themselves or their opponents to such dreadful extremities. This being premised, we are to examine, in the next place, this short, but, for the reason I have just mentioned, this most critical period, this first interval of 4 years. And to me it appears that it would be difficult to say how the king could have conducted himself in a manner less deserving of our approbation. Read the history, and then consider, were not his notions inconsistent, not only with the civil liberty which belongs to a free monarchy, but with the measure of civil freedom which at that time belonged to the English monarchy? Again, had his people any other hold upon him but their House of Commons? Had the Commons any but his necessities? Did they, therefore, in the last place, push their power of extorting concessions in return for their supplies to any extent not required by the public good, or rather, to any extent not required by the Constitution, even as then understood? Take, for a specimen of the whole subject, the proceedings on the famous Petition of Right. When we, in the first place, read the history, and observe all the shifts and efforts of the king to evade it, and all the anxiety and labor of the Commons to prepare it, and when we afterwards come to read the petition itself, the first sensation is surely that of extreme surprise. For it actually appears to contain no declaration and no provision that we should not have hoped that Charles, or any other English monarch from the time of Magna Carta, would have assented to with cheerfulness. One observation, however, is to be made. The Petition of Right did, in fact, endeavor to settle, or rather to confirm, forever, one particular point, which may not, at the first reading of the petition, sufficiently occur to you. This point was the personal liberty of the subject. This petition, and this particular question of the personal liberty of the subject, have been considered at length and with due diligence by Hume, and his observations must be well examined and weighed. The personal liberty of the subject, you will observe, is the great point. There is a political difficulty, no doubt, in the question. Thus, it is fit that every government should have a power of imprisonment, even without showing cause, because very extraordinary occasions may arise. A rebellion, for instance, may be reasonably apprehended. But this Petition of Right gives no such occasional power, allows of no exceptions in any supposed case, but lays down the personal freedom of the subject in all situations but those in which the subject has already become obnoxious to the existing laws. This, therefore, does not seem a proper adjustment of the great question of the personal liberty of the subject. It must, however, be observed that it was on account of no theoretical objection of this kind that Charles was resolved, if possible, not to assent to the Petition of Right. The real reasons of his opposition were these: because he had no means of raising money by the exertions of his prerogative, unless he could throw men into prison without showing cause, if they resisted his requisitions; and because he had no expedient for controlling the freedom of speech in the Houses of Parliament, unless it was, on the whole, understood that the members were within reach of what he and the Lords called his sovereign power. There can surely, therefore, be no doubt that, if the Commons had not made provision against this claim of the Crown, it would soon have been totally unsafe and impossible for any member in Parliament, or any subject out of it, to offer any legal resistance to the arbitrary measures of the king; and the contest must at length have terminated entirely against the Constitution. Charles had exercised a power of imprisonment on pretenses and for purposes totally incompatible with all liberty. What was left for the Commons but to insist upon it, as a fixed principle, that no man should be imprisoned without cause shown? But what are we to say when we find that this had always been the language of the Constitution, from Magna Carta down to that moment? The truth is, says Mr. Hume, the Great Charter and the old statutes were sufficiently clear in favor of personal liberty. But as all kings of England had ever, in cases of necessity or expediency, been accustomed at intervals to elude them, and as Charles, in a complication of instances, had lately violated them, the Commons judged it requisite to enact a new law, which might not be eluded or violated by any interpretation, construction, or contrary precedent. Nor was it sufficient, they thought, that the king promised to return into the way of his predecessors. His predecessors in all times had enjoyed too much discretionary power, and, by his recent abuse of it, the whole world had reason to see the necessity of entirely retrenching it. These are the words of Mr. Hume. But upon this statement of Mr. Hume, does not the conduct of the Commons appear perfectly constitutional and perfectly reasonable? With what propriety is Mr. Hume, at the close of this subject, to use the following expressions: "It may be affirmed, without any exaggeration, that the king's assent to the petition of right produced such a change in the government as was almost equivalent to a revolution." How could this enactment of the petition of right, this confirmation of Magna Carta and the old statutes, which were already so clear in favor of personal liberty, how can this new assertion of what had always been asserted, this new assertion in times of such extreme peril to the Constitution, how can this be represented as equivalent to a revolution? The great political difficulty of the personal liberty of the subject, which was thus decided by the Commons entirely in favor of the subject, according to the ancient laws and constitution of the realm, was not settled with philosophical accuracy by the petition of right. To have expected this in such times was to expect too much. Afterwards it was more skillfully provided for, as is well known, by making effective the writ of habeas corpus, in the first place, and by the occasional suspension of the writ, in the second. In consequence of this writ, made at last available, no man can now be kept in prison without cause shown; and when the writ is to be suspended, and men are to be kept in prison without cause shown, the suspension is asked for by the executive power, and is assented to by the legislative power for a time specified, and on reasons first produced and deemed sufficient. The general freedom of the subject is thus secured, and the very necessary interference of government in an arbitrary manner, occasionally, to protect the community from the concealed practices of foreign or domestic traitors, is thus admitted. This is, I conceive, a very happy adjustment of one of the greatest difficulties that belong to the science of government. Observe, however, it is quite clear that, from the moment the writ of habeas corpus is suspended, and the executive power can throw men into prison without showing cause, the government is at once changed from a free to an arbitrary government. and that the liberties of the country are, from that instant, left to depend on the spirit of freedom, and on the habits of right thinking that have already been generated by that free constitution, not only in the Houses of Parliament, the judges of the land, and the people, but even in the executive power itself. The question, therefore, that remains is, whether this justly celebrated writ of habeas corpus would now exist in our Constitution, if it had not been for the exertions of the Commons in the reign of Charles I, and more particularly on this occasion of the Petition of Right, and whether, if it had not been for these exertions, an order from a Secretary of State, and the Tower, might not have been as common in England as lettres de cachet and the Bastille were once in France. I will now select another general specimen of these times, and of the struggle before us, the question of tonnage and poundage. To me it appears, I confess, that the only point on which the exact propriety of the conduct of the Commons, during the whole of this period of the first 3 Parliaments, may be at all questioned, lies here. I do not mean their original resistance to the Crown in the question of tonnage and poundage, but their final management and behavior at the close of this transaction. The king had in this instance, as in all the rest, acted most unskilfully and unjustifiably. Still he had at last given up the right, and that publicly. But this, it seems, did not content the Commons. They proceeded immediately to carry the right, thus admitted, into practical and visible effect. They insisted upon granting the duties for a year only, with a view to alter the customary mode of granting them, and, by thus exemplifying their right, to settle the question forever. Now this appears to me to have been wrong. It was harsh, offensive, and had the air of a triumph over a fallen adversary. It would have been better to have made allowance for the king's situation and feelings, to have been satisfied, for the present, with the king's surrender of the point in theory, to have sacrificed something of constitutional precision, for the sake of an object so important as a sincere accommodation with the executive branch of the legislature. In short, to have indulged the sovereign, even in his unreasonableness and mistakes, since the contest had evidently turned in their favor, and they could do it without hazard. In all political struggles, there is no duty so seldom practiced, and so necessary to society, as a forbearance and magnanimity of this nature. The Commons thought otherwise, and I do not deny that their situation was very critical, and that much may be urged in opposition to what I have thus suggested. The second and next interval which I would select is from the end of the first 4 years of Charles's reign, from 1629 to 1640, a most remarkable interval of 11 years, and which is extremely important. Here a new scene opens. We have no longer, as hitherto, the king calling parliaments, and then demanding the grant of supplies, as the condition of his favor, and the Commons, in their turn, requiring the admission of constitutional claims, as the condition of their subsidies. We have no longer prorogations, dissolutions, imprisonment of the members, and, during the intermission of Parliament, loans and benevolences. But we have now a resolution to call parliaments no more. We have what were before occasional expedients converted into a system of regular government. We have every effort exerted to make the prerogative of the Crown supply the place of parliaments. And this plan of government persevered in for 11 years together. Now it is very evident that, if this experiment had succeeded, if Charles I could have ruled without parliaments, as he was to be followed by such princes as his sons really were, and must necessarily have been made, no difference could have long remained between the English monarchy and the French. And Charles I, though amiable in private life, a man of virtue and of religion, would in fact have been the destroyer of the liberties of his country, and, in this important respect, precisely on a level with the perfidious and detestable tyrant of France, Louis XI. This part of the history ought to be well observed. The illegal expedients, or as Mr. Hume calls them, the irregular levies of money that were resorted to, and the cruel sentences, or as Mr. Hume denominates them, the severities, of the Star Chamber and High Commission, may be gathered even from one of Mr. Hume's own chapters, the 52nd, which you must particularly observe. The Puritans everywhere fled, preferring to the fair lands of England the savage and untamed wilds of America, wilds where their persons were yet free, and their minds their own. Haslerigg, Pym, and Cromwell, even Hampden, had embarked, but were prevented from proceeding by an order of government. This last anecdote has been shown to be a mistake of the historians by Miss Aiken, who was the first to suspect and examine into the truth of this statement, with her usual discernment and diligence. Of course, the conclusions I had drawn from a circumstance so striking as the flight of such leaders are now omitted. But I shall conclude this lecture by endeavoring to present to you the danger to which the Constitution of this country was in reality exposed from another point of view. It may be collected, I conceive, even from the manner in which so intelligent a philosopher as Hume, and so sincere a patriot as Lord Clarendon, have thought proper to express themselves on this occasion. The passages I mean to quote are a little longer than I could wish, but I conceive that, when fairly stated, they exemplify so completely the peculiar perils of our free government at this particular period of our history, that I do not venture to abridge them much, and certainly not to make any alterations in the expressions or sense. Mr. Hume, after detailing in the 52nd chapter a series of incidents which show that the person and property of every man of spirit in the country were at the mercy of the court, begins the next chapter with the following words: "The grievances under which the English labored, when considered in themselves, without regard to the Constitution, scarcely deserve the name, nor were they either burdensome on the people's properties, or anywise shocking to the natural humanity of mankind. Even the imposition of ship money, independent of the consequences, was rather an advantage to the public, by the judicious use which the king made of the money levied by that expedient. Again, all ecclesiastical affairs were settled by law and uninterrupted precedent, and the church was become a considerable barrier to the power, both legal and illegal, of the crown. Peace, too, industry, commerce, opulence, nay, even justice and lenity of administration, notwithstanding some very few exceptions, all these were enjoyed by the people, and every other blessing of government, except liberty, or rather the present exercise of liberty, and its proper security. Observe now Lord Clarendon. Observe the facts that he first lays down, and then the remarks which he thinks it necessary to subjoin. His facts are these: supplemental acts of state were made to supply defective laws. Obsolete laws were revived and rigorously executed. The law of knighthood was revived, which was very grievous, and no less unjust projects of all kinds, many ridiculous, many scandalous, all very grievous, were set on foot. The old laws of the forest were revived. Lastly, for a spring and magazine that should have no bottom, and for an everlasting supply of all occasions, a writ was framed in a form of law, etc., etc. The writ of ship money. He tells us that, for the better support of these extraordinary ways, and to protect the agents and instruments who must be employed in them, and to discountenance and suppress all bold inquiries and opposers, the council table and star chamber enlarged their jurisdictions to a vast extent, holding, as Thucydides said of the Athenians, for honorable that which pleased, and for just that which profited, and, being the same persons in several rooms, grew both courts of law to determine right, and courts of revenue to bring money into the treasury. The council table, by proclamations, enjoining to the people what was not enjoined by the law, and prohibiting that which was not prohibited, and the Star Chamber censuring the breach and disobedience to those proclamations, by very great fines and imprisonment, so that any disrespect to any acts of state, or to the persons of statesmen, was in no time more penal, and those foundations of right, by which men value their security, to the apprehension and understanding of wise men, never more in danger to be destroyed. And yet at the close of his description of this most alarming state of England, what are his observations? They are these: Now, after all this, I must be so just as to say that, during the whole time that these pressures were exercised, and those new and extraordinary ways were run, this kingdom enjoyed the greatest calm, and the fullest measure of felicity, that any people, in any age, for so long time together, that is, for the above-mentioned 11 or 12 years, have been blessed with, to the wonder and envy of all the other parts of Christendom. Soon after he adds, having first given a more distinct enumeration of the blessings which England enjoyed, these words: Lastly, for a complement of all these blessings, they were enjoyed by and under the protection of a king of the most harmless disposition, the most exemplary piety, the greatest sobriety, chastity, and mercy, that any prince hath been endowed with. Such are the words of Lord Clarendon. Now, what I have to press upon your reflections is this: if men like these, a calm, deliberating philosopher like Hume, though favorable to monarchy, yet certainly not meaning to be unfavorable to the interests of mankind, if Hume, at the distance of more than a century, in the security of his closet, and Clarendon, a lover of the Constitution, of his country, a patriotic statesman, while delivering, as he rightly conceived, a work to posterity, if such men could think that these were observations on the subject too reasonable to be withheld from the minds of their readers, how difficult must it have been for men at the time to escape from the soothing, the fatal, influence of such considerations, this supposed prosperity of their country, this peace, this order, these domestic virtues and piety of their king, their safety under his kind protection. How difficult to be generous enough to think of those Englishmen who were to follow them, rather than of themselves. How difficult to encounter the terrors of fines and imprisonments, for the sake of anything so vague, so abstract, so disputed, such might have been their language, as the constitution of their country. How difficult to resist all those very prudent suggestions with which sensible men, like Hume and Clarendon, not to say the minions of baseness and servility, could have so readily supplied them. How difficult, when all that was required of them was a little silence, and the occasional payment of a tax of a few shillings. Yet, if our ancestors had not escaped from the soothing, the fatal, influence of such considerations, if they had not thought that there was something still more to be required for their country than all this peace, and industry, and commerce, this calm of felicity, this protection and repose, under the most virtuous and merciful of kings, if they had not resisted with contempt and scorn all the very prudent suggestions with which their minds might have been so easily accommodated, if they had not been content to encounter the terrors of fines and imprisonments, the loss of their domestic comforts, the prospects of lingering disease and death, for the sake of their civil and religious liberties, if they had not had the generosity and magnanimity, the virtue and the heroism, to think of their descendants as well as themselves, what, it may surely be asked, would now be the situation of those descendants, and where would now be the renowned Constitution of England? End of section 39.
Section 40 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 15, Charles I, Part 1. In my last lecture, I proposed to my hearers, when they came to the examination of this most interesting reign of Charles I, to divide it into different intervals, and during these intervals to compare the conduct of the king and his parliaments, the better to appreciate on the whole the merits and demerits of the contending parties. Disquisitions of this kind form an important part of the instruction of history. The great principles of human conduct are, on these occasions, examined and reflected upon, and we are thus enabled to draw general conclusions. The language, for instance, which I yesterday quoted from Lord Clarendon, constituted, no doubt, much of his conversation to those around him at the time. We see it afterwards the language of Hume. It will be the language of a certain portion of the community, and that by no means the least respectable, at all times whenever the conduct of any government becomes the subject of inquiry and remark. I therefore draw your attention to it, but I observed then, and I must repeat now, that such sentiments would have been fatal to our ancestors and ourselves if they had prevailed in the time of Charles. Their tendency is more or less fatal in every period of society, and when a mixed and free constitution has been at length established, and general prosperity has been the natural result, this turn of thinking seems to be one of the last, but certainly one of the most formidable, enemies which any such mixed and free constitution has to encounter. After dividing the reign of Charles into two intervals, the first of 4 years from his accession, the next of 11 years immediately succeeding, I mentioned to you, as a specimen of the transactions that took place, the petition of right and the question of tonnage and poundage. They gave occasion to the quotations I recommended to your attention from Clarendon and Hume. It is to this second interval that belongs the celebrated question of ship money. The very name of Hampden will recall it to your mind. Observe the instruction which is to be derived from some of the circumstances that took place. Observe the manner in which the great leaders of the popular party could be brought over to the court. How even a man so able and so severe as the celebrated Noy, the Attorney General, could be so misled or so flattered as to become, in fact, the author of the writ for ship money. How the judges themselves could be tampered with. How an opinion which they pronounced theoretically and in the abstract could be abused in practice and turned to the most illegal purposes. How an exercise of the prerogative, confined and bounded in its original application, could be extended indefinitely and converted into a regular mode of legislation, which was no longer necessary in the court to justify or allowable for the subject to question. When remarks like these have been made, we may surely see but too plainly how many are the dangers to which all civil liberty must be for ever exposed, how precarious as well as precious is the blessing. Let us honour, as we ought, the Constitution of England, but let us consider, as we ought, how and from whom we have received it, and we may then learn to pronounce with gratitude and reverence the name of Hampden. Such indeed have been the sentiments with which that name has always been pronounced by Englishmen. The historian, Hume himself, seems affected for one short moment by the common enthusiasm when he arrives at this part of his narrative. When this assertor of the public cause, says he, had resisted the levy of ship money, the prejudiced or prostituted judges, 4 excepted, gave sentence in favour of the crown. Hampden, however, obtained by the trial the end for which he had so generously sacrificed his safety and his quiet. The people were roused from their lethargy, and became sensible of the danger to which their liberty was exposed. These national questions were canvassed in every company, and the more they were examined, the more evidently did it appear to many that liberty was totally subverted, and an unusual and arbitrary authority exercised over the kingdom. Slavish principles, they said, concurred with illegal practices. Ecclesiastical tyranny gave aid to civil usurpation. Iniquitous taxes were supported by arbitrary punishments, and all the privileges of the nation, transmitted through so many ages, secured by so many laws, and purchased by the blood of so many heroes and patriots, now lay prostrate at the feet of the monarch. What though public peace and national industry increased the commerce and opulence of the kingdom? This advantage was temporary, and due alone, not to any encouragement given by the crown, but to the spirit of the English, the remains of their ancient freedom. What though the personal character of the king, amidst all his misguided counsels, might merit indulgence or even praise? He was but one man, and the privileges of the people, the inheritance of millions, were too valuable to be sacrificed to his prejudices and mistakes. Here Mr. Hume, as if conscious what might be the influence of the eloquent reasonings and just statements which he was exhibiting, stops short. It was certainly high time, and, as if unwilling that his reader should be excited to a sentiment of patriotism too unqualified, he immediately subjoins, "Such or more severe were the sentiments promoted by a great party in the nation. No excuse on the king's part, or alleviation, however reasonable, could be hearkened to or admitted, and to redress these grievances a parliament was impatiently longed for, or any other incident, however calamitous, that might secure the people against those oppressions which they felt, or the greater ills which they apprehended from the combined encroachments of church and state." My hearers will easily conceive that it is impossible for me in the slightest manner to enter into any detail of the merits or demerits of the political questions that were agitated, and of the struggle that existed during these two intervals of 4 and of 11 years. I have attempted to do what alone I can hope to do. I have pointed out a few of the more leading topics of political dissension as specimens of the whole, and have offered such observations upon them as I am willing to believe my hearers, when they come to examine the history, will think reasonable. But we must now look at this subject from another point of view. I have already apprised you that the Reformation had produced in England, as well in other countries, great differences of opinion on religious subjects, and that therefore the religious principle got at length entangled in the political questions that agitated the nation. This will be immediately apparent. I have already touched upon a few of the points of civil dispute between the sovereign and his parliaments. I must therefore now allude to those of a religious nature, and therefore to the system of measures which Charles pursued with respect to the neighbouring kingdom of Scotland. It is observed by Mr. Hume, in the beginning of his 53rd chapter, that it was justly apprehended that such precedents, alluding to those that took place on the disuse of parliaments, if patiently submitted to, would end in a total disuse of parliaments, and in the establishment of arbitrary authority, but that Charles dreaded no opposition from the people, who are not commonly much affected with consequences, and require some striking motive to engage them in a resistance of established government. This inertness and want of foresight, which the historian so justly supposes to belong to the mass of every community, would be, of all the characteristics of our nature, one of the most beneficial, if the rulers of mankind would not ungenerously abuse it. But this they are always ready to do, often to the injury of the public, and sometimes even to their own destruction. Charles had been persevering in this faulty, or rather criminal course, for some time after the 4th year of his reign. But as he added folly to his political transgressions, he at least supplied his subjects with that striking motive which the historian justly represents as so necessary to rouse a people into rebellion. Unfortunately for his royal house, both he and his father lived in a religious age, and their particular temperaments impelled them to introduce the religious principle into politics, an unworthy direction which of itself it would have been but too apt to take in the existing circumstances of the world. James I had pronounced the celebrated maxim of "No bishop, no king." The divines of the Church of England were in these times not wanting in their endeavours to establish the doctrine of passive obedience. It was indeed supposed to be the unqualified doctrine of the Scriptures, a sympathy and a supposed bond of interest, to be carried blindly to any unconstitutional length, were thus unhappily formed between the regal and episcopal power. Add to this that the religion of Charles and the famous Lord was narrow and intolerant, and in a fatal hour it was resolved to introduce the canons and liturgy of the Church of England, or rather a modification of them, that was even more offensive, into Scotland. It is needless to speak of the injustice as well as the imprudence of such an experiment, but it is too important a feature in the portrait of these times not to require the most perfect consideration of every reader of our history. All that can be said in extenuation of Charles may be seen in Clarendon and in Hume, but you will do well to peruse much of this part of the history and burn it, and certainly in Rushworth's collections, where the dissimulation, obstinacy, and folly of the king are more fully shown than in Hume or in Clarendon, and where the fanaticism of the members of the Scotch Church, or the Kirk, may also be seen more completely, by being displayed in the very words and expressions which they themselves used, and of which no adequate description can be given. Their solemn league and covenant, now that we are out of the reach of it, is, in spite of the seriousness of the subject and the tremendous effects it produced, such a specimen of the Presbyterians and of the times as to be, I had almost said, amusing. I do not, upon the whole, think it proper to be quoted here, but you will of course peruse it attentively. It was in vain that Charles at length made concessions to his Scottish subjects. These concessions were never made in time and were never sufficient for the occasion. They never deserved the praise of magnanimity, and they therefore never reaped the benefit of it. From the first, his cause in Scotland was continually verging to defeat and disgrace. However necessary he and Laud might conceive their own ecclesiastical institutions to be, the Covenanters were equally clear that such relics and images of popery were quite fatal to all rational hopes of acceptance with the deity. The king drew the sword, the obvious consequence, but the last fatal consummation of his impolicy and intolerance. On the one hand, contributions were levied, by the influence of Laud, on the ecclesiastical bodies of England, while on the other the pulpits of Scotland resounded with anathemas against those who went out to assist the Lord against the mighty. Curse ye Mayros, curse ye bitterly, etc., etc. The result was, as it is desirable it may always be, that the cause of intolerance was successfully resisted. But the effects of this attempt of Charles and Laud were not to end with Scotland. The king could not wage war without expense, nor encounter expense without pressing upon his English subjects. After having made a pacification with the Scots, the king could not persuade himself fairly to give up the contest, and he therefore once more collected an army which he could not pay, and for the purpose of paying it he was at least obliged to summon once more an English parliament, and this after an intermission of 11 years, and after all his tyrannical expedients to do without one. And here commences a third interval, which I should propose to extend only to the king's journey into Scotland in the August of 1641. This interval includes the whole sitting of the Parliament now called, and the first period of the proceedings of the next, the noted Parliament, afterward called the Long Parliament. It is a short interval of about a year, but it is clearly to be distinguished from the two former intervals, when the conduct of the king was so deserving of reprobation, and again from the fourth or last interval, when the conduct of the Parliament was unequivocally wrong. Even in this third, this intermediate interval, the king was still, as I conceive, to be blamed, and the Parliament to be praised. But this blame and this praise become now more questionable, and not to be given without some hesitation and reserve. When the Parliament met, it was soon evident that the king only wanted money, while the Commons, on their part, were chiefly anxious for proper admissions on his, to secure the liberty of the subject. He could not wait, he said, for the result of discussions of this nature, and desired to be supplied in the first place, and to be trusted on his promise for a subsequent redress of their grievances. The Parliament civilly evaded his request, and would not comply, that is, would not, in fact, trust his promise. They were therefore dissolved in haste and anger. This important measure, which was decisive of his fate and of the peace of the community, will be found on examination, though it may not at first sight appear so, impolitic and unjustifiable. The vessel was now full, says Lord Bolingbroke, and this last drop made the waters of bitterness overflow. It was the subject of the most sincere lamentation, and evidently a measure much disapproved by Lord Clarendon, then Mr. Hyde, and a most valuable member of the House of Commons, valuable both to the king and people. This unfortunate prince seems to have been, even at this advanced period of these dissensions, totally unable to comprehend his own situation, or make the slightest provision for future contingencies. As money could not be raised by Parliament, the former illegal expedients were renewed, and we are here to consider what was the object, all this time, which the king was so resolved to accomplish. Was it justifiable, the introduction of Lord's canons and liturgy into Scotland? The event was that an army, undisciplined and ill-paid, was led against the Scots, and found unfit to contend with them, and everything being reduced to a state of exasperation and despair, the king, after calling a council of the peers at York, once more thought proper to summon a parliament. It was the last he ever did summon. It was the Long Parliament. Hitherto the feelings of Englishmen will sufficiently sympathise with the proceedings of the Commons, but as the contest between prerogative and privilege was longer continued, and grew more and more warm, it must necessarily be expected that the hazards and perplexities of the great leaders of the House of Commons were to increase, and that right decisions were to be attained with more difficulty. After having been tried in the perilous warfare of doubtful and dangerous contest, a severer trial yet remained, that of success. They were now, if possible, though successful, to be wise and moderate. In civil dissensions it is quite impossible to suppose that misconduct will be found only on one side. Outrage and folly in one party are necessarily followed by similar offences in the other, and from the condition of human infirmity it must inevitably happen that in examining the merits and demerits of actors in scenes like these, the question is soon altered, and ceasing to be an inquiry of which is in the right, becomes rather an investigation of which is least in the wrong. To the lasting honour of the Long Parliament, and by implication of the parliaments that preceded, it does not appear that its measures were, for a certain period, with one exception, the attainder of Lord Strafford, and perhaps also the vote for their own continuance, at all censurable. On the contrary, they were highly laudable. The members of the Long Parliament would surely have been unworthy of their office if they had not provided for the meeting of parliaments, the integrity of the judges, the extinction of monopolies, and the abolition of the Council of York, and the courts of Star Chamber and High Commission. Lord Falkland and Lord Clarendon concurred, for a time, with the measures of the popular party of this Long Parliament, and the major part of the House, as stated by the latter, to have consisted of men who had no mind to break the peace of the kingdom, or to make any considerable alteration in the government of church or state. Mr. Hume himself, in his 54th chapter, gives the following opinion. Observe the very considerate candour of his remarks. In short, if we take a survey of the transactions of this memorable Parliament, that is, the Long Parliament, during the first period of its operations, the period we are now considering, we shall find that, excepting Strafford's attainder, which was a complication of cruel iniquity, their merits in other respects so much outweigh their mistakes as to entitle them to praise from all lovers of liberty. Not only were former abuses remedied and grievances redressed, great provision for the future was made by law against the return of like complaints. And if the means by which they obtained such advantage savour often of artifice, sometimes of violence, it is to be considered that revolutions of government cannot be effected by the mere force of argument and reasoning, and that, factions being once excited, men can neither so firmly regulate the tempers of others nor their own as to ensure themselves against all exorbitancies. The admissions of Mr. Hume are often very striking. Down, therefore, to the King's journey into Scotland in August 1641. The student will find that, with the exceptions before stated, the attainder of Lord Strafford, and perhaps the vote of their own continuance, he may consider his country as for ever indebted to those who thus far resisted the arbitrary practices of prerogative. That thus far they are perfectly entitled to the highest of all praise, the praise of steady, courageous, and enlightened patriotism. The next interval that may be taken is the period that elapsed between the King's journey to Scotland in August 1641 and the commencement of hostilities. During this, the fourth interval, the measures of the Commons became violent and unconstitutional. That this should be the case may be lamented, but cannot, for the reasons already mentioned, excite much surprise. There were, however, various circumstances which still further contributed most unhappily to produce these mistaken and blamable proceedings. I will mention some of them. They must be considered as explanations and palliatives of the faults that were committed. For instance, and in the first place, Lord Clarendon, after giving the testimony which I have quoted to the general good intentions of the Long Parliament, distinguishes the great body of the House from some of the great leaders of the popular party, from Pym, Hampden, St. John, Fiennes, Sir Harry Vane, and Denzil Hollis, etc., that men like these, men of great ability, should be found in an assembly like the House of Commons is not to be wondered at, nor that such men should be of a high and impetuous nature, or should succeed in their endeavours to lead the rest, men of calmer sense and more moderate tempers. Finally, we cannot be surprised that moderate men of this last description should be deficient in their attendance on the House, should be wanting in activity, and above all in a just confidence in themselves. That all this should happen, as according to the noble historian seems to have been the case, may readily be supposed. This inactivity, however, this want of confidence in themselves, was fatal to the state, and it is from circumstances like these that this period of our history is only rendered still more deserving of the study of every Englishman and of all posterity. That men of genius, who are the more daring guides, may learn the temptations of their particular nature, and that men of colder sense, who are the more safe guides, may be taught their own value, may be made to feel that it is they alone who ought not indeed to propose, but ultimately to decide, and though they may not apparently lead, at least determine, and to fact prescribe the course that is to be pursued. That is their duty in this, their proper province, to exert themselves manfully and without ceasing. For instance, the great occasion on which the moderate party failed was in the prosecution of Lord Strafford. That he was to be impeached by the leaders must have been expected. That he deserved it may be admitted, but that when the existing laws did not sentence him to condign punishment, when no ingenuity could prove that he had capitally offended, then for the leaders to bring in a bill of attainder, that is, a bill to execute him, with or without law, by the paramount authority of Parliament, or rather of the House of Commons, acting merely on their own moral estimation of the case, all this was what no moderate, reasonable men should ever have admitted. And they ought surely to have considered that if they were once to be hurried over an act of injustice, a real crime against the laws like this, it was impossible to say into what offences they might not afterwards be plunged, by the violence of which they saw their leaders were certainly capable, on the one part, and by what they already knew of the indiscretion and arbitrary nature of the king on the other. The very animated and eloquent Lord Digby exerted his great powers on this occasion. There is something of a doubtful shade hangs over the purity of his conduct in these transactions, but his speech to the House of Commons is on record and ought to have decided the vote of every member present. It should by all means be read. You will find it in Cobbett. The proceedings of the House and the fate of the speech, for it was too just and sensible not to excite indignation at the time and to be burnt by the common hangman, afford a lesson which should never be forgotten. The multitude, ever clamorous for punishment and public executions, ever careless of these forms of law in which they are, of all others, so deeply interested, might well have terrified even the Commons themselves, and made them pause. A very little self-examination might have enabled these legislators to discover that they saw displayed in the furious looks and voices of the mob only a ruder image of their own intemperate thirst for vengeance and dangerous disregard of the established principles of justice. End of section 40. Read by Tucker M.J. in London, January 2026. Section 41 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 15, Charles I, Part 2. But to proceed with my subject, I will now mention another reason to account for the unconstitutional proceedings of the Commons, in addition to the reason just alluded to, the inertness of the moderate men. It is this: the peculiar nature of the times in which the great leaders of the Commons happened to live. The age of the Long Parliament was a religious age, a very lively portrait of the different sects and parties, and their principles of speculation and action, may be seen in Hume, in Miller, and in Clarendon. Now the nature of this religious principle and its effects on all men must serve to excuse the effects which it also produced on the conduct of the members of the Long Parliament. No further observation is, I think, necessary on this part of the subject. In the authors I have just mentioned, you will see all that you may readily conceive. You will see how the religious principle so interfered as to render all the different parties in the state, not only the king and lord, but also the members of the Long Parliament, obstinate, unforgiving, and unreasonable, till all the real lovers of their country were buried with themselves in a common destruction. Again, and in the third place, it must be observed that various incidents occurred of the most untoward nature. The Irish Rebellion, for instance, all contributing to mislead those who directed the patriotic party, and to increase the perplexities and calamities of the scene. But I will mention one circumstance more, in the fourth and last place, to account for the mistakes and faults and unconstitutional proceedings of the Long Parliament. It is this: the conduct of the king himself. This conduct was marked with such a total want of foresight and prudence as made all reasonable system in his opponents impossible. To adopt, for the sake of illustration, a familiar allusion, you cannot play a game if your opponent observes not the common rules of it. The student may take, as an instance, his visit to the House of Commons to seize the 5 members. Such are the 4 heads, under some of which may be included all those very peculiar events and circumstances which I conceive should be taken into consideration when we decide on the blamable proceedings and objectionable temper of the Long Parliament. They will certainly explain and extenuate all, excuse perhaps, if not justify, much of their conduct. 1. The inertness of the moderate men. 2. The peculiar nature of the times, and the religious nature of them. 3. The various untoward incidents that occurred, the Irish Rebellion, for example. 4. The totally unreasonable conduct of the king, which made any reasonable system in his opponents so difficult and impossible. The result of the whole was that the parliamentary leaders did not choose to trust the king, and they required from him, for their own security and the security of the subject, which, it must be observed, was now identified with their own, for, if they had failed, no further resistance could have been again expected. They required, I say, such concessions as trenched on the prerogative of the Crown more than any precedents warranted, more than any constitutional view of the subject would have authorized in any ordinary situation of the political system, more than would have been favourable to the interests of England at any subsequent period. The question, therefore, which we have at length to decide is this: whether these leaders were justified in this distrust of the Crown or not, whether they demanded more than was necessary for their own security and the security of the Constitution, which, as I have before observed, were now identified. For if they failed, as I must repeat, no subsequent effort could have been expected from others. And this question ought, in candour, to be argued on the supposition that the king was in reality as deeply impressed with the rights of his prerogative as ever, as little disposed as ever to rule by parliaments if he could do without them, as little disposed as ever to consider the exertions of the leaders of the Commons in opposition to his authority as any other than disobedience and rebellion, which ought to be punished, according to their various degrees, by fine, imprisonment, or death. For these are the inferences which may clearly be drawn from his character, his education, and all the speeches and actions of his reign, down to the very period to which we now allude. But though this appears nothing more than a fair statement of the case, it does not follow that the parliamentary leaders should, therefore, not have trusted the king, or should not have thought themselves sufficiently safe and successful after they had once secured by law and by his public concessions such material points as the calling of parliaments, the right of taxation, and the abolition of the courts of Star Chamber and High Commission. We are called upon to examine whether they did not underestimate their own strength, whether they appear to have considered how great was the victory which they had obtained, whether they seem to have asked themselves the reason of it, whether, in short, they did not make the same mistake which is so naturally, so constantly made by all who engage in contests of this or any other kind, the mistake of never supposing that an opponent has been sufficiently depressed. The same mistake was made in the late revolution in France. The patriotic party of that country, the leaders of the Constituent Assembly of 1789, could never bring themselves to believe that they were sufficiently secure from the court and their opponents, that the executive power was sufficiently weakened. And the same difficulty or error operated, as in our own country, to the destruction of the king and themselves. It is scarcely to be expected that in these dreadful conjunctures of human affairs this particular mistake should not often be made. So many are the causes which concur to produce it. But I think it must be allowed that the mistake was committed by the parliamentary leaders. The mistake, however, be it made when it may, is sure to be attended by the most fatal effects. The old system, which those who have loved their country meant only to improve, is inevitably destroyed. And the early patriots, the men of sense and virtue, are overwhelmed in the general calamity. They have grasped the pillars of the temple falls, and like the strong man of Holy Writ, they bury in the ruins themselves, as well as their opponents. After all, there can be no doubt that if the question had been a question of prerogative and privilege only, the proceedings of the Commons would have been far more and perhaps sufficiently moderate and constitutional. But the misfortune was that these dissensions were not merely of a civil, but also of a religious nature. How and to what extent they were of a religious nature should now be explained to you. But here, as at every moment during these particular lectures on the time of Charles I in the Commonwealth, I could wish the pages of Hume and Miller quite present to your minds. It is very disagreeable to me, to be so conscious as I must be, that I am leaving great blanks behind me as I go on. It is like exhibiting to you the anatomy of the human form by way of a portrait. I comfort myself with believing that Hume and Miller are books which you cannot but read, and you will then see how impossible it would have been for me on the one side to have discussed any topic but those they have selected, and yet on the other how impossible to have given here from their works any extracts sufficiently copious. Their reasonings are so many, so beautiful, and so weighty. On this present occasion, for instance, you can only in their writings find a masterly and adequate exhibition of the religious as well as civil nature of this contest, the different sects, their views, mistakes, and merits. I can simply mention here what you must from this time remember, that there were, more particularly, 4 different descriptions of religious opinion: the Roman Catholics, the members of the Church of England, the Presbyterians, and lastly the Independents. That, of the 4 descriptions of religious opinion that existed in the country at the time, the Presbyterians and Independents were naturally separated from those of the Roman Catholic and Church of England communion, and however differing from each other in the most important points, were united in their common hatred to the hierarchy, and in their common wish for a form of worship more simple than that established. At all events, they were both resolved to have no bishops. As Charles and Laud could not be satisfied unless they attempted to introduce episcopacy into Scotland, the puritanical interest in England thought their labours and patriotism in the House of Commons imperfect, unless they in like manner improved, according to their own particular notions, the church government of England. In their debates, therefore, their petitions and their remonstrances to the king, instead of finding the great principles of civil government, and those only, insisted upon, we are totally fatigued and overpowered by eternal complaints and invectives against popish priests, the non-execution of penal laws, diabolical plots, and malignant counsellors. It is not only Strafford that is impeached, but also Laud. It is not only the right of the Commons to concur in the taxation of the people that is to be asserted, but the bishops are to have no vote in the House of Lords, and when the mobs assemble about the doors of the Houses of Parliament, the streets resound not with the cry of Parliament and privilege, but of "No popish prelates, no rotten-hearted lords," etc., etc. And it is not corrupt councillors or arbitrary judges, but it is the bishops that escape with difficulty from the fury of this theological populace. We must therefore consider whether the Long Parliament would have acted as they did in any ordinary state of their minds and feelings, whether the king would have found it so difficult to satisfy, at least to appease them, whether their jealousy would have been so sensitive, their dissatisfaction so constant, their complaints so ceaseless, captious, and unreasonable, if they had not been, in a word, sectarians as well as patriots. The celebrated remonstrance, which was at last presented to the king, and was so fitted by its tedious ill-humour to drive him to any possible extremity, was with great difficulty carried, and if it had not been carried, Cromwell told Lord Falkland he would have quitted the kingdom. That is, in other words, this manifesto, upon which subsequent events so materially turned, was vitally dear to the independents, and would probably not have been proposed, much less voted, if the great constitutional question of prerogative and privilege had not been interwoven with others of a theological nature, questions by which it unfortunately happens that the minds of men may at any time be exasperated and embittered to any possible degree of fury and absurdity. It remains, therefore, to consider, lastly, how far the Presbyterians are to be censured for this, their resolution to have the government altered in church as well as in state. Those among ourselves living in a subsequent age who have been properly enlightened by the past, who not only see the duty of mutual tolerance, but act upon it, and who do not think it necessary that our own particular notions in religion or politics should be established and made to take the lead, merely because we believe them true, those of us who so properly understand the principles of Christianity and the duties of civilized society, such of us, if any there be, may perhaps have some little right to censure the Presbyterian faction, but no such censure could be exercised at that unhappy period by any of the actors in the scene, not by Charles himself, nor Laud, nor the Episcopalian party, for they had attempted the same in Scotland, not by any church or sect then existing, for it was an age of religious wars and mutual persecution. In our moral criticisms, therefore, on the parties of these times, when we are speaking, it is to be remembered, not of the early patriots, but of the members of the Long Parliament, we have some, and yet but little, preference to make. Charles and the Episcopalians were guilty of the first act of hostility, at least of the first violent and even cruel proceedings, the Presbyterians of urging their victory too far. If Charles and Laud had succeeded, the civil and religious liberties of England would have perished, and subsequently the Presbyterians could not succeed but by such measures as rendered a civil war inevitable. It may be impossible to determine which alternative is the worst, but mankind can have no greater enemies than those who reduce them to either. Charles was guilty of a great want of political sagacity, in not perceiving the growing strength of the Commons, and when he saw the increasing number of the sectaries, in not considering well the cautious and moderate system which he was to adopt when such men were to be opposed to his designs. But the Presbyterians, in like manner, seem inexcusable for not taking into their account the growing strength and the increasing numbers of the Independents. The most violent of the Presbyterians had no intention to overthrow the monarchy, but when they ceased to act on a system of accommodation with the king, they exposed everything to the ultimate decision of violence. They might themselves wish only for a limited monarchy, and for presbyters in the church instead of bishops, but a set of men remained behind them, the Independents, indisposed to all monarchy and ecclesiastical government whatever, and they were guilty of the fault, either of not properly observing the numbers and tenets of such men, or of not perceiving that if they urged their differences with the king to the decision of the sword, or even to the immediate chance of it, men of this violent, unreasonable character must multiply and be produced by the very urgencies of the times, and could not fail of ultimately overpowering the king, the Parliament, and all who differed with them. It must at the same time be confessed that it is the great misfortune of all critical periods like these that parties cannot very immediately be distinguished from each other. They advance together under the same standards to a certain point, and then, and not before, they separate and take different directions. And as fury and absurdity are sure to be the most relished by the multitude, and at some time or other to have the ascendant, moderate men perceive not in time that, on public as well as on private grounds, there is more danger to be apprehended from many of those who appear to go along with them than from those who are their visible, decided, and declared opponents. Observations of this kind have been again illustrated by the late revolution in France, and may therefore seem to indicate principles in human nature that on such dreadful occasions will always exhibit themselves. The vote of the Remonstrants is an epoch in this calamitous contest. The Commons are not to be justified in presenting this remonstrance, nor to be justified in their subsequent measures. It may be very true that their proceedings, till the King's departure into Scotland in 1641, with the exception of Lord Strafford's attainder, and perhaps the vote for their own continuance, were, more particularly in the more early periods of the contest, most laudable and patriotic, but that they never were so afterwards. They had obtained all the great points necessary to the Constitution, and the King told them in June, when he had finished his concessions by taking away the Courts of Star Chamber and High Commission, and with reason told them that if they would consider what he had done in that Parliament, discontent would not sit in their hearts. I hope you remember, he added, I have granted that the judges hereafter shall hold their places quamdiu bene si gesserint. I have bounded the forests. I have established the property of the subject. I have established by Act of Parliament the property of the subject in tonnage and poundage. I have granted a law for a triennial Parliament. I have given free course of justice against delinquents. I have put the laws in execution against papists. Nay, I have given way to everything that you have asked of me, and therefore methinks you should not wonder if in some things I begin to refuse. I will not stick upon trivial matters to give you content. I would therefore fix the attention of the student on the famous remonstrance and the proceedings relating to it as the particular point where his opinion must, as I conceive, begin most materially to alter. After this celebrated remonstrance, the papers on each side, which were in fact appeals to the people, as was indeed the remonstrance itself, become very voluminous, and will somewhat overpower you. Some general idea must be formed of them by some sort of general perusal, but the King's cause may, from this time, be rested on this very remonstrance alone, a paper drawn up by the Parliament itself, and quite decisive of the comparative merits of the King and the House of Commons, from the moment that it was delivered. Once more, therefore, and finally, to recall to your minds what I conceive are the points of this great question. During the first interval of 4 years, the conduct of the King seems infatuated and highly reprehensible, and during the second interval of 11 years, even more and more to be reprobated. I had almost said to be abhorred. During the third interval of little more than a year, the blame still remains with the King, and the praise with the Commons, clearly, however, with one exception, the execution of Strafford, and perhaps with another, their vote for their own continuance. During the fourth interval, however, from the journey to Scotland in August 1641 to the commencement of hostilities, the Commons in their turn became wrong. But the question of their conduct is still, for some time, in the opinion of many, somewhat difficult. The question is whether they were pushing their victory too far or only securing their ground. Hyde decided one way, and Hampden another, and perhaps the student may, at this distance of time and after the event, on the whole perceive that Hyde was the more rational patriot of the two. I have thus proposed, not to your acquiescence, but to your examination, such general conclusions upon the different intervals which I have selected as the transactions which they exhibit appeared to me fairly to suggest. But these transactions were so numerous, yet all so important, that not only was it impossible for me to give any detail of them, but it was impossible to state all the observations to which they successively gave rise, even in my own mind. What alone I have been able to offer to your consideration has been general results, founded on such observations. I would recommend a similar course to each of my hearers. Let such reflections as strike him while he reads the history be immediately noted down at the time. Let the whole chain be then surveyed, and general results and estimates formed. Otherwise, the later impressions which the mind receives in the course of the perusal will have an effect more than proportionate to their comparative weight and importance. Do not turn away from investigations of this nature. There are those, no doubt, who proceed not in this manner. Practical men, men of the world, and respectable and even laborious writers. With them, everything on the one side is right and on the other is wrong. This is not the way, in my opinion, to read history. It is not the way to judge of our fellow creatures, or to improve ourselves. End of section 41. Read by Tucker M.J. in London, January 2026.
Section 42 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 16, The Civil War, Part 1. In my last 2 lectures, I offered to your consideration the results of such observations as had occurred to me on the great contest that subsisted between the King and Parliament prior to the breaking out of the Civil War, more particularly with regard to their comparative merits and demerits. The military transactions of the Civil War that ensued may be collected from Hume, and still more in the detail from Clarendon. In the former author will also be found a philosophic estimate of the strength and resources of the contending parties, and of their separate probabilities of success. Disquisitions of this kind, more particularly from such an author, are highly deserving of your attention. The entertainment and instruction of history can never be properly felt or understood, as I cannot too often remark, unless you meditate upon the existing circumstances of the scene, suppose them before you, and estimate the probabilities that they present. Then, marking the events that really take place, thus derive a sort of experience in the affairs of mankind, which may enable you to determine with greater precision and success, on occasions when you may yourselves be called upon to act a part, and when the happiness of your country and your own may, more or less, be affected by the propriety of your decisions. Materials for such disquisitions, and such exercise of the judgment, are often supplied by Clarendon, and they constitute, indeed, one material and appropriate part of the value of all original writers of history. In original writers, the real scene is presented to you in colors more vivid and more exact. The king seems to have been every way unfortunate. With sufficient courage and ability to make him the proper general of his own forces, he was still not possessed of that military genius which is fitted to triumph over difficulties, which can turn to its own purposes the dispositions of men and the opportunities and unsuspected advantages of every situation, which can seem by these means to control the decisions of chance and to command success. That a soldier, however, of this description should arise against him on the popular side was to be expected. A captain like Cromwell was sure to appear, at least to exist, in the ranks of his opponents. But that such a general as Fairfax should be found among the men of distinction in the country, and yet be opposed to his cause, this might surely be considered by the king as a hard dispensation of fortune. Still harder, if it be considered that Fairfax was, of all men that history presents, the most fitted for the purposes of a soldier like Cromwell. Too honest to have criminal designs of his own. Too magnanimous to suspect them in those around him. Superior to every other in the field. Inferior in the cabinet. Enthusiastic enough to be easily deceived, but not enough to be a hypocrite and to deceive others. The character of Cromwell seems the natural production of the times, though, it must be confessed, the most complete specimen of their influence that can well be imagined. Still, the character itself consists but of the common materials: courage, fierceness, decisive sense, clear sagacity, and strong ambition, all no doubt given in a very eminent degree, added to such qualities as resulted from an age of religious dispute, and the whole nourished and drawn out in the most extraordinary manner by the temptations and urgencies of a revolutionary period. Hampden early predicted his future eminence, on one supposition, the breaking out of a civil war. From the moment that the sword was drawn, all wise and good men must, with Lord Falkland, have been overpowered with the most afflicting expectations. One of 2 alternatives, equally painful, could alone have occurred to them as probable: either that the king would conquer, and the privileges of the subject, and all future defense of them, be swept away in his triumph; or that the Parliament would prevail, and the result be, that the whole government, for want of some proper constitutional head, would fall into the disposal of the army, and be seized upon by some of its great captains, to the total degradation, and probably to the destruction, of the existing monarch, perhaps even of the ancient forms of monarchy itself. I must leave you to examine for yourselves the various events of the Civil War, the military operations in the field, and the transactions in Parliament, all of them very interesting. They may be found in the regular historians, particularly Clarendon, and in the accounts that have come down to us of the debates in the Long Parliament. I can only make a few observations on some of the leading transactions, chiefly those of a civil nature. Among other objects of attention, the self-denying ordinance should be noticed. On this occasion, the parties came to issue, the Presbyterians and Independents. The one who wished for presbytery and monarchy, the other who would abandon themselves to their own imaginary schemes of perfection in religion and government, most of them probably without any settled notions in either. Violence and enthusiasm, the great banes of all public assemblies in times of disorder, at last prevailed, and the self-denying ordinance was carried. By this ordinance, the members of both houses were excluded from all the important civil and military employments. The Presbyterians, who were in power, were, by this contrivance, obliged to resign it. Yet, when the evasion of the ordinance by Cromwell is also considered, a more barefaced political expedient cannot easily be imagined. The very idea of it, not to say the success of it, as described by Lord Clarendon, and as seen in the speeches and subsequent conduct of Cromwell, who contrived to elude it and retain his command, is quite characteristic of this strange period of our history. It was in truth an expedient to clear the army from all the more moderate men who were then in command. After the self-denying ordinance, the Treaty of Uxbridge must be considered as the next principal object of attention. The proceedings are very fully detailed by an actor in the scene, Lord Clarendon, and as this was quite a crisis in the contest, the question is, when the negotiation did not lead to accommodation and peace, which party was in fault? To me, I confess, the conclusion from the whole seems to be that the Presbyterians were in fault, and that they cannot be forgiven for not closing with the king immediately on the terms which he proposed, not merely from a sense of propriety and justice, but from the apprehension with which Cromwell and the Independents ought to have inspired them. It even appears from a curious conference mentioned by Whitlock, which was held one night at Essex House, before the self-denying ordinance had been moved in the House, that Cromwell was already dreaded. Yet no danger, no distress, could produce any reasonable effect either on the Presbyterians in Parliament or on the king. Religious considerations had, unhappily, interfered to make what was difficult impossible. The king could not entirely give up episcopacy, and the Presbyterians, with still more of theological infatuation, were determined to have their presbytery exclusively established. All hopes of accommodation were at an end. Most sober men, says Whitlock, lamented the sudden breach of the treaty. The victory of Naseby followed, and the cause of the king was desperate. This is, again, a sort of epoch in this contest. Charles, not possessed of the genius that can sometimes make even a desperate cause at last triumphant, repaired, without speculating very long or reasonably upon the consequences, to the Scotch army. The Scotch army could discover, in their new situation, no better course to pursue than at all events to make the king a means of procuring their arrears from the English Parliament, and to barter the person of their sovereign for the money that was due to them. It might be thought that a common question of account might have been settled by the godly, so they termed themselves, on each side of the Tweed, on the usual principles of arithmetic and honesty, certainly without so unusual a transfer as the person of their monarch. But not so. It was in this manner, it seems, that the differences between the two parties could best be adjusted. The bargain was settled, the king was delivered up, and the Scotch retired to their own country. Their posterity have ever since been ashamed of this coarse and disgraceful transaction, for, after every explanation of it. Such it is. And if the English were ashamed also, they would do themselves no injustice. From this period we must be occupied in observing the mistakes and faults of the king and the Presbyterians on the one side, the guilt of Cromwell and the Independents on the other. In the first place, we must cast our eyes on the conduct of the army. The scene that by reasonable men must have been long expected now opened. The army, having no enemy to contend with in the field, began, under the direction of Cromwell, to control the Parliament, the Presbyterians. The proceedings of an armed body of men like this, on such an occasion, are unhappily but too deserving of our very particular observation. But the conduct of the Presbyterians, and of those in the House who meant well, continued as injudicious as ever. The soldiers had real cause of complaint, and the Parliament made the usual mistake of all regular assemblies, when dealing with irregular combinations of men. They did not take care, in the first place, to do them justice. They did not take care, as soon as possible, to put themselves entirely in the right. They were, as usual, too proud to be wise. They therefore, no doubt, gave Cromwell and those who meant ill every advantage. They even committed other mistakes still more unpardonable, by sending down to the army Cromwell and the very incendiaries themselves to compose differences. When the Parliament became more reasonable and just, it was, as is usually the case, too late. And now was the season when the king was to commit his political mistakes. While he was in fact at the disposal and in the hands of the army, he had to deal with the Parliament and the Presbyterian faction and the Scotch Covenanters as one party, with the army and Independents as another. There is something of doubt hangs over the intentions of Cromwell and the army on this occasion, whether they really meant to support the king and restore him to his constitutional authority, or not. Sir John Berkeley's memoirs speak of a very fair and reasonable negotiation on their part. His account may be found also incorporated into the history of Ludlow. Clarendon seems not to think much of the importance of this negotiation, but he did not like Berkeley. It is on the whole, however, plain that Charles unfortunately supposed he should, in the existing situation of the parties of the state, be called in as an umpire. Many prudent men, according to Lord Clarendon, expected the same, and in this fatal indecision and vain wish to keep well with all descriptions of men, Charles could not be properly trusted by any, least of all by men violent and decided, like Cromwell and Ireton. Charles was no controller of circumstances and of the minds of others, and no discerner of characters and opportunities. He made no advantage of his situation, and insensibly approached his scaffold, not his throne. The last specimen of political infatuation in the Presbyterians and the king yet remained: their conduct during the treaty in the Isle of Wight, another important point of attention. The army had, in the most illegal manner, interfered with the Parliament, had become their masters, and perfectly tyrannized over them. In this state of things, insurrections in favor of the king appeared in different parts of the kingdom. An irregular attempt was made by the Scotch with all their forces in favor of him and of the Parliament. For one precious interval, therefore, the Presbyterians were relieved from the domination of Cromwell and the army, who were sent to put down these insurgents. As the Presbyterians were all of them attached to a monarchical form of government, there was once more a possibility of a conciliation between them and the king. Cromwell and his army were employed, and at such a distance that they could give no interruption. A treaty was begun, but no adequate progress was made. No progress till the army returned triumphant, and with all their counsels of violence and guilt. The opportunity of peace was lost forever. The question then is here, as before in the Treaty of Uxbridge, was the king or the Parliament most in fault? The great load of political folly, even of moral criminality, must fall upon the Parliament, for their terms were abominably unfeeling and unjust. In consequence of the pertinacious, dilatory, impolitic conduct of the Presbyterians, before the king's final propositions for peace could be adjusted and debated, Cromwell and the army had marched to the metropolis, and every member of the House who delivered an opinion consonant to right and justice, and favorable to any accommodation with the king, did it at the hazard of imprisonment and death. In this calamitous state of things, the famous Prynne rose up in his place, and delivered a speech in defense of the king's answers to the propositions of Parliament. Long as it is, I cannot but recommend it to an entire and attentive perusal. Allowance must be made for the violence of the author's prejudices in favor of presbytery and against popery, and when this allowance has been made, it will be found that a train of persuasion more fairly drawn out and more clearly conducted to effect a particular purpose has seldom been produced before a public assembly. You will see it in Cobbett. Certainly a more striking exhibition of principle never occurred. Prynne was speaking in an assembly overawed by soldiers, in a situation that might have made a Roman shrink. Every reason that could irritate the heart of man concurred to render him inveterate against the king. He had to preface his arguments with relating what he had endured from him. He said that at 2 different times he had suffered mutilations in the most barbarous manner. These are specimens, it is to be observed, of the conduct of Charles and Laud. Note them. That he had been set upon 3 several pillories. That his licensed books had been burnt before his face by the hangman. That 2 fines, each of £5,000, what a sum in those days, had been imposed upon him. That he had been expelled out of the Inns of Court and the University of Oxford, and degraded in both. That he had lost his calling almost 9 years' space. That his books had been seized, and his estate. That he had been 8 years imprisoned in several prisons. That 4 of these years had been spent in close imprisonment and exile, at Caernarvon and in the Isle of Jersey, where he was debarred the use of pen, ink, paper, and all books almost but the Bible, without the least access of any friend, or any allowance of diet for his support. And all this for his good service to the state in opposing popery and regal tyranny. Yet did this virtuous man continue to reason out his conclusion, hour after hour, with the most patient and penetrating sagacity, continue to show himself superior alike to the meanness of fear from Cromwell and the soldiers, and the remembrance of all the ferocious insults and all the abominable pains and penalties which he had endured from Charles and his advisers. In defiance of all, he continued to enforce upon the House, by the exertion of every faculty he could command, his own upright declaration, that they were bound in honor, prudence, justice, and conscience, to proceed upon the king's propositions to the speedy settlement of the peace of the kingdom. Still further to the credit of human nature, it is to be mentioned that this speech had a most clear and positive effect, that many members were converted to his side, that his opinion prevailed, and would probably have prevailed by a far larger majority, if nearly 1/3 of the House, from age and infirmities, had not been obliged to retire. The debate had lasted without intermission for a day and a night. The subsequent events are but too well known. Cromwell and the army sent Colonel Pride to clear the House of all who were disposed to an accommodation with the king. The public execution of the sovereign followed. This cruel and dreadful outrage has given occasion to much reasoning with respect to the nature of government, and the original grounds of civil obedience. No subject can be more interesting, and it may very properly employ your meditations when you arrive at an event so afflicting and so awful as the public execution, in the midst of a civilized community, of the great and high magistrate of the realm. On such a subject, the observations of such a writer as Hume will naturally engage your attention. Government, says this philosophic historian, is instituted in order to restrain the fury and injustice of the people, and being always founded on opinion, not on force, it is dangerous to weaken the reverence which the multitude owe to authority. The doctrine of obedience ought alone to be inculcated, and the exceptions, which are rare, ought seldom or never to be mentioned in popular reasonings and discourses. Nor is there any danger that mankind, by this prudent reserve, should universally degenerate into a state of abject servitude. When the exception really occurs, it must, from its very nature, be so obvious and undisputed as to remove all doubt and overpower the restraint, however great, imposed by teaching the general doctrine of obedience. But between resisting a prince and dethroning him there is a wide interval, and between dethroning a prince and punishing him there is another very wide interval. We stand astonished that, among a civilized people, so much virtue as was possessed by Charles could ever meet with so fatal a catastrophe. To this weighty reasoning something must be added, and it is not added by the historian, or the discussion of this subject will surely be left most materially imperfect. Government is, no doubt, instituted for the restraint of the people, but it is also instituted for the promotion of their happiness, and while obedience is the duty that should be inculcated on the people, resistance is the doctrine that should be ever present to the rulers. There may be intervals between resisting, dethroning, and executing a sovereign, and the last may be an extremity which ought never to be supposed possible. But there is a wide interval, in like manner, between rational obedience and servile submission. And though rational obedience be necessary to all human society, servile submission is inconsistent with all its purposes and enjoyments. No people can long be happy that do not reverence authority. But no governors will long do their duty who do not respect the public. Obedience, says Mr. Hume, is the doctrine to be alone inculcated, nor is there any danger that mankind should degenerate into a state of servitude. When the exception occurs, it will overpower the restraint imposed by the general doctrine. But is no resistance to begin till such extremes of oppression arise as create an exception to all general rules? If such is to be the nature of resistance and obedience, as Mr. Hume seems to suppose, it will then be found that resistance, when it does come, has come too late. It will then be found that the people can seldom resist their governors without fatally injuring themselves. This, therefore, is neither the resistance nor the obedience that is wanted, and something very different from either must be generated by some means or other in a community, or the great political problem of the public happiness and security is neither solved, nor its solution in any reasonable degree even approached. It can be solved only by one expedient. Some power of criticism must be given to the people upon the conduct of their rulers, must be introduced into the political system, to be so reasonably and yet so constantly exercised, that it shall be respected in time by those rulers, and be so taken into their account, while they are forming their measures, that it shall always have an effective tendency to render their proceedings sufficiently agreeable to the public good. Some power of criticism like this, if by any machinery of government, by representative assemblies, for instance, it can be made to exist, can never exist without being a cause of the most complete improvement and advantage to both parties, to those who are to command, and to those who are to obey. The constitution of a country, therefore, is good exactly in proportion as it supplies this power of peaceable, yet operative, criticism. It cannot be good without it. And the reasons for civil obedience are so many and so powerful, that the rulers of mankind are always secure in their honors and their situation while they administer the high office which they bear with any tolerable portion of wisdom and integrity. End of section 42. Section 43 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 16. The Civil War, Part 2. The character of Charles has been drawn by the first masters, and may now be considered as sufficiently understood. The truth is, that his situation at successive periods of his reign was so different, that we view him with sentiments the most different, though his character was always intrinsically the same. He is no object of our affection and respect, but of reprehension, and almost of contempt, while we observe him in the early part of his life. Though a prince destined for empire, finding the friend of his bosom in Buckingham, the unworthy favorite of his father, without capacity as a minister, or virtue as a man. For the first few years after his accession, his conduct is fitted to create in us only very warm disapprobation, strong dislike of his measures, and suspicion of his intentions. Afterwards, from the year 1629 to 1640, while endeavoring to rule without parliaments, he appears before us in no other light but in that of a prince of narrow mind and arbitrary nature, incapable of respecting the civil and religious liberties of his country, hurrying on to the destruction of them, and the proper object of our unequivocal hatred and indignation. These emotions, however, gradually subside, soon after the meeting of the Long Parliament, as he gradually relinquishes, though by compulsion, the dangerous prerogatives he had attempted to establish. But when a still further change of situation takes place, and when the Parliament, in its turn, becomes unreasonable and bigoted, his offenses are forgotten, for he ceases to be the offender. And as we begin to dislike the Parliament, he is necessarily considered, first with complacency, and then with favor. But yet another change, still more affecting, is to be witnessed, and we do not deny him, we willingly offer him, our esteem, when we survey him at last supporting with firmness and courage in the field the honor of his crown against men whom it was impossible to satisfy by any fair concessions in the cabinet. Once more are our sentiments altered, and this esteem is softened into kindness when his fortunes lower, when the battle of Naseby is lost, and when the sword which he has drawn in vain must be at last thrown down and abandoned. But scenes still more gloomy and affecting are to be opened. He is to be a monarch fallen from his high estate. He is to fly he knows not whither, to try expedients without hope, and plans without a meaning, to negotiate with his conquerors, to be called upon to proscribe his friends, and to stigmatize his own cause, to be required by formal treaty, and in the face of the world and of posterity, to be his own accuser, and the accuser of everything he holds venerable and dear, to be passed from prison to prison, and from enemy to enemy. We are to see him solitary and friendless, his gray discrowned head, with none to reverence it, and, alone and unprotected, left to expostulate with enthusiasts, no longer within the reach of the common workings of our nature, or with ferocious soldiers, who call aloud, they know not why, for justice and execution, arraign him before a court of their own formation, and proclaim him a traitor to his country, and the murderer of his people. With what sentiments are we now to behold him? With our former suspicions and dislike, indignation and terror? Is it Charles that is before us, the friend of Buckingham, the patron of Laud, the opponent of Hampden, the corrupter, the encourager, the deserter of Strafford, the dissolver of parliaments, the imposer of liturgies, the violator of privileges? These are images of the past no longer to be recalled. These are characters of offense with which he has now no concern. It is the monarch unsubdued by adversity. It is the hero unappalled by death. It is the Christian sublimed by piety and hope. It is these that occupy our imagination and our memory. It is the tribunal of violence, It is the scaffold of blood, that banish from our minds all indignation but against his destroyers, all terrors but of the licentiousness of the people, that render all regular estimation of his character odious and impossible, and that leave nothing in the heart of the generous and humane but compassion for his misfortunes and reverence for his virtues. Sentiments like these, so natural at any period, so powerful at the time as to have produced almost his deification, it is not the province of true philosophy to destroy, but rather to temper and enlighten. It is turning history to no adequate purpose, if we do not accept the instruction which it offers. The lives and actions of men have been in vain exhibited to our view, if we make not our moral criticisms, even when to make them is a task painful and repulsive to our nature. The early part of the reign of Charles must be remembered, as well as the close, the obscure as well as the brighter parts of his imperfect character. His faults should be studied, that there never may again be a necessity for the display of his virtues. Those faults were the faults of all those sovereigns who, though men of principle, have involved themselves and their country in calamities. Such sovereigns have always wanted, as did Charles, that simplicity and steadiness which could afford good men the means of understanding and depending upon their conduct, that enlightened benevolence which could make them think more of their people than of themselves, that magnanimity which might enable them to call to their councils statesmen who would announce to them the real sentiments of the community, not echo and confirm their own. And lastly, and above all, that political sagacity which could discern the signs of the times, the new opinions that had arisen, and which could draw forth, with equal wisdom and benevolence, such principles of improvement as the constitution of the country contained, and adapting them, according to the justice of the case, ere it was too late, to the ever-shifting scene before them, save the state and themselves alike from the fury of the passions of the people, and the treachery of their own. At the conclusion of these remarks on the contest between Charles and his parliaments, it may not be amiss to observe that there are two mistakes which are continually made, though it is not very intelligible how they can be made by those who are at all acquainted with the history of these times. First, the execution of Charles is always reasoned upon as if it had received the sanction of a regular parliament, as if it had been a great national act. But nothing can be farther from the truth. On the 4th of the preceding December, the king was executed on the 30th of January. There were present in the House, as Mr. Prynne informs us, 340 members. 2 days after, Cromwell and his soldiers expelled nearly 100 and imprisoned nearly 50, so that the next day, such was the general terror, only 73 met, and after that day never more than 53. It was by this inconsiderable part of a house, to which more than 500 members originally belonged, that all the outrageous proceedings against the king and the constitution of the country were resolved upon, and never more than 53 members could be collected. Not more than 40 members of the House signed the death warrant of Charles. Only 58 commissioners could be brought to sign it, out of a court consisting of about 150. Of these 150, not more than 70 could ever be brought to sit, though recourse was had to the officers of the army, and though the country had been for 5 years inured to all the disorders of a civil war, and to the influence of every passion and every principle of civil and religious hate that can render men barbarous and unjust, only 70 could be found capable of acting. In the House of Lords, not a single peer could be found to countenance these proceedings of the soldiery, and the assembly expired with their sovereign. The second mistake which has been made with respect to these extraordinary times is more excusable. The Presbyterians have always been accused as the destroyers of the monarchy. This is not accurate. The Long Parliament originally consisted of 534 members. 175 of them, Hyde one of them, left the House, and repaired to the king at Oxford. On the whole, in the progress of the dispute, 200 out of the original 534 were disabled, and new writs issued. Those that remained must, therefore, have been all Presbyterians and Independents, almost to a man. Now, from all the speeches and proceedings and memoirs of the times, it appears that these two parties continued in the House almost to the last, and that the former at least, the Presbyterians, though they were resolved to have the episcopal form of church government altered, never had the least intention of abolishing the monarchy. A king limited by law, and a church without bishops, these were their objects, and no other. More than half a year before the execution of the king, the leading Presbyterian members of the House, 11 in number, the famous Hull at their head, men that had been the most distinguished through the whole of the contest, were impeached, and in fact driven from the House by the menaces of the soldiery and the Independent party. They had been found in the way when designs of violence and usurpation began to be entertained. The speech of Prynne, to which I have alluded, delivered only 2 months before the execution of the king, shows clearly what were the sentiments of the Presbyterians to the last. He was one of them. In Scotland, a large party of the Presbyterians appeared in arms, and resolved to march into England against the army, in defense of the Parliament and the royal cause. If the king could have subscribed the covenant, the whole of that part of the island would have united in his favor. The memoirs of Hull are very decisive on this point, particularly at the close. They are worth reading, are not long, and strongly paint the rage and disappointment of a man of ability and principle at seeing his party, the Presbyterian party, overpowered by men of hypocrisy and blood, like Cromwell and his associates, and the labors of his own life thus ending in total despair. It is in this book that there is the remarkable charge brought against Cromwell of cowardice. Hull was one of the members who had forcibly held the Speaker in the chair in the year 1628, and in 1641 was one of the 5 members whom the king had meant to arrest, when he so unhappily entered the House for the purpose. Even Walker, in his History of Independency, though indulging himself in the most unlimited censures of both parties as to money concerns, speaks of the Independents, page 200, part 2, as men who carried on the war against the king with an intent, from the beginning, to pull down monarchy and set up anarchy. Notwithstanding, continues he, the many declarations, remonstrances, abortive treaties, protestations, and covenants to the contrary, which were obligations from time to time extorted from them by the Presbyterians. The accusation, therefore, of the Presbyterians seems to be, not that they intended to overthrow the monarchy, but that they committed political mistakes which enabled others to do so. Their fault seems rather to have been of a religious nature. Their terror of popery, their hatred of bishops, their religious intolerance, carried indeed to a most senseless and disgusting excess. Much of this blame must, however, be shared by the king himself, and if his intolerance was more pardonable, because episcopacy was already established, and because his religious persuasions were not debased by cant and grimace, and were of a more liberal and sober nature, still his political mistakes were far greater than those of the Presbyterians, and both his religious and political mistakes, which is a most important point, were prior in order of time. The most violent philippics that ever appeared against this party may be found in the prose works of Milton. The invectives of this great poet against prelates and Presbyterians will perfectly astonish those who as yet are conversant only with his immortal work, his descriptions of the Garden of Eden, and the piety and innocence of our first parents. This period of the Civil Wars, the most interesting in our history, has given occasion to so many publications, that there is some danger lest the student should be overwhelmed by the extent and variety of his materials. In Rushworth he will find an inexhaustible collection of important documents. These should be consulted, and compared with the collection of Nelson, who professes to correct his faults. The works of King Charles, published by Royston, should be looked at, particularly the King's letters taken at Naseby. When any doubt is entertained of the conduct of Charles, Mrs. Macaulay may be referred to, and a charge against him, if it can possibly be made out, will assuredly be found, and supported with all the references that the most animated diligence can supply. These may be compared with the representations of Clarendon and his defenders. A general summary of the particulars of this reign, not very favorable to the king, will be found in Harris's Life of Charles I. Harris fortifies the positions in his text, like Bale, by copious notes, which will at least bring the subject, and all the learning that belongs to it, in full review before the reader. There is a history of the Long Parliament, by May, which is not without its value, though, from the shortness of the period which it embraces, and the cold and general manner in which it is written, it will disappoint the reader, who might naturally expect much more curious matter from one who was secretary to the House, and wrote from the midst of such unprecedented scenes. Clarendon is always interesting, and continually provides materials for the statesman and the philosopher. He is partial, no doubt, but, as it has been well observed by Lord Grenville, in his preface to the late Lord Chatham's letters, a preface which is worth reading, even with a reference to our present subject, the partiality of one who means to tell the truth will always be distinguishable from his who means to deceive. The Memoirs of Hull I have already mentioned, and the History of Independency, by Walker, should be looked into. But books like these last two cannot be at all understood, unless a knowledge of the history has previously been obtained. Whitlock's journal is a collection of facts, with occasional disquisitions, very short and very few, but always very interesting and important. It must by all means be looked over in conjunction with the more regular narrative of other historians. On the whole, with regard to books, I may say that the Parliamentary History, or Cobbett's edition of it, should form the groundwork of the student's perusal, and that this, with the explanations and comments of Hume and Clarendon on the one side, and Millar and Rapin on the other, will leave him little further to seek, if he will but sufficiently meditate on the materials thus supplied to his reflections. Rapin is always full and valuable, and a sort of substitute in the absence of all other writers. Finally, I must remind you that I have already mentioned the great work of Mr. Hallam and the very important Memoirs of Charles I by Miss Aiken. These lectures were written many years ago, but I have thus been enabled, I hope, the better to estimate the interest and value of these late publications. When the king had perished on the scaffold, the independents and the army alone remained to triumph. All other parties, the royalists and moderate patriots with Lord Falkland and Hyde, the Presbyterians with Hull, had been swept away from the field. We are now, therefore, to observe what was the conduct of the independents, and what of Cromwell and the army. Those of the independents who were not mere wild or drivelling fanatics were republicans, like Ludlow and Hutchinson, and it was now their business to establish their commonwealth. Hume accuses them of wanting that deep thought and those comprehensive views which might qualify them for acting the part of legislators. This may be true, but it seems impossible, even at this distance of time, to propose any system of conduct which could have enabled them to carry their political theories into execution. They were now at last themselves to pay the penalty of all their violence and enthusiasm. The great difficulty which the Presbyterians had not been able to overcome remained: the army, a difficulty now equally invincible to the Republicans. A general like Cromwell, and men like his soldiers, were not likely to acquiesce in any system of government which materially abridged their power. And unless their power was abridged, there could be no peace or security for the subject, under any form of government, monarchical or republican. The Republicans were themselves only the last residue of the Long Parliament. The sole expedient, therefore, that offered was the dissolution of this remaining garbled part, and the calling of a new one, fully and regularly chosen. Such a Parliament might have been considered as a fair indication of the public will. But this could not be attempted for some time, after so enormous an act of violence as the king's execution. And whenever attempted, it must have appeared to the Republicans a measure very doubtful in its success, and likely to fill the House with a large majority of concealed Royalists and exasperated Presbyterians, neither of whom would have tolerated the Independents or the Republic. They therefore temporized, and waited to avail themselves of the chance of events. But this conduct, though natural, was, after all, neither just nor prudent. It was not just, for, if the political opinions of the nation were against their republic, they had no right to endeavor to establish it, whether by force or by contrivance. It was not prudent, for Cromwell had already shown himself to be a far greater master of the art of managing events than they could possibly be, and none but the most contemptible enthusiasts could now be ignorant that his hypocrisy was unceasing, his influence with the army unbounded, and his views ambitious. The only possible mode, therefore, of controlling his conduct, or favorably influencing his designs, was the summoning of a regular Parliament, which might attract the respect of every man of principle in the army and in the kingdom. It is true that even this measure might not have answered to the views of the Republicans, but it was their only chance. To remain as they were, the last remnant that military violence had spared, and therefore respected by no party; to remain, ready to be overthrown at the first difference that arose between themselves and the army, was certain destruction. In this state, however, the Parliament did remain during the first year of their administration, 1648. In 1649, Cromwell and the army were employed in Ireland. In 1650, against the Scotch Presbyterians, who had made a very injudicious attempt to restore royalty, or rather the Covenant and royalty, and had persuaded the young king, afterwards Charles II, to commit himself, very thoughtlessly, to the disposal of their intolerance and fanaticism. In both these campaigns, Cromwell and the army were victorious. In 1651, the young king was defeated at Worcester. This defeat of his enemy was what Cromwell declared to be the last crowning mercy of the Lord. That is, it was the finishing step to his own power, and the cause of the Republicans was now more than ever hopeless. They seem to have had an opportunity in 1649, when Cromwell was in Ireland, to make some effort for the establishment of their civil authority, but they lost it. In the meantime, petitions with respect to the settlement of the nation were continually presented to them. Instead of attending, however, to the public expectations and the duties of their situation, they contented themselves with returning, like other unwise governments, sometimes menaces, punishments, and statutes of high treason, sometimes plausible answers to gain time, and occasionally debating the question of their dissolution and of a new representation, but on the whole coming to no decision on the subject, while it was their best policy to do so. When at last they did come to a vote, in November 1651, after the power of Cromwell was finally established, their resolution was only that they would dissolve themselves 3 years afterwards, in 1654, a resolution that could satisfy no one, but much the contrary. They had, therefore, not chosen to make a common cause with the public, and being thus without support from within and from without, Cromwell took a few soldiers with him, expelled them from the house, and locked up the doors of it, as soon as he found them an encumbrance to his ambition. He first, indeed, acquainted them that the Lord had done with them. The public, who never favor those who have no visible merits to produce, still less those who have seemed attentive chiefly to their own selfish interests, saw this new act of military violence with indifference, and probably with pleasure. Certainly, these Republicans, after a trial of 3 years, had entirely failed as politicians, and had established no republic. But they had great merits in endeavoring to introduce improvements into the law. The laudable efforts of the Long Parliament on this subject have never been properly acknowledged. The state of all the real landed property of this kingdom is, at this moment, materially influenced by the happy effect of their legislative provisions. And those men of property who inquire will find that their estates have been as much indebted as themselves to these parliamentary leaders for any freedom that belongs to them. Both the one and the other were emancipated from feudal manacles. Cromwell now alone remained, supreme and unresisted, and thus at length terminated, in the usurpation of a military chief, the original struggle between the king and Parliament. And this, as I have already announced at the beginning of this lecture, has always been considered as the necessary issue of any successful appeal to arms on the part of the people, a position to which I do not indiscriminately assent, and on which I shall, therefore, offer some observations in my next lecture. End of section 43. Section 44 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 17. Cromwell, Monk, the Regicides, etc. Part 1. Towards the conclusion of my last lecture, we had arrived at the usurpation of Cromwell, and this usurpation of a military chief, I then observed, has always been considered as the natural issue of any successful appeal to arms on the part of the people. This position, it appears to me, has always been laid down too broadly and indiscriminately. The question seems to admit of a distinction, and it is this. If a people have been long subject to all the evils of an arbitrary government, and at last break out into insurrection, it is to be expected, no doubt, that the last favorite of the army, who survives the contest, will gradually procure for himself the power which the former sovereigns had abused and lost. There is no material shock here given to those habits of thinking and feeling which, notwithstanding all the intermediate troubles, must still form the genuine character of the great body of the nation. But the case is materially altered if we suppose a people before possessed of constitutional rights, and endeavoring to defend or enlarge them, in opposition to those who would limit or destroy them. Here the event, if the popular party succeed, seems more naturally to be the ultimate strengthening and enlarging of the prior constitutional privileges, under some form of government similar to the former one. In this case, a usurpation is either not attempted, as in the instances of Switzerland and Holland, and in our own times of America, or, if attempted, the usurper finds himself impeded with such political difficulties at every movement which he makes, that the continuance of his power is always a matter of uncertainty, and the original and irremediable disposition of the people, the result of their former better government, is sure at last to prevail, either over himself or over his successors. In illustration of this general reasoning may be cited the difficulties which Cromwell had to overcome, while he was endeavoring to seize the power of the state, and still more while he was laboring to retain it. I will give a general representation of them. Together they form a strong testimony to the permanent nature of the English mixed constitution, particularly of the monarchical part of it. And they go far to prove that the usurpation of Cromwell was not, as has been generally supposed, a successful one. These are the principal topics of reflection to which I would at present wish to excite your attention. Hume and Millar, and the regular historians and writers, will supply you with many others. Cromwell had to subdue not only the Royalists, but the Presbyterians, and this not merely by force, but by the most extraordinary performances of cant and hypocrisy that human nature ever yet exhibited. But why? Because these descriptions of men bore fresh upon their minds the impression of the Constitution of England, and were only solicitous, according to the best of their judgment, to support or improve that Constitution. By the same arts and means were the Independents, the Republicans, to be overpowered by the usurper, and for the same reason. They too were impressed with the original stamp which had been received from the popular part of this Constitution, and they had deviated from it only because they thought that the monarchical part had been found, from trial, incompatible with the interests of the country. That a military usurper, that any single person, should rule was not in the contemplation or wishes, probably, of any one disinterested Englishman at the time. And it is here that may be found the great proof of the talents of Cromwell, which is not only, as Mr. Hume states, that he could rise from a private station to a high authority in the army, but still more, that he could afterwards bend the refractory spirits and direct the disordered understandings of all around him to the purposes of his own ambition, to the elevation of himself to the protectorate, in violation of all his former professions and protestations, public and private, and in defiance of all the men of principle and intrepidity who had been so long his associates and friends in the Parliament and in the army. The gross and ignorant soldiers might, indeed, be well content that he who gave them pay and plunder should have everything to dispose of, and in their idolatry of a successful general, they might, for a time, forget their country, and those forms of established authority to which they had once been accustomed. But still, it was these coarse and brute instruments upon which Cromwell could alone depend. And after all, as the mass of an army must always be managed through the medium of its officers, it was here, in this management of the officers, that his extraordinary powers were exhibited in a manner so striking. Some he could make his creatures by mere bribery, by lucrative posts and expectations. But the rest, and not unfrequently many of the common soldiers themselves, he was obliged to cajole by every art and labor of hypocrisy, to surround and bewilder them with a tempest of fanaticism, of sighs and prayers, of groans and ejaculations, in short, to elevate and involve his heroes and himself in a cloud, till he was able there to leave them, and himself to descend and take undisturbed possession of the earth. Whoever reads the history of these times cannot well believe that this military usurper, daring and powerful as his abilities were, both in the cabinet and in the field, could possibly have succeeded, if the religious principle had not unfortunately found its way into every part of the dispute between the king and his people, and so disturbed the natural tendency of things, as to render any achievement practicable, which could well be conceived by a man of military skill and fanaticism united. But observe his progress. When the young king had been finally defeated at Worcester, when the Republicans had been turned out of the House of Commons, when Cromwell, with his council of officers, was left alone on the stage, and when it would generally be said that the natural termination of the contest had arrived, and Cromwell had now only to enjoy what he had acquired, his difficulties, on the contrary, seemed rather to multiply than to cease. Cromwell, though triumphant, and without a rival, could never be at ease, and he was continually laboring to make his government approach, as much as possible, to the model of the old one, and to those forms which he knew could alone be considered as legitimate. He was now himself precisely in the situation in which the Independents, the Republicans, had lately been. He, like them, durst not appeal to a full and fair representation of the people. Yet it was necessary to have a Parliament. He could not otherwise color his usurpation. He therefore proceeded to manufacture one with all expedition. But as he had violated the feelings and opinions of every man of principle and consideration, he could trust no one who possessed much of either. And his Parliament contained, though with a mixture of others of a superior class, men of low condition and foolish fanaticism. The Parliament which he collected and made was the Parliament known by the ludicrous appellations which were gravely assumed by many of its members. Praise God, bare bones, etc., etc. These creatures he seems to have let loose upon the courts of law, probably for the sake of terrifying the lawyers. Courts of law are never very popular with the vulgar, and therefore senators like these soon proceeded to the attack of the Court of Chancery, Nem. Khan. If you look into Capet, their language will amuse you. They showed a rapidity of movement which must have appeared not a little marvelous to the court itself. Certainly the court could not have been taught to comprehend it from any experience in its own proceedings. But a Parliament of this kind, so little fitted to be a part of an English government, was found by Cromwell, after a few months' trial, unfit to answer his purposes. So their power was partly resigned, and partly taken from them, and they returned to their more natural occupations in private life. Still, a Parliament and a constitutional government of some kind or other were necessary. Cromwell, therefore, and his council of officers drew up an instrument of government, spread the power of representation over the whole of England and Wales very fairly, and began again. Even in this instrument it is observable that the supreme legislative authority is made to reside in one person and in the people assembled in Parliament, that is, in a King and House of Commons, and that the provisions are far more unfavorable to the executive power than those in the English Constitution, with one exception. This exception is contained in those articles on which, no doubt, Cromwell depended for his own protection, the 27th and 3 following. These provided for the maintenance of a standing military force of 10,000 horse and 20,000 foot. The powers, however, that were given to the Parliament might soon have been converted to the destruction of any protector who was not a favorite with the army. 300 members assembled, and Cromwell was soon obliged, on account of the freedom of their debates, to make them a long harangue, and to declare that, after seeking counsel from God, he must prescribe to them a test to sign. The debates still continued disagreeable to him. At length, after the manner of the very king whom he had dethroned, he dissolved them. After an interval of 2 years and a half, he still thought it expedient to call once more a Parliament, the 3rd, and every effort was made to pack together an assembly devoted to his designs, but all in vain. He had to deny particular members admittance, was resisted by a large portion of the House, assailed by a spirited remonstrance, and felt in his turn, like his misguided master, that it is in vain to expect sufficient countenance to illegal proceedings from any tolerable representation of the people of England. Still anxious and dissatisfied, still desirous to rest his authority upon some established principle, he meditated the assumption of the title of king. He got the affair put in motion in the House. The lawyers told him, and probably with great sincerity, that this title of king, to use their own words, was a wheel upon which the whole body of the law was carried, that it stood not on the top, but ran through the whole veins and life of the law, that the nation had ever been a lover of monarchy, and of monarchy under the title of king, that, in short, this title of king was the title of the supreme magistrate, which the law could take notice of, and no other. Cromwell desired time to seek God for counsel. That is, he wished to know the opinions of the army, and while he was ascertaining them, he hesitated from day to day, and renewed from day to day his long replies which gave no answer, and were full of broken sentences, interrupted conclusions, doubts and insinuations, perplexity and more than Egyptian darkness. But, having at length satisfied himself that the measure was disagreeable to his army, his elocution cleared up in an instant, and nothing can be more distinct than his short final speech, that he could not undertake the government with the title of king. Legitimate authority, or even the appearance of it, was now impossible. A new settlement of the government was therefore adjusted, under the form of a petition and advice, in its articles still very favorable to the liberties of the subject, but with the same material exception of the grant of a revenue to maintain the army of the executive power. Cromwell was to be solemnly inaugurated Protector. A second house was to be added to the House of Commons. Lords were to be called to it by Cromwell. That is, the form of government was thus made still more and more to approach to the model of the original Constitution. Cromwell, however, was still overpowered with impossibilities. The few real peers that he summoned to his upper house, with one base exception, Lord Ure, forbore to take their places. The Commons relished not their title and questioned their authority, and the Protector, enraged at their impracticable behavior, dissolved them. This was the last experiment in the way of a parliament that he made. Having dissolved the assembly in February, he died in September. Now this, after all, is not a specimen of successful usurpation. He maintained his power for 5 years, but it seems very doubtful whether he could have done it much longer. His friend Monk thought not. His power still continued to be, as it began, merely that of the sword. No appearance of legitimate rule could be contrived for him. There was no principle existing in the English Constitution which he could work up to accomplish his designs. There was no train of habits in the minds of the people of England which could afford him any foundation on which to build authority for himself. He was not assassinated, but he lived in continual apprehensions of it. He was not hurled from the government by his soldiers, but it was the labor of his life to prevent it. Abroad was the young king. At home were the Royalists, the Presbyterians, the Republicans, and enthusiasts of every description, the most insane and dangerous, most of whom he had in turn deceived, and therefore exasperated. Even in the bosom of his family, the great questions of religion and politics had interfered to disturb his peace. And his example seems to show, as far as the example of so extraordinary a character in times so extraordinary can afford any general conclusion on such points, that, amid a people whose constitution has been free, a brave and able man may sometimes seize upon the chief executive power, and even possess it for some time, but that he will be able neither to enjoy it, nor to engraft it upon the former constitution of the kingdom, that he will not be able to introduce a new line of arbitrary sovereigns, himself the first, and on the whole, that, in public as well as private, success, as it is called, will be forever fatal to all ideas that even an ambitious man can entertain of happiness and repose. If this reasoning be just, and the facts at least I have not misstated, the conclusion is, first, a strong testimony to the permanency of the monarchical part of our Constitution, arising from the steadiness and intelligence of the English character, and again that, when freedom has been at all enjoyed in any country, for this is the supposition, resistance to arbitrary encroachments is not necessarily followed, even if a revolution is to be endured, by any military usurpation that will be ultimately successful. Cromwell, I must contend, did not succeed. He could not become the peaceful and acknowledged sovereign of his country. He did, however, what alone it was in his power to do. He was a good discerner of character, and he therefore selected lawyers of ability from the profession, and persuaded them to administer to the people, though he might sometimes disregard them himself, the known laws of the country. He employed officers of courage and capacity by land and sea. He wielded with effect the formidable energies of a people that had been lately and might still be considered as in a state of revolution. And, like other usurpers, he endeavored to hide in a blaze of glory a throne that was defiled with blood. End of section 44. Section 45 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 17. Cromwell, Monk, the Regicides, etc. Part 2. To understand the conduct of Cromwell and the Republicans, not only must the memoirs of Hals be read, but those of Ludlow. Ludlow's work becomes very important after the account of the Battle of Naseby. There is also a book which has been lately published, The Life of Colonel Hutchinson, printed from a manuscript account drawn up by his widow, a woman of singular merit, who, if her political opinions, the opinions of her husband, be forgiven her, will appear without a blemish, will be thought to have united the opposite virtues of the sexes, and to have been alike fitted to give a charm to existence amid the tranquillity of domestic life, and in an hour of trial to add enterprise and strength to the courage of a hero. Both of these memoirs, those of Ludlow and of Colonel Hutchinson, are original works, and as those parts that relate to military concerns may be slightly glanced over, they will be found neither long nor tedious, and they ought, in this manner, by all means to be carefully read. Mrs. Hutchinson is often a painter of manners as minute and far more forcible than even Clarendon. It is evident from these different memoirs that the character of Cromwell was seen through, by the intelligent men of every description of opinion, not only by Hals, the Presbyterian, but by the Republicans, Ludlow and Hutchinson. It appears, too, that Cromwell himself was unremittingly employed in ascertaining the views and character of every one around him, that his whole life was a constant train, not only of political hypocrisy, but of political speculation and enterprise. As specimens of his manner, Ludlow may be consulted at pages 79, 105, 135 in the quarto edition, and Hutchinson, 287, 309, 340. Here will be found dialogues that passed between these men and Cromwell, and no doubt he sounded all the principal men near him as opportunity offered, and those of inferior rank and intelligence in ways far more curious than those that are here recorded, or can now be known. These works are also, both of them, very interesting, as exhibiting to us those views of this important contest, in all its different stages, which were entertained by such of the Republicans as were men of regular sense and clear honesty. The rapid, unceremonious manner in which Ludlow, from the first, arrives at his conclusions, as well as Mrs. Hutchinson, and their reasonings and views of the contest, should be considered, not only in contrast with those of the King's State Papers, but in comparison with the suggestions of the reader's own mind. It may be useful to observe the manner in which men of good understandings and good intentions may reach very opposite extremes of opinion, though exercising their judgments upon the same materials. Habits of candor and patient investigation may thus be introduced, and the character on the whole improved and humanized. Is it not curious, for instance, to observe that Hutchinson applied himself, before the breaking out of the Civil War, as his wife relates, I quote page 78, to understand the things then in dispute, and read all the public papers that came forth between the king and Parliament, besides many other private treatises, both concerning the present and foregoing times, whereby he became abundantly informed in his understanding, and convinced in conscience, of the righteousness of the Parliament's cause, in point of civil right? And again, is it not affecting to perceive that, before he signed the fatal warrant for the execution of the king, he addressed himself to God by prayer, desiring the Lord that, if, through any human frailty, he were led into any error or false opinion in these great transactions, he would open his eyes, and not suffer him to proceed, but that he would confirm his spirit in the truth, and lead him by a right enlightened conscience. And finding no check, but a confirmation in his conscience that it was his duty to act as he did, he, upon serious debate, both privately and in his addresses to God, and in conferences with conscientious, upright, unbiased persons, proceeded to sign the sentence against the king? Many other curious particulars may be drawn from this work. That the king, for instance, sent forth commissions for array, and the Parliament gave out commissions for their militia, so as in many places there were fierce contests and disputes, almost to blood, even at the first, page 95. That all the nobility, gentry, and their dependents were generally for the king, while most of the middle sort, the able substantial freeholders, and the other commons who had not their dependence upon the malignant nobility and gentry, adhered to the Parliament. And from page 344, and other places, we may conclude that the Puritans were not always men of minds disordered by religious zeal, and debased by vulgar cant and enthusiasm, but, when men of consideration, like Colonel Hutchinson, were very fair models of the English country gentleman, such as the character appears under its best aspect, men properly interested in the civil and religious liberties of their country, accomplished and well informed according to the notions of their age, active in the duties of the neighborhood and county, pious, hospitable, and domestic. It must be observed that this manuscript of Mrs. Hutchinson can be valuable only to those who have already acquainted themselves with the English history. They can thus only be enabled to derive full benefit from her short, rapid, forcible summaries and statements of the circumstances and characters that pass in review before her. Her comment extends from the time of Henry VIII to her husband's death, after the Restoration. In addition to Ludlow and Hutchinson, Whitlock should be looked at. The most important passages are generally in italics, and there are some with respect to Cromwell very remarkable. I allude to a dialogue between him and the usurper in St. James's Park. There are different editions of this work. The last is the proper one. There is a great work of 7 quarto volumes, Thurloe's State Papers, which contains much matter, but it is not often interesting, and the whole therefore would naturally be passed by. Yet this need not be the case, for there is a most excellent index, from which a sufficient idea of the contents of the volumes may be acquired. They are sometimes important, and the reader may be enabled to find whatever the perusal of other works may lead him to look after. At the end there is given an account of the remarkable conferences that took place with Cromwell on the subject of his assuming the title of king, most of which should be read. These are the conferences I alluded to at the beginning of this lecture. With respect to the situation of Charles II, some idea may be formed from Clarendon. More particularly, there is an account of the young king's escape after the Battle of Worcester, not only in itself romantic, but often very descriptive of the manners of the times, a merit that generally belongs to this writer. There is a very curious one also in the Pepys Library at Magdalen. Sir Edward Walker, in his Historical Discourses, gives an account of the young king's proceedings in Scotland, and in this account may be seen the state papers of the Presbyterians, in all their own ridiculous cant and phraseology. For this reason the work is valuable, But with respect to other particulars, Hume has already seized upon all that were much worthy of notice, and transferred them to his history. There is a work by Mr. Noble, Memoirs of the Cromwells, which may occupy a morning or two very agreeably and usefully. A variety of information respecting the Protector and his family is given, and many sources of further information are presented to the reader, with an account of the different lives that have been written of the Protector, and many particulars of his government and connections, of the persons he employed and honored, and of some of the leading characters that appeared in these singular times. There is a life of Cromwell by Harris, in the manner of his other historical treatises, and equally valuable. There has been lately a life published by one of his descendants, of the same name, a respectable lawyer at the Chancery Bar. It is, as might be expected from its origin, very tedious, and soon ceases to interest, for the reader perceives that the author is too determined a defender and panegyrist of his ancestor to deserve much attention. The description of Cromwell given by Cowley, his vision, is well known, and this vision is easily reduced, and, as always happens in such cases, is more than reduced, to the standard of propriety and truth by a few calm observations from the reasoning and balancing mind of Mr. Hume. The two paragraphs in the 61st chapter of Hume, the quotation from Cowley, and the comment, contrast agreeably enough the opposite merits of Cowley and Hume, of the poet and the philosopher. At the end of the 60th chapter of Hume there is a summary of the whole contest, remarkable, among other accounts, for its admission that the king had in some instances stretched his prerogative beyond its just bounds, and, aided by the Church, had well nigh put an end to all the liberties and privileges of the nation. Thus much for the general topics that belong to this period of our history, and the writings where they may be found. But it is desirable that a more intimate knowledge should be acquired of the revenue that was drawn from the public during these times than can readily be gathered from a perusal of the historians. The work of Sir John Sinclair may be referred to, and ought to be consulted. Our general expectations will appear verified by the details. These show the profligate waste of James I, the infatuated expense and arbitrary impositions of Charles I, and the immense expenditure and embezzlement of the public treasure during the civil wars and the domination of the Protector. These expenses of the Long Parliament and Cromwell have been produced to prove that republics are not less expensive than arbitrary governments. But no conclusion, either favorable or otherwise, can be drawn from cases of this kind, where republics are struggling for existence amid wars domestic and foreign, in a situation necessarily exposed to every species of mismanagement and irregularity. The question should rather be, whether republics or arbitrary governments are most liable to official extortion and plunder, and which are most disposed to engage in wars. And arguments must be drawn from the conduct of each, when in a state of composure, and at liberty to follow the real genius of their respective constitutions. A far more accurate conclusion may be drawn from these financial details with respect to the endless miseries that must have been occasioned by these civil wars, miseries such as appeared in no siege or field of battle, and such as no historian has delineated, or could delineate. We see, in the abstract of the money raised from 1640 to 1659, 3 millions and a half from sequestrations of the lands from bishops, deans, and inferior clergy for 4 years. Another article is 1 million and a half for the tenths of all the clergy, and other exactions from the church, and this at a time when the millions of the subject did not roll into the exchequer in the countless progressions of modern times. Yet, even in these times of our ancestors, when the general affluence of the country was comparatively insignificant, the figures of Sir John Sinclair still move onward into rows of dreadful millions, and in the following manner: sale of church lands, £10,000,000. Sequestrations of the estates and compositions with private individuals in England, 4,500,000. Compositions with delinquents, as in the jargon of civil hate they were denominated, those in Ireland, 1 million. And for the sale of the estates of those in England, more than 2 million. For the sale of Irish lands, more than 1 million. A long list, this, in all of more than 23 million pounds, every item of which is indicative of domestic wretchedness. Nothing is here included of subsidies, poll money, assessments, and other levies, which were 60 million pounds more. These are articles of account that in every shilling of them, to the amount of these 23 million pounds, suppose the loss of prosperity, families reduced, the scenes of private tranquillity filled with alarm and terror, the comforts of society at an end, and the affluent, the aged, and the defenseless often thrown into a world of violence, to encounter privation, poverty, and every sad mutation of fortune that can sink the comfort or try the patience of the human heart. Such are the afflicting monuments of civil and religious hatred. We do not speak of the thousands that perished by sickness or the sword. Upon the death of Oliver, the protectorate was quietly transferred to his son, and he received addresses from all quarters that left him to expect the peaceable possession of his honors. But the sky was soon overcast. He had fallen upon evil days, was unfit to control the soldiery, and, after consulting with Thurlow and other experienced counselors, to learn how he could best maintain his authority, too amiable to contend for power by the sanguinary measures which were proposed to him, and too rational perhaps to be much concerned about the loss of it, he dissolved the Parliament which he had assembled, the only civil authority that existed, and therefore the only power that could be friendly to him, and left Fleetwood, Disbrowe, and the army to dispose of the affairs of the public as they thought proper. Monk was in Scotland with an army, and nothing very certain was known about him, but that Lambert and he were no friends. End of section 45. Section 46 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 17. Cromwell, Monk, the Regicides, etc., Part 3. And now it was that the nation very narrowly escaped the greatest of all evils, the contentions of rival generals at the head of their armies, the plusquam civilia bella. Happily, the officers that Cromwell left behind him were none of them, like himself, fit to rule the world when it was wildest. Of this Monk might be sufficiently aware. Lambert only could have been an object of apprehension to him. Monk must have been also aware that not only the Cavaliers, but all the Presbyterians, constituting together, as he must have suspected, a large majority of the nation, longed ardently for the restoration of the monarchy. His own opinions, or at least ideas of interest, probably inclined the same way. His line of conduct was, therefore, clear. That is, clear to such a man. He could attain to no real consequence but by overpowering Lambert and the officers. That danger he had to risk, and that only. The Parliament which they had collected, and which was the remainder of the Long Parliament, were decided Republicans. Those he could easily keep on good terms with, for they were on bad terms with their masters, the army. And in the meantime, by marching to London, he could ascertain, as he passed through the country and the city, the real wishes of the people of England, and be prepared to provide for his own safety and fortunes on every turn of the political wheel, whether to monarchy or republicanism. The result was that, with far less difficulty than could possibly have been expected, he restored the young king to the throne of his ancestors. Monk was a leader of armies and of fleets, and upon every occasion displayed the most consummate valor. Yet is he never considered as a hero. So inseparable from our idea of heroism is that fearless sincerity, that open, impetuous generosity, which formed, in fact, no part of his character. The services of Monk were of the most solid and striking nature. He rescued his country from the domination of an army that had grown invincible among the civil wars, and that lived upon her ruin. Yet has Monk never been honored with the appellation of a patriot, for he interested not himself in her laws and liberties, and temporized till he seemed to follow, rather than to lead, the current of public sentiment. Monk was originally the friend of Cromwell. He was employed by the Republic. He received their pay, and led their armies. He has been, therefore, denied even the common praise of a gentleman and a soldier, integrity and honor. So deep a shade will always involve the fame of him who has ever, in politics, obviously shifted his ground, and at last adopted, whether from a real change of principle or not, the side which was favorable to his interest. These sweeping decisions of mankind on the characters of public men are not to be regretted. Public men should be taught that their virtues are at all events to be clear and intelligible, that their conduct is to explain itself. Such expectations in the community are the best discipline that public men can conform to. Even when this discipline has had its full effect, under every form of government, the public men will always be too much disposed to sink themselves beneath their own natural standard of excellence, to be satisfied with wishes and intentions, rather than positive exertions and acts of service, and to be too ready unworthily to yield to the suggestions of shuffling meanness and ingenious self-interest. The historian, indeed, may come afterwards with the exercise of that candor and intelligence which can never be expected from the public, and it may be his province, and his more proper province, to make his distinctions and explanations, and to weigh out in his faithful balance those more minute and doubtful portions of merit that belong to the characters he has to estimate. It may be for him finally to decide what there is of virtue in the vicious, and of fault in the virtuous. In the instance before us, therefore, it is but justice to the memory of a man who acted so important a part in our history as Monk did, not slightly to disregard the representation of his character by Hume. It is too favorable, but it is easily contrasted with the severer estimates of opposite writers. There is a life of Monk by his chaplain Price, which I have at length been able to procure, but it disappointed me. There is another by his chaplain Dr. Gumble, who was originally connected with the Cromwells, and writes like a violent royalist. Violence, on a change of party or character, is not indeed very unusual, and it is as disgraceful at last as it was at first. Gumble's narrative is interesting. From his subject, and connection with Monk, it could not be otherwise. But his account is, after all, what might be expected from the known facts of the history, and the particulars are interwoven into Hume's more concise account. There is also a history of Monk by Webster, or rather by Dr. Skinner, Monk's physician, for Webster is only the editor of the doctor's manuscript. This work is also a minute and favorable account of Monk and the Restoration. Gumble's life, at least, should be looked at, as it is always quoted. Monk is represented by these writers as always resolved in secret to restore, if possible, the monarchy. But as this, from his professions and dissimulation, must always be doubtful, the clear merit of Monk is, that he effected, without bloodshed and completely, that which it was most desirable should be done by someone, and which at the time could be so done only by himself. This is his clear merit. But the clear accusation against him is the heavy one of selfishness and baseness. He received his commission and his army from the Republicans, then converted them to the purpose of restoring royalty. And above all, he immediately afterwards sat in a court where Republicans were tried for their lives and condemned. But another capital fault in him was, that he made no effort for the security of the liberties of his country, either publicly by stipulations made with the king before he came over, or privately by expectations intimated to him in the communications that took place previously to the Restoration. His great praise was his advice to the king from the first to pass an act of indemnity on the past offenses of his subjects. But even this advice, it must be confessed, was at the time, both for himself and the sovereign, the best policy, as the soldiers and officers who had dethroned Charles I might otherwise have been rendered desperate. This part of the history is drawn up with great ability by Hume. It may be read in conjunction with the parliamentary proceedings, and the Journal of Whitlock now contains more passages than usual, which, however short, are most valuable, from being so descriptive of the times. His papers seem to have been burnt by his wife, in some moment of very natural alarm. Still, there remains the journal, marked occasionally with those lively touches of personal observation and feeling which can be given only by an actor in the scene. Whitlock was from the first right in his judgment. He took Fleetwood aside, predicted the conduct of Monk, and told him that he must either immediately vanquish him in the field, or anticipate him in an accommodation with the young king. Whitlock's memorials were published by the Earl of Anglesey in 1682. He took considerable liberties with the manuscript. Another edition was published in 1732, which restored many important passages struck out by the Earl, and hence the different price of the two editions, 10 shillings or 5 guineas. Hume always refers to the old or truncated edition. See Disraeli, page 144, Volume 1 of Second Series of Curiosities of Literature. The representations of the two Republicans, Ludlow and Hutchinson, are also now more than ever interesting. The difficulty of the Republican party was always the same, and always insurmountable. They never could attain to power without the support of the army, and they then could never retain the army in civil obedience. But the ardor with which they pursued their republic is very remarkable, and it seems to have blinded them to all the interests of the Constitution and of themselves. An important distinction existed in their opinions. Ludlow was prepared to borrow assistance for his political measures from the army. Hutchinson's republicanism was more pure and intelligent. He always considered such expedients as unlawful and unfit to be resorted to. We follow, therefore, Hutchinson to his retirement with stronger feelings of respect than Ludlow to his exile. Having now passed through the usurpation of Cromwell, the speedy fall of his son, and the failure of the Republican party, I must briefly notice, before I conclude my lecture, the opening scenes of the Restoration. On the restoration of the king, as public opinion is ever in extremes, the probability was that the liberties of the country would be laid by the parliaments at the feet of the monarch. But this cannot with any propriety be said of the first Parliament, the Convention or Restoration Parliament. They sat from May to the end of the year. They passed an act, or rather confirmed an act of the Long Parliament, for taking away the courts of wards and liveries, together with tenures in capite, knights' service, tenures in purveyance. This was the great legislative merit of the Long Parliament, to which I alluded in my last lecture as one not sufficiently noticed by historians. I must again refer you to the notebook on the table. They were careful of grants of the public money. They did not make the king independent of the Parliament, either by the revenue which they fixed upon him, or the standing force which they suffered to remain. Though, in exchange for this court of wards, they allowed him for life, and very reasonably, a grant of particular imposts on ale, beer, and other liquors, and left him Monk's regiment, about 4,000 men, which were not disbanded. A standing force, no doubt, that, however small, was still a precedent, and as such, dangerous. I stop for a moment to observe that the question of a standing army is very different in different situations of society. Our situation now, in the midst of our large manufacturing towns and counties, is very different from what it was in certain periods of our history. Our liberties, that is, the regular administration of the laws and the maintenance of order, can now be secured only by the very same sort of force by which before they might have been endangered. Now, one of the great reasons why the general maxims of the Constitution were at this very critical period tolerably preserved must have been that so large a number of the Presbyterians had been elected into the Parliament. An important obligation this, which, as their faults are remembered, should not be forgotten. The King and Parliament met and parted with mutual expressions of kindness. And after we have travelled through the horrors of a civil war, through all the ill-timed perseverance of the one party, the deplorable cant of the other, and the intolerance of all, it is very pleasing to us to hear at last the Parliament claiming to themselves the title of the Healing Parliament, and the Chancellor Clarendon, in one of his speeches, declaring that the King was a suitor to them, that he made it his suit very heartily, that they would join with him in restoring the whole nation to its primitive temper and integrity, to its old good manner, its old good humor, and its old good nature. It is on occasions like these that the character of this minister is so attractive and respectable. It is understood that, even during the sitting of this Parliament, he dissuaded the King from an attempt to procure an independent revenue for life. And on the whole, it sufficiently appears that he never failed, while he possessed any influence, to use it to purposes the most noble, by recalling his sovereign's mind, whenever a fair opportunity offered, to those great principles and free maxims of the English Constitution which, as the Chancellor's good sense and bitter experience had told him, were not only the safeguard of the liberty of the subject, but the best security of the Crown. The mind of the Chancellor was ardent, and when the punishment of the Regicides came to be decided upon, his own sufferings and those of his first unhappy master made him, and still more the court and the lords, but too much forget the recommendations he had so well expressed in his speeches. The trials of these state criminals are not long, and must by all means be read. Curious particulars are mentioned in them respecting the trial and condemnation of Charles, and the views and conduct of Cromwell and his adherents. But the great feature of the whole is the frightful enthusiasm of these misguided men. Frightful, because society can never be considered as perfectly safe, since human nature appears, from instances like these, capable of so wide a departure from all sobriety and reason. The observation of Hume, which from him might be at first suspected, will be found true, that no saint or confessor ever went to martyrdom with more assured confidence of heaven than was expressed by those criminals, even when the terrors of immediate death, joined to many indignities, were set before them. "I followed not my own judgment," said Harrison, on his trial. "I did what I did as out of conscience to the Lord. May be I might be a little mistaken, but I did it all according to the best of my understanding, desiring to make the revealed will of God in his holy scriptures as a guide to me." Page 320. "I can say," cried Carew, another of the Regicides, "in the presence of the Lord, who is the searcher of all hearts, that what I did was in his fear, and I did it in obedience to his holy and righteous laws." "I take God to witness," said Scott, "I have often, because it was spoken well of by some, and ill by others, I have by prayers and tears often sought the Lord, that, if there were iniquity in it, he would show it me." Page 336. This man, in the interval which passed between the going and returning of the sledge that was first to take his fellow sufferer to execution, and afterwards himself, fell asleep. Of all spectacles, the most alarming to a reflecting mind is the feebleness of reason to oppose religious or even political enthusiasm. Not only the vulgar, but men of education the most liberal, of talents the most brilliant, men like Sir Harry Vane, are almost equally exposed to these fatal eclipses of the understanding. Every protection that can be afforded to us by the powers of reasoning has been offered to us by Locke, in his observations on enthusiasm. Practically, there seems nothing to be added, in the way of caution, but in religion never to lose sight of morality, and in political speculation never to depart from the great leading forms and maxims of the Constitution. These humble principles, however, so obvious and so safe, are soon despised by men of ardent temperament, and it is the first symptom of religious or political enthusiasm to deny or disregard them. The feelings of the public do not appear to have been outraged by the horrid mode of the execution of these regicides, and as they would be so at the present day, the national humanity must be considered as having most materially improved, an indication, this, of improvement in many other important points. With respect to the number that were put to death, the conclusion is, on the whole, considering the nature of these times and the occasion, tolerably favorable to the court and to the kingdom. About 13 were executed, but most of the regicides lost their estates, and of those who did not fly, many were kept to die in imprisonment, and very improper cruelty seems here to have been exercised. Men must, no doubt, be deterred from crimes against the state by positive punishments. But the more complete and wide the acts of indemnity and oblivion are made in national dissensions, the better. The rancor of contending parties is thus softened. What is of still more consequence, the returns to peace in the course of national contests are afterwards more practicable. The great impediment to conciliation is always that the parties dare not trust each other. He who draws his sword against the prince must throw away the scabbard. The steps between the prisons and graves of princes are few. These maxims, the dreadful maxims of civil dispute, have been the cause of more misery and destruction to sovereigns and their subjects than all the real causes of contention that ever existed between them. The history of our country during these wars was not defiled by those massacres, assassinations, proscriptions, or, with the exception of the execution of the king, with those outrages which have marked the progress of civil and religious fury in other countries and ages. A striking testimony to the merits of the English Constitution, which alone could have infused into all ranks those manly feelings which are so indispensably necessary to the maintenance of honorable warfare. An indirect proof, at the same time, that the Constitution had not been of the arbitrary nature that was by some supposed. This lecture was written many years ago, and there has been lately published a work on this subject by Mr. Godwin. It should by all means be read. It is always interesting, and sometimes contains anecdotes and passages that are curious and striking. Godwin is always a powerful writer, and above all, it is the statement of the case of the Republicans. But, on the whole, in these volumes of Godwin there is no sufficient intimation given of the religious hypocrisy and cant of the Presbyterians first, or of the Independents and Cromwell afterwards. The history is an effort in favor of the Republicans of those times, founded on the paramount merit of a republic at all times. It is also very nearly a panegyric of Cromwell, certainly so, as far as regard for the Republicans admitted. From these pages it may be collected that Charles was never sincere, that is, would never have adhered to any engagements, if he could have helped it, that the Presbyterians sacrificed everything to their hatred of episcopacy, as Charles did to his love of it, that the English nation was never sufficiently republican for the purposes of the Independents, afterwards, that Cromwell could never manage Royalists, Presbyterians, and Republicans, all of whom united against him. It is not sufficiently shown how Cromwell contrived to manage those whom he did manage. All is made to depend on his personal powers of persuasion. But it is plain that his was an unsuccessful usurpation, after all. End of section 46. Section 47 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 18, Charles II, Part 1. Towards the close of my last lecture, I alluded to the opening scenes of the Restoration. I then reminded you of the remark that political reasoners have always made on occasions of this nature, that, as mankind are ever in extremes, their resistance or rebellion no sooner ceases and changes into obedience than their obedience becomes servility, and that such renewals of an ancient government form an epoch of all others the most critical and dangerous to the liberties of a people. The scenes that took place everywhere in the metropolis and through the kingdom during the first stages of the Restoration certainly confirmed such general conclusions. To a certain degree, so did even the proceedings of the Restoration Parliament. Still, it must be allowed that more care was taken of the liberties of the subject by the House of Commons than the general principles of human nature would have led us to expect. And this, as I then observed, is an important merit that belongs to the Presbyterians, who constituted so large a portion of its members, particularly to Sir Matthew Hale, the judge so justly celebrated. Hale is understood not to have been wanting to his country at this memorable period. He endeavored to take proper securities for the Constitution, to come to some understanding with the king on this subject before he was finally restored. But all proposals of this kind were overruled. You will do well, therefore, to observe the events that followed in consequence of these securities not having been taken. You will observe the conduct of the king through the whole of his reign, and finally the revolution that at length became necessary, in the short space of less than 30 years, and that, at this revolution, the patriotic party did only take such securities as Sir Matthew Hale would probably have proposed at the Restoration. You will then make your own inferences with respect to the propriety of all principles of general confidence, when interests so delicate, so fugitive, so important are concerned as those of civil liberty. Men of peaceable dispositions and refined minds are always the first to countenance these principles of general confidence in rulers and government. They are the very men, as I have once before observed, who should be the last. For they are the very men who, of all others, would stand most aghast, when things were at last driven to the dreadful alternative either of asserting the liberties of a people by force, or losing them forever. We now proceed to the history of the reign. The first Parliament, the Convention or Restoration Parliament, was soon dissolved, and a new and regular Parliament was immediately summoned, and met in May 1661. This was the Pensionary Parliament, as it was called, the Parliament that sat afterwards for so many years. Great exertions had been made by Clarendon in the elections, and it is understood that only about 53 of the Presbyterian interest were returned. The settlement of the nation after the rebellion was the great work before them, and was in fact entrusted to Lord Clarendon. This settlement was principally to be directed to two main points. In the first place, the state of the property was to be adjusted. Great transmutations had taken place, amid the rapine and confiscations, forced sales and purchases, which had been made under the authority of Parliament and the Protectorate. The adherents of the king were visibly those who had suffered during the commotions. This subject is left in great perplexity by the account of Clarendon, but, comparing this account with other representations, to be found in a note in Harris's Life of Charles II, Volume 1, page 370. On the whole, it may be concluded that such property as had been torn from the royal party, and was still in any very visible and distinguishable shape, was, after some delay and management, seized upon by the state and restored to its original owners. The crown lands, for instance, the church lands, were taken from those who had purchased and held on parliamentary titles, and some of the estates of the great families were recovered. But, on the whole, the good sense and legal education of Clarendon, and the natural fears of the king lest his throne should be endangered, concurred in producing the Acts of Indemnity and Oblivion. These were passed in the Restoration Parliament, and immediately confirmed on the meeting of the new Parliament. By these acts men seem to have been in general secured in the possession of their estates and property, as they then stood, with such exceptions as I have alluded to, and so endless a subject of contention was forever put to rest. The next great subject was one of even more difficulty, the final settlement of the Church. The Church government had become Presbyterian. Was it to remain so? Was it to be modified? The circumstances were these. In England, intolerance had run, as in other countries, its natural course. First, between the Papists and Protestants, as you will see in Fox's Martyrs, and Dodd's Church History. The Church of England under Elizabeth had waged war also with the Puritans, still more so under James I, and again, yet more violently, under the direction and counsels of Charles I and Laud. All this you will see in Neale's History of the Puritans. You will easily make out from the prefaces what the chapters contain. In the Great Rebellion, however, it had happened that the Presbyterians had established themselves, and they persecuted the members of the Church of England in their turn. On this head, Walker's Sufferings of the Clergy may be consulted. A few pages of the work, where the author gives a general computation of the numbers who suffered, and a few more where he describes the different cases, will be a sad and sufficient specimen of the subject. Finally, under these mutual injuries, the members of the Church of England, who had been so distressed and overcome, were now once more triumphant by the event of the Restoration. Such were the circumstances when the final settlement of the whole awaited the direction of Clarendon. Now, that the establishment should be suffered to continue as it then stood, to continue Presbyterian, was not to be expected. The Chancellor had succeeded to the controversial opinions of his unfortunate master, Charles I. A large description of laymen and divines concurred with him, all, like himself, long and highly exasperated with the Presbyterians, and the king, in the meantime, was, in secret, chiefly anxious that in the settlement some kindness and service might be rendered to the Roman Catholics. Clarendon and the Church could not assent to those theological tenets which they considered as false, nor could, in like manner, the Presbyterians to those which they equally considered as unauthorized by the Scriptures. The only question, therefore, was, whether all mention of the points in dispute could not be omitted, and the communion be thus made sufficiently comprehensive to include both. This measure was practicable, for the Presbyterians objected not to the lawfulness of an establishment, and their differences with the Church of England related chiefly, in doctrine, to the particular point of the apostolic origin of episcopacy, and in discipline to some few others of ceremony, such as the wearing of the surplice, and the bowing at the name of Jesus, relics of popery, as they conceived, points which, whether in themselves important or not, became important to the inferior sect, if the superior sect insisted upon them, and if they were not passed over in silence. The question therefore was, whether points of ceremony at least could not be passed over in silence by Clarendon and the Church of England. No adjustment of the kind, however, took place. The misfortune is, that no men have ever yet been able to prevail upon themselves to adopt a system of comprehension, who had it in their power to do otherwise. They cannot bear to omit in silence, for the sake of peace, and on the principles of benevolence and policy, those points which they find disputed. They are rather urged the more, on that account, to establish what they believe to be the doctrines of truth. The love of truth, and impatience of opposition, in this manner become passions that inflame each other, and not only in those who impose the law, but in those who are to receive it, in the inferior as well as the superior sect. Vain, in the meantime, are the convocations, and conferences, and discussions of theologians, and therefore the result of the whole is, that questions of this nature have always been determined, very disgracefully to mankind, merely by the opinions of the strongest sect. In this instance, the Presbyterians, as they were the inferior sect, pressed hard for a comprehension. But their hopes had gradually clouded over after the restoration of the king. Conferences were appointed between their divines and those of the Church of England, which may be judged of by those who pursue this subject through Neale, Baxter, and other writers, but all to no purpose, and the Act of Uniformity was at length passed, the terms of which turned out to be such that the Presbyterian ministers could not conscientiously conform. 2,000 of them, on the day appointed for their final decision, threw up their livings. A memorable sacrifice, no doubt, to principle, after all that can be said, and that has been said, not very liberally, to explain away its merit. Lord Clarendon, in the history of his life, gives a full account of this great measure, and of all the acts of his very important administration. Most of this history of his life is extremely interesting, this part particularly. But along with this account in Clarendon, the work of Neale should be considered. Part of the 4th chapter, and the 5th, 6th, and 7th chapters of the 2nd part of the 2nd volume, should be very attentively read. They are not long, and, with Clarendon, will be sufficient. But Burnet may be afterwards referred to. Since these passing observations were written, the Constitutional History of Mr. Hallam has appeared, where the whole subject is very ably and impartially presented to the reflection of the reader, and must by all means be read. When the student has arrived at the termination of the subject, he ought once more to consider the short, but important, declaration of the king from Breda, and again his declaration after he was restored, in October 1660, when enough was promised for the reconcilement of the moderate of both parties, and nothing more could have been expected, if it had been faithfully executed. It will scarcely be thought that Clarendon and the court were sufficiently observant of the pledges they had there given. All the real spirit and meaning of the king's promises were violated. Clarendon's excuse is not sufficient. It is, that these promises were expressly declared subject to such limitations, exceptions, and modifications as the Parliament should afterwards make. But the acts of Parliament must necessarily be considered, in this case, as those of the king and his ministers, and a splendid opportunity was lost, first, of making a benign and wise effort for avoiding penal statutes, and allaying religious differences, by a scheme of comprehension. Secondly, of exemplifying the high honor and integrity of men in exalted stations, and the solidity, under whatever circumstances, of public engagements. The reign of Charles may be divided into 2 intervals, by the disgrace of Clarendon. The first part we have now slightly touched upon, and my hearers must be referred to Clarendon's own life, and the details of the regular historians, Burnet and Hume and Rapin, for proper information. We must now turn to consider the second interval of the reign, that which begins after the disgrace of Clarendon. Some time after the fall of this constitutional and upright, though not blameless, minister, his merits were fully attested by the dreadful alterations that took place in the councils of the sovereign. The reader instantly perceives, from the first appearance of the celebrated ministry called the Cabal, to the end of Charles's reign, that the most important struggle is still carrying on between the power of the crown and the rights of the people, and that the reign of Charles II is but a sort of supplement to the great rebellion in the time of his father. It is obvious, through the whole of this latter period of the reign, that the interests of Europe are as much abandoned by the court as is all care of the liberties of England. Abroad and at home, the reader's sympathies are excited. The ambition of Louis XIV is seen, determined on the destruction of the Dutch Republic and of every power that can be opposed to its injustice, while Charles, far from assisting the Dutch, seems rather engaged in an equally unprincipled enterprise against the constitution of his own country, and against everything that can be an impediment to his expensive profligacy. The subject, then, of the second part of the reign, the era which succeeded the disgrace of Clarendon, is the corruption of Charles, his connection with Louis XIV, his designs against the civil and religious liberties of this country by means of Louis's assistance. These are the points to which your attention must be directed. These designs were continued all through the reign, and I know not how better to attract your curiosity to this part of the reign, or better to allude to the connection that existed between the two monarchs for the destruction of the liberties of Holland and of England, than by describing to you the books and documents which, when you come to examine the reign, will necessarily claim your perusal. This, therefore, I shall proceed to do. In the first place, it must be observed that not much can be comprehended of the secret and real history of the period that succeeded the administration of Clarendon from the debates in the Houses. They must be read, but they serve rather to illustrate the representations of the historians than to form, themselves, the materials of history. The work of Burnet is to be perused. The reader will there perceive in what colors the scene appeared to a sensible, upright, and very active observer, living at the time. An account of this kind is always quoted by subsequent historians, and has an interest and importance which the reader will soon feel as he proceeds, and which cannot be well described. After considering the pages of Burnet, I would ask the student whether his general conclusion is not this: that the whole of this part of the reign of Charles was a conflict between the crown and the people, originating in the profligacy of the king, which, requiring larger supplies of money than the Commons could or ought to grant, urged him on to the most desperate attempts and practices against the Constitution, rather than deny himself the gratification of his vices, and that it is even very probable, upon the face of Burnet's account, from the nature of a licentious character like this, that he descended to the meanness and criminality of receiving money from Louis, under some disguise or other, sometimes that he might consent to assist, and sometimes that he might not impede, that monarch's unprincipled enterprises on the continent? This, it appears to me, would be the general conclusion, deducible from the acknowledged facts of the times, though not the slightest assistance could be obtained from any private memorials or confidential documents whatever, and this remark I may have occasion to recall to your remembrance hereafter. End of section 47. Section 48 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 18, Charles II, Part 2. After Burnet, we may turn to Hume, and read him in conjunction with the debates in the Houses. Nothing can be more attractive, nothing can more strongly exemplify the charms and the merits of his seductive pages, than his life of Charles II. Ready, however, as every reader will naturally be to give his confidence to so masterly a writer, he cannot but perceive that the character of Charles II, as given by the historian, reflects not to his mind the true image of the original, but resembles rather one of those portraits which we so often see presented to us by the skill of a superior artist, where every grace and beauty that can consist with the likeness is transferred to the canvas, while every, the most inherent, deformity or defect is withdrawn or disguised. It had not escaped the most ordinary politicians in the times of Charles that there must have been some secret alliance between the king and Louis. It was indeed known as a fact to some of the popular leaders. Proofs of the corruption of Charles were at last produced, even in the House of Commons, and became the apparent cause of Danby's impeachment. All the political writers of this period evidently suppose that not only the House of Commons was bribed by the king, but the court itself by France. In the 4th page of the 8th volume of Hume, there is a remarkable passage, in which he says that, on the whole, we are obliged to acknowledge, though there remains no direct evidence of it, that a formal plan was laid for changing the religion and subverting the constitution of England, and that the king and the ministry, the cabal, were in reality conspirators against the people. But after his sagacity and good sense had dragged him into this conclusion, he made inquiries in France, during his residence there, and saw with his own eyes that direct evidence which he had not supposed in existence. This evidence was found in some manuscript volumes kept in the Scotch College at Paris, and which Mr. Hume was permitted to peruse. These manuscript volumes were neither more nor less than a journal written by James II, in his own hand, of his own life, during the most critical period of our history. From such a treasure as this, it is a matter to be lamented, and, indeed, deserving of extreme surprise, that such an historian as Hume did no more than produce a single extract. This extract was important, but it might surely have been conceived that such manuscripts would have opened a boundless field of observation to one who was so capable of remarking on human character and political events. But on some account or other, not explained, and which I think cannot be explained favorably to Hume, he contented himself with adding to his history a single note, and nothing more. There is yet again in Mr. Hume's history a second note on this reign of Charles, page 206, which deserves our attention. This second note is drawn from another source, not from the papers or life of James II, but the papers of Barillon, who was the French ambassador at the time. Charles, towards the close of his reign, dismissed his parliament, says Mr. Hume in his text, and determined to govern by prerogative alone. Whether any money, he continues, was now remitted to England, we do not certainly know. But we may fairly presume that the king's necessities were in some degree relieved by France. And then follows a note, the note I now allude to, in which he gives an extract from one of the letters of Barillon, containing an account of a regular agreement verbally entered into between Charles and Louis, where good services are promised by the one and money by the other, for the purpose, it is said, of putting his Britannic Majesty out of the reach of all constraint from his Parliament, which could interfere with his new engagements with Louis. This curious treaty was communicated to Mr. Hume while in France, and by him to the public. But Mr. Hume gives no account of any further attempt to become acquainted with these dispatches of the French ambassador, which it was evident, however, would unveil, wherever they could be inspected, the most curious scenes of intrigue and corruption. Hume himself thought them important, as appears by one of his letters to Robertson. After the perusal of Mr. Hume, we may turn to the Life of Charles II by Harris. The notes are full of information, and of particulars which the reader may not have an opportunity of selecting from their original sources, or indeed of readily finding in any other manner. The connection of Charles with France, and the dishonorable nature of it, were sufficiently clear to this diligent investigator from the common authorities. But in his note, page 228, volume 2, he extracts a passage from a letter written to him by a friend, who had that morning heard read a letter from a gentleman who, while in France, had been permitted to see the memoirs of King James. His account is the same as Hume's. And now it is observable enough that there is a passage in Voltaire's history of Louis XIV, which Harris quotes, and which tells the reader in a few simple words everything which he can desire to know on this subject, and the sum and substance of everything that there is to be known. Louis, says Voltaire, writing this long before the publication of Dalrymple's history, which I shall hereafter mention, designed the conquest of the Low Countries, which he intended to commence with that of Holland. but England was to be detached. Louis did not find it difficult to engage Charles II in his designs. His passion was to enjoy his pleasures. Louis, who to have money then needed only to speak, promised a great sum to Charles, who could never get any without the sense of his Parliament. The secret treaty concluded between the two kings was, etc. Charles signed everything Louis desired, etc., etc. And then the treaty is given, with the addition of some material circumstances. Such is the important information given by Voltaire. But Voltaire is a writer who, on account of his universality, his liveliness, and his known misrepresentations on sacred subjects, is never believed on any other, further than he is seen, or rather as he never intimates his authorities, which he ought always to have done. Every one believes as much of his historical accounts, or as little, as he thinks proper. The corruption, therefore, of Charles, and his conspiracy against his people, was an historical fact very fairly made out when Mr. Macpherson repaired to Paris, an author not a little celebrated in the literary world, the author or editor of Ossian, one who could find manuscripts or make them, produce or withhold them, and in short, as it was understood, proceed with equal rapidity and success with them or without them. 2 quarto volumes could not fail to be the consequence of this journey. The memoirs of King James could not possibly escape him, and the readers of history were at last gratified with extracts from this interesting performance, and with a regular work, entitled Original Papers, containing the secret history of Great Britain, etc., etc. But when we come to open the volumes of Macpherson, we shall, in the first place, be somewhat dissatisfied with the introduction. Macpherson tells his story, but not with simplicity, while simplicity, detail, minuteness, are, on occasions like this, not only the best test in point of literary composition, but indispensably necessary. For what the reader ought to know, and all that he desires to know, is the exact authority on which he is left to depend. When, in the next place, the papers themselves are consulted, they seem not a journal written by the king himself in the first person, but a narrative where he appears in the third. This, however, might have been the king's mode of writing, and is not decisive. But it is soon observable that the Duchess of Cleveland is mentioned by that name, when the period of which the writer speaks is 9 years and a half before the title was conferred upon her, so that the journal, or narrative, was evidently written, not while the events it alludes to were taking place, but long after. It therefore comes not warm from the heart, has nothing in it of that unpremeditated statement, exhibits none of those prompt and genuine impressions of the moment, which are the great delight and study of the philosopher and historian, whenever they can be surveyed, and is therefore, at all events, not as valuable as might have been expected. In the extracts furnished by Mr. Macpherson, little comment can be found on what are known to be the most critical points of the history of the times, and on the whole, as far as the reign of Charles is concerned, the reader is extremely disappointed in the matter and in the manner, in the author and in the editor, of this journal or narrative, as exhibited by Macpherson. But these memoirs of King James were destined to meet with one inquirer more. The late Mr. Fox, having formed a serious design of writing a more faithful account than he conceived had as yet been given of the great era in our history, the Revolution in 1688, repaired, as Mr. Macpherson had done, to Paris, and the Journal of King James was, of course, one of the objects which occupied his attention. The history of his researches is contained in Lord Holland's preface to Mr. Fox's posthumous work. From this it appears that there was deposited in the Scotch College not only an original journal by King James, but a narrative compiled from it, either by the younger Dryden or one of the superiors of the society, and that it is the narrative from which extracts have been taken by Macpherson, not the journal. Mr. Fox declared, in a private letter to Mr. Lang, that he had made out that Macpherson never saw the journal. And, on turning to Macpherson's introduction, the student will find that, though this skillful artist leads his reader to suppose that he saw this journal and copied it, still that he nowhere exactly says that he ever did see it, and his not having done so, and his wishing to be thought to have done so, have given rise to that want of simplicity in his statement which we have already noticed, and of which the necessity in all such prefaces is thus rendered more than ever apparent. The fate of the original journal is curious. It was burnt from terror under the horrors of the French Revolution, when anything connected with royalty, it was supposed, would be fatal to the possessor. The narrative is still safe, and is in the possession of Dr. Cameron of Edinburgh. Since I wrote the last paragraph, another copy of the narrative has been purchased in Italy. It was published by the direction of the present king, when he was regent, and his merits were very great in first procuring these papers, and in suffering them afterwards to be exhibited to the curiosity of the public. The Life of James II, by James Stanyer Clark, is the title of the book. An article in the Edinburgh Review will give you all proper information. But another publication remains yet to be mentioned, which deservedly excited the attention of the public on its first appearance, and which must always be examined with great care by every inquirer into the constitutional history of England, the second volume of the Memoirs of Dalrymple. You may remember that I have already mentioned a note in Mr. Hume's history, founded on Barillon's dispatches. This note showed clearly the importance of these dispatches of the French ambassador. Sir John Dalrymple obtained permission from the French government to examine these dispatches, and the second volume contains the result of his researches. I shall endeavor to give you some general notion of the nature of these original materials, furnished by Macpherson in the first place, by these Stewart papers in the second, and by Sir John Dalrymple in the third. I have already mentioned why the papers of Macpherson neither are nor could be so interesting as might have been expected, since it is not the king's own journal that the extracts are drawn from, but the narrative which was itself made out of the journal. Yet it is impossible that some curious particulars should not find their way even into a document like this. We see, for instance, Clarendon censured by James for not having made the crown more independent of the Commons in point of revenue, for not repealing the destructive laws of the Long Parliament, etc., etc. Opposition to the court is always considered by James, then Duke of York, as, of course, faction and republicanism. Volume 1, page 50, an account of the celebrated treaty with France, mentioned by Hume, is to be found. It is mentioned more than once with some important particulars. Pages 54-80. The ministers, it is said, contrived a marriage between the Prince of Orange and the Princess Mary, to pacify the Parliament. James against it. And on the most important struggle of the reign, the Bill of Exclusion, there are these words, page 111. Algernon Sidney, and the ablest of the Republican party, said that, if a bill of limitation was once got, they should from that moment think themselves sure of a republic. And these words are subjoined, so the king judged. Now the answer which the king always made to the popular leaders, when they pressed for a bill to exclude the Duke of York from the throne, was this, that he would not exclude him, but would grant any limitations that could be thought necessary. It is clear, therefore, from this extract, that the king was not sincere when he offered limitations, for he could have offered nothing sincerely which he judged would lead to a republic. Page 117. The House of Commons, says the Duke, resolved, at some of their cabals, to begin with the Bill of Exclusion. Either that, or a Bill of Limitations, would be the destruction of the monarchy. It would serve likewise for a precedent to meddle with the succession on all occasions, and make monarchy elective. In page 124 is mentioned the curious agreement between Louis and Charles, quoted from Barillon by Hume. The king's necessities, says the manuscript, forced him to a private treaty with France. £50,000 a quarter were the terms, etc., etc. There is a curious description of Shaftesbury, and of the king's death, and of his conformity to the Roman Catholic religion. And on the whole, the Duke appears as bigoted in his religion, and as arbitrary in his political opinions, as might have been expected. I now allude, secondly, to the Stuart Papers. Macpherson's work is now not a little superseded by the Stuart Papers that have been published. The Life of James II by J. S. Clarke. The same conclusions, however, may be drawn from the whole and from every part of these Stuart Papers. Indeed, this is the most important point of view in which they can be placed. They will in every other respect disappoint you. They are a life of James, and yet there is little or nothing said of the Civil War, or of the Restoration, or of any other particulars to which your curiosity would naturally be directed. Much of the work is occupied with that part of the Duke's life that was passed on the Continent. But these papers are still perfectly valuable, because they everywhere confirm the reasonings and justify the opinions that have been formed by historians and statesmen on the critical topics of these times: the corruption of Charles, the bigoted and arbitrary nature of James, and the necessity of the Revolution of 1688. Wise and good men have not been at all deceived, as it is now evident from these papers. They vary, however, much in their importance in different places, and if you will only look well at the margin, and consider the subject matter of the page before you, you will easily separate what is trifling from what is instructive, and in this manner find it an easy and even short task to read these 2 quarto volumes, large as they may appear. And now it must be observed that it is a point of some literary curiosity, at least, to determine what were the proceedings of Macpherson when he went to the Scotch College. In the work he has given to the public, whole paragraphs appear, verbatim, as they now appear in these Stuart Papers. In general, the extracts given by Macpherson are abridged from the Stuart Papers. You may easily compare the corresponding passages in the 2 works. But there are passages in Macpherson that I do not see in these Stuart Papers. They are taken from Carte and others. Whence they were originally derived by Carte and others is not very clear. Carte was a Jacobite, left his papers to the Bodleian Library at Oxford, and Macpherson availed himself of them. These matters are, however, of less importance, now that we have got in the Stuart Papers an authentic document, containing always the sentiments and views either of James himself, or of those who were in his court and in his confidence, and who had, therefore, the same opinions with himself. But the character of Macpherson seems at an end. He endeavored to deceive the public, and to make them believe that the extracts he gave were from the king's own journal. This they were not. He never saw the journal, as I have before mentioned. He made extracts from the Stuart Papers, and additions from those of Carte. I will now give you some general specimen of the information which you may derive from the work of Dalrymple. I will endeavor to exhibit to you their references to a few of the more striking particulars of the reign. It appears from these papers that Charles made a treaty with the French king, to which only the Roman Catholic part of the cabal were privy, Lord Arlington and Lord Clifford, not Shaftesbury, Buckingham, and Lauderdale. Charles was to get £200,000 for declaring himself a Roman Catholic, was to receive £800,000 per annum during the Dutch War, and was to be assisted with troops, if his subjects rebelled, which was called being engaged in domestic wars. But as Louis meant only to seize upon the Low Countries and destroy Holland, and cared not for Charles or his concerns any further than they could be made subservient to his own, it was next the effort of the French ministry to persuade Charles to begin with a war in Holland, and to postpone his domestic plans till the successful termination of the enterprise on the continent. This duplicity the Duke of York saw through, and remonstrated, but in vain. The Duchess of Orleans was sent over by Louis with a French mistress, and it was soon agreed by Charles that the treaty should be executed in the order that the French monarch wished. That is, that Holland should be destroyed in the first place. A second treaty was then concluded, to which the Protestant part of the cabal were made privy, though they had not been to the first treaty. The second was to the same purport as the first, but with one important omission: the king's intentions with respect to the Roman Catholic religion. This last treaty, whenever alluded to by the king and the duke in their communications with each other, went under the name of the Sham Treaty, and Buckingham and Shaftesbury, who thought themselves, no doubt, the first men of talents at the time, were, on this occasion, as they knew nothing of the first treaty, the dupes of their sovereign. The reasonings on which the king and the French ambassador proceeded are curious. "Tell your people," says Barillon, page 68, "that you will get their trade from the Dutch, who were represented as insatiably greedy. The merchants will be satisfied with this commercial reason. Your brave officers and soldiers will be occupied in the war with Holland. The sectaries will be in good humor with you, for the toleration you are to grant them. Your counsel are already committed. They will do their duty to you. They will keep those of the Parliament to it with whom they have credit. You may then, in the midst of a successful war with Holland, declare yourself a Catholic. There will be no grounds to fear," etc., etc. But, in the midst of all these plots and projects, the Prince of Orange came over from Holland, probably to make out what was the meaning of the late visit from the Duchess of Orleans, the journeys of Buckingham to Paris, etc., etc. The Prince of Orange, afterwards William III., was therefore now to be practiced upon. But the French ambassador writes to Louis that Charles finds him so passionate a Dutchman and Protestant that nothing could be made of him. And now begins a pleasant consultation, whether the Parliament should be assembled. "No," says the Duke of Buckingham. "No," says the Duke of York. "Do not call them till we are successful in Holland, and till we can obtain by force what we cannot by mildness." Page 80. We have next notifications from the French ambassador to Louis of the manner in which he had disposed of what he calls the marks of the king's esteem and distinction, that is, the French bribes to Charles's ministers. And in this manner, it seems, were to be intrigued away, for the gratification of the profligacy of one monarch and the ambition of another, the liberties of England and the existence of the Republic of Holland. End of section 48. Section 49 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 18, Charles II, Part 3. You will now, I conceive, be fully enabled to comprehend the general tenor of these original documents, and their connections with the history of the reign. The transactions of the reign, as I have already observed, I cannot further allude to, and such extracts as I have given, and such references as I have made to different books and papers, must be considered as the only allusions I can make to the particulars of the reign after the disgrace of Clarendon, and before Lord Shaftesbury and the exclusionists claim our attention. But there is one transaction so remarkable that I may select it from the rest, and allude to it more distinctly. This is the King's declaration on ecclesiastical affairs, the declaration that brought the struggle between Charles II and the virtuous part of the Parliament and nation to a sort of crisis. After alluding to this singular affair, and once more to a few passages in Barillon's dispatches, I shall conclude. It is probable that Charles cared as little for what Louis called his glory as Louis did for Charles's authority over his subjects. But Charles hated the Dutch, and he hated his parliaments, as he did everything that was an impediment to his own vicious indulgences. So he was sincerely desirous to be arbitrary, that he might have money without either the trouble of asking for it or the inconvenience of accounting for it. Depending, therefore, on the assistance of Louis and his own ministry, he hesitated not to undertake the establishment of a regular system of arbitrary power, and he began by publishing a declaration of indulgence to nonconformists. It is now very important to observe the conduct of the House of Commons on this occasion. We cannot but be taught how necessary it is for that House, and for all Englishmen, to be scrupulously faithful to the great principles of the Constitution, whenever they appear to be in the least disturbed. The King's declaration proposed to do only what every humane and intelligent man would wish to have done, to extend relief to nonconformists, to dispense occasionally with the penal statutes that operated so severely against them. The King, however, made use of the following expressions in his declaration of indulgence: that he had a supreme power in ecclesiastical matters, and that he suspended the penal laws, in matters ecclesiastical, against whatever sort of nonconformists; and in his speech to the Parliament, that he should take it very ill to receive contradiction in what he had done, and that, to deal plainly with them, he was resolved to stick to his declaration. Such were the words of the King. But, said a member of the House of Commons, if the King can dispense with all penal laws, he may dispense with all laws. And finally the Parliament, in an address to the King, represented to His Majesty, in short, that penal statutes, in matters ecclesiastical, could not be suspended but by Act of Parliament. The King and the House of Commons were therefore at issue. The King in his answer declared that he was very much troubled to find his power was questioned, that this had not been done in the reigns of any of his ancestors, that he did not pretend to the right of suspending any laws, wherein the properties, rights, or liberties of any of his subjects were concerned, but to take off the penalties the statutes inflicted upon the dissenters, nor did he preclude the advice of his Parliament. These softening expressions were sufficient to satisfy many of the members of the House, but the major and sounder part were not so to be appeased, and the House returned to the charge. They represented to His Majesty that his answer was not sufficient to clear their apprehensions, that His Majesty had claimed a power which, if admitted, would alter the legislative power, which had always been acknowledged to reside in His Majesty and the two Houses of Parliament. The parties were therefore still at issue. Besides his usual guards, the King had an army encamped at Blackheath, under the command of Marshal Schomberg, and the French King, it may be remembered, had stipulated to afford assistance, if force became requisite. Here then was a crisis truly awful, and as the connection between the French court and Charles could not but have been observed, for the arms of England were visibly combined in the most unnatural manner with those of France against the independence of Holland, this crisis must have been sufficiently understood by all the intelligent and virtuous part of the community, that is, by all those who did not wilfully suffer themselves to be blinded by some base interest of their own, or some stupid principle of general confidence. In this situation the King applied to the House of Lords, and the Lords did not, as Hume and other writers represent, take the part of the Commons against the King, for they received His Majesty's communication very favourably, and the King replied to their address in the following manner: My Lords, I take this address of yours very kindly, and will always be affectionate to you, and I expect that you shall stand by me, as I will always by you. But notwithstanding this disgraceful alliance, offensive and defensive, it appears that 30 peers, and this shows the importance of virtuous minorities, had protested against the courtly address of the House. And though Lord Clifford, one of the cabal, had made a furious speech against the Commons, and though Lord Shaftesbury had done everything for the court that they could wish, as far as the Dutch war was concerned, having made a speech, in his character of Chancellor, with which he was reproached to his last hour. Still, when the whole cause in which he had so seriously engaged came to the last critical turn, this very Shaftesbury, to the astonishment of the whole House, and of the Duke of York and the King, who were present, rose up in his place and declared that he differed toto cielo from his colleague, that he submitted his reason to the House of Commons, so loyal and affectionate, etc., etc. And the Lords, on their meeting the next day, and not before, thought proper to do no more than thank the King for referring the points now controverted to a parliamentary way by bill, that being a good and natural course for satisfaction therein. In the result, the King very wisely broke the seals of the Declaration, appeased the House of Commons, and gave way. It is a curious point in history to determine what could induce Shaftesbury to make this most fortunate but most unexpected turn. Hume does not appear to have considered the conduct of this powerful man, on this great occasion, with sufficient attention. In like manner, it is not readily ascertained why Charles did not persevere. It may, however, be made out from Dalrymple and other sources that Arlington betrayed the secret of the first treaty to Shaftesbury, and that Shaftesbury must thus have seen that he had been deceived by the king. It appears, too, that the Commons had severely questioned, which again shows the importance of constitutional jealousy, Shaftesbury's illegal proceedings, as Chancellor, with respect to the writs of election, and that this had alarmed him. Finally, there is exhibited in Dalrymple proof of a very remarkable interference of France, and a letter from the ambassador to Louis, to inform him that he had prevailed with Charles to recall his declaration of indulgence. The king's speech, says the French ambassador's letter to his court, was followed with cries and acclamations of joy from the whole Parliament. The whole people, he continues, who were already greatly alarmed with the apprehension of a civil war, made bonfires in every street, upon this happy reconciliation of the king and Parliament. But it was not by such honest effusions, such affecting indications of the wish of the people, if possible, to be on terms of kindness with their sovereign, that the conduct of this detestable monarch was to be influenced. And we see through the remainder of Dalrymple's memoirs the same base and unprincipled conspiracy carried on against the liberties of mankind, and the same senseless disregard, both in Charles and the renowned Louis, of everything that could form the proper glory and honor of their reigns. It is not, however, without the most heartfelt triumph that we observe, in this instance at least, the abominable machinations of the king and his ministers and the French court dissipated and destroyed by the steady integrity and constitutional proceedings of an English House of Commons, and that we see also the Dutch Republic, though astonished, borne down, and evidently now at the last gasp, rescued at length from slavery and annihilation by the generous despair of its citizens and the heroic patriotism of the Prince of Orange. This most slight and imperfect sketch of a particular, though most important, transaction may serve to give some general intimation of what may be expected from a study of the reign of Charles, and it may give you also some notion of the assistance that may be derived from these papers. But if anything can attach us more to the constitution of our country, and explain to us more particularly the value of the rights and the importance of the duties of the House of Commons, it is this reign, and it is these memoirs of Dalrymple. The king was ready, if necessary, to destroy the Constitution rather than be thwarted. The presumptive heir of the crown had no dearer wish. The people were prepared for subjection by the horrors which they had lately seen result from resistance to the crown. No impediment was opposed but the Parliament, or rather the House of Commons. The House itself was suffered to continue for 18 years. A great portion of its members were practiced upon. A large number of them notoriously bribed. Still the king neither did nor could succeed in his nefarious enterprises, and the patriotic leaders never entirely lost the cause of the Constitution, till, on the dissolution of Parliament, and on their being left without the means of constitutional resistance, they turned their thoughts to open insurrection. To open insurrection, though the people had taken part against them, and clearly ranged themselves on the side of the sovereign. I shall conclude this lecture with observing that, through the whole of these memoirs, it is quite gratifying to observe the manner in which the French ambassador and the English negotiators speak and reason about the Parliament. When that enemy is once secured, all is supposed to be safe. In addition to the passages already mentioned, expressions of this kind occur. Page 80. I found the Duke of York, says Barillon, in the same sentiments with the Duke of Buckingham with regard to the meeting of the Parliament, having told me of himself, that, if his advice was followed, they would be very cautious of assembling it. Page 99. The King has agreed, September 1674, either to prorogue his Parliament till April 1675, in consideration of 500,000 crowns, or, if he convenes it in November, to dissolve it, in case it should refuse to give him money, in consideration of which he is to have a pension of 100,000 pounds from France. All this, it seems, was to enable France to carry on the war, undisturbed by the English Parliament. Page 105. The King of England having convened the Duke of York, the Duke of Lauderdale, and the High Treasurer, Danby, to confer with them upon the paper which your Majesty knows of. This last minister asked time to examine it before he gave his opinion upon it. In fine, the Treasurer has been to see the Duke of Lauderdale, to whom he has represented the risk they should run of losing their heads, if they alone were to deliberate upon the treaty, and to sign it. Sire, your Majesty may well see by all that has passed in this affair, that the King of England is in a manner abandoned by his ministers, even the most confidential. The Treasurer fears the Parliament much more than his master. It will be difficult to conceive that a king should be so abandoned by his subjects. The Parliaments are to be feared, and it is a kind of miracle to see a king, without arms and money, resist them so long. Page 112. The English king insists for 800,000 crowns, in consideration of which he offers to prorogue the Parliament. Page 235. The King of England tells me that it is time your Majesty should take a resolution, and determine yourself to assist him with a sum of money which might put him in a condition not to receive law from his subjects. I took this occasion to beg His Britannic Majesty to explain his intentions with regard to the sitting of Parliament, etc., etc. The King, it seems, answered that he had dissolved the last Parliament, and could put off the meeting of a new one till he could judge of its dispositions to him, but that he could not entirely dispense with them, because he could not hope that the French king would furnish all the sums necessary to support him long without their assistance. I told him, says Barillon, that the meetings of Parliament always appeared to me very dangerous, etc., etc. In another place, Barillon observes, "What I write to your Majesty will appear, without doubt, very extraordinary, but England has no resemblance to other countries. Happy was it for England that this was the case, and long may unprincipled men like these find everything to surprise them in its virtuous people and in its free constitution." End of section 49. Section 50 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 19, Charles II, Part 1. In my last lecture, after calling your attention to the earlier part of the reign of Charles II. While the measures of his government were directed by Clarendon, I endeavor to give you some general notion of the second part of the same reign, and more particularly of the information that might be collected respecting it from different publications, and above all from the papers of Dalrymple. This second part of his reign is marked by the constitutional struggle between Charles and the patriotic party, and may itself be divided into two parts. During this first part of the struggle, that to which I have already referred, not only were the liberties of this country in a state of the most extreme peril, but, in consequence of the ambition of Louis XIV. And his connection with Charles, the liberties of Holland also, and the interests of all Europe. I must now allude to what I consider as the remaining part of this contest between Charles and the friends of civil freedom, when the patriotic leaders had to contend, not only with the king, but also with the Duke of York, and when, on account of the arbitrary nature of the religion of the latter, they were at last driven to the resolution of endeavoring to exclude him from the throne. During the first period of their contest with the crown, the patriotic leaders must be considered as successful. The king, we may remember, broke the seals of his declaration and gave way. But during this second period, the event was otherwise. The king could neither be persuaded nor intimidated into any compliance with the wishes of his opponents, and the struggle ended at length in the execution of some of their leaders, and in the ruin of all. Whatever difference of opinion there may be respecting their intentions and conduct during this latter period, during their struggle with the king on the subject of the exclusion of the Duke of York from the throne, there can be none respecting the merit of their exertions during the former period. Had the king then succeeded, the liberties of England might have perished. On the whole, the contest by which the reign of Charles II. Is distinguished can be considered as inferior in interest and importance only to that which immediately preceded it, during the era of the Great Rebellion. And such was the necessity of resistance to the son, as well as to the father, that the same Englishmen who have loved and revered the memory of Hampden have never ceased to venerate the virtue and respect the patriotism of Sidney and Lord Russell. The regular historians will give you the detail of the transactions by which this period is rendered so memorable. But you must by all means continue your study of the memoirs of Dalrymple, which contain very curious information, and will give you very important hints respecting the characters and views of the Duke of York, the king, and the popular leaders. I had originally made large extracts to exemplify what I say, but I omit them, and depend on your consulting such original documents as I have mentioned yourselves. As far as principle is concerned, it is the Duke, not Charles, who appears to be the man of principle. It is he who is a bigot to his opinions, religious and political, to popery and arbitrary power. These, with Charles, were rather the instruments than the objects of his designs. But the Duke really had opinions that were dear to him, and he thoroughly and from his heart did detest and abjure all men, principles, and parties that presumed to interfere with the powers that be, either in church or state. When the Duke speaks of the proceedings of Parliament, page 174, his expressions are, "His Majesty was forced to prorogue them, and now they are to meet again on Thursday, and I fear they will be very disorderly. Should we have been engaged in a war now, they would have so imposed upon the king as to leave him nothing but the empty name of a king, and no more power than a Duke of Venice. He and the king had now to meet the due punishment of their conduct, the just consequences of their conspiracies against the laws and constitution of their country, and their perplexities and anxieties can be no proper subject of the slightest sympathy or compassion. but questions like those comprehended in the Exclusion Bill, whether the regular and presumptive heir shall or shall not ascend the throne, must always be considered as the greatest calamities that can befall a nation, and their very agitation is a complete proof of criminality having existed somewhere, either in those who have administered the government, or in those who were opposed to them, and generally in the former. Nothing can be more easy, and nothing can be more true, than to say that, all government being intended for the good of the whole, the community have a right to deviate from the line of succession when the presumptive heir is a just subject of their apprehension. But what in the meantime are to be the sentiments of the existing government and of that presumptive heir? What sort of acquiescence or degree of patriotism is to be expected from them? It is in vain to suppose that questions of this tremendous nature can be decided by the mere reasonableness of the case, or either settled or discussed without imminent hazard to the peace and prosperity of the country. The popular leaders contended for the exercise of this great right of society, for entire exclusion. The king proposed the most reasonable limitations. The question was therefore rendered as fit a subject for debate as it could possibly become, and as there were men of the greatest ability in the Houses, no proceedings in Parliament can be more interesting than these must always be to every Englishman who has reflected upon the critical nature of our own mixed and of all mixed governments. On whatever side the question could be viewed, the difficulties were very great. The popular part of the Constitution was almost as much asserted by the limitations as by the exclusion, since the right of the community to interfere and control the executive power was acknowledged in either case. In argument, however, the exclusionists had the advantage over those who were contented with limitations, because their measure was evidently in practice the only complete remedy for the evil supposed, and the only remedy which could provide at the same time a most material consideration for the safety of those who were to administer it. Still it was, on the whole, impossible that the exclusion should be carried while the king proposed limitations. The character of the king led the exclusionists to suppose that, if they remained firm, he would give way. This was their great political mistake. For once in his life, as the point of duty was at least dubious, he was steady to his supposed principle. He kept his word. Had the exclusionists turned short, and accepted his limitations, he had been indeed embarrassed. It is now clear, from Dalrymple and Macpherson, that not only the Duke of York reprobated the scheme of limitations, but that the king himself was not sincere in his offers. And this must indeed have been suspected by the popular leaders. But the truth is, that their cause, as it could not be carried without the full cooperation of the public, was from the first not a little hopeless. The nation had but just escaped from all the sufferings of civil war, from anarchy, usurpation, and military despotism. It is naturally, from the general sobriety of its habits, both of speculation and conduct, dutiful and loyal, is always very properly attached to the hereditary nature of the monarchy, nor is it ever the natural turn of men, more especially of bodies of men, or of a whole nation, to provide against future evils by extraordinary expedients, in themselves a sort of evil, in themselves exposed to objection, and in every respect difficult and disagreeable. The conduct, therefore, to be pursued by the king was plain, and the result much what might have been expected. He kept at issue with his parliaments, making to them reasonable, though not sincere, offers, and addressing them with temper and dignity, till at last the public, as will always be the case when there is a proper exercise of skill and prudence on the part of the sovereign, sided with him, and left the Constitution, as usual, to its fate, and the patriots to their fortunes. This is a very curious part of our history, and should be attentively considered. The king, having dissolved 2 parliaments rapidly, issued a declaration, which was made public and read in the churches. It contained the defense of his conduct, and his appeal to the people. It is given only in substance by the historians. In Kennet, however, the words of it appear. It is very improperly omitted by Cobbett. All the material parts are given, in the words of it, by the historian Ralph. A very full and spirited reply was drawn up by the leaders of the House of Commons, chiefly by Sir William Jones, under whose name it was published, and who was one of the most distinguished lawyers and speakers of the time. The substance of this reply is in Ralph, but the whole of it is in the appendix of Cobbett. It is long, and some parts of it may be read more slightly than others, but it is in general highly deserving of attention, not only because it is necessary to the explanation of the great constitutional questions then before the public, but because it shows that the notions of intelligent men with regard to the Constitution itself were very fully adjusted before the Revolution in 1688, and were, at that great epoch, rather confirmed than altered or improved. But the reasonings of Sir William Jones were of no effect. The king, says the historian Ralph, Volume 1, page 589, had the advantage of the dispute. His condescending to appeal to his people softened their hearts, if it did not convince their understandings. He appeared to be an object of compassion. He appeared to have been all this while on the defensive. The offers he had made were thought more weighty than his adversaries' objections. In short, he was no sooner pitied than he was believed. And above all, the artful turn given in his declaration to the Commons' vote in favor of the nonconformists drew in all the clergy and their followers to his side in a body. The cry of Church and King was again renewed, was echoed from one end of the kingdom to the other, and, as if it was a charm to debase the spirit and cloud the understanding, produced, says the historian, such a train of detestable flatteries to the throne, mingled with so many flagrant proofs of a sordid disposition to enter into a voluntary vassalage, as might very reasonably make an Englishman blush for his country while he read them, and would have made a Roman or Spartan exclaim, "The gods created these barbarians to be slaves." The address of our own university on this occasion may be seen in Ralph, and the anathemas of the sister university 2 years afterwards, in Rapin or Kennet. At Cambridge they were tolerably satisfied, when they had laid down, with due earnestness, first, the merits of the king, that is, of Charles II, and then the doctrine of passive obedience. But at Oxford the tenets of loyalty were announced in a far more effectual manner. A judgment and decree passed against certain pernicious books and damnable doctrines, destructive to the sacred persons of princes, their state and government, and of all human society. Certain propositions are produced, some few of the 27 that are brought forward, no doubt, to be reprobated, and some few despised, but many of them the common political maxims of the Whigs, the compact, etc., but all and every one of them were now pronounced to be false, seditious, and impious, and most of them to be also heretical and blasphemous, etc., etc. The members of the university are to be interdicted from reading the books containing them, the books themselves to be publicly burnt, etc., etc. And now the floodgates of loyalty being opened, says Ralph, page 592, the gazettes from the middle of May to the January following, that is, from the publication of the Declaration, are little more than a collection of testimonies that the people were weary of all those rights and privileges that make subjection safe and honorable. Quotations, to show the folly of some, the prostitution of all, would be endless, and at last it seems even Lord Halifax, the minister, turned squeamish, and grew sick of them. whatever difficulty may belong to the question of the Exclusion Bill, and whether it might or might not have been necessary at the time, still, if we consider what had long been the known characters of Charles and James, the licentiousness of the court, its connection with France, which had been publicly proved in the course of Danby's impeachment, its measures through the whole of the reign, and the idea then entertained of the deadliness of the sin of popery, it must be confessed that the manner in which the community totally deserted the leaders of the House of Commons on this occasion was not very creditable to the national character. The result was a new temptation to the political virtues of the king, in which, as usual, he failed. Instead of justifying the unbounded and headlong attachment of his people, by showing in his turn a due care and veneration for their constitutional rights, a dishonest advantage was taken of their blind partiality, and the administration of the government became, in every point, as arbitrary and unprincipled as brutal judges, dishonorable magistrates, and wicked ministers, under the patronage and protection of the court, could possibly render it. And then commenced, in like manner, the temptation of the popular leaders. They had been defeated. What were they to do? The measures of the court were detestable. This must be allowed. The Constitution of England seemed to be, certainly for a season, perhaps forever, at an end. Charles might live long, or, as James II was to succeed, the violations of the law might by prescription become the law. All this was true, and might very naturally affect the popular leaders with sentiments of the deepest mortification and sorrow, more especially as they saw that the public had abandoned them, and, with some few exceptions, everywhere continued to abandon them. But what then was the effect produced on the minds of the patriotic leaders? Instead of reflecting how capricious a master they served, when the public was that master, how prone to run into extremes, how easily deceived, how little either able or disposed to take care of itself, how pardonable in its follies because always honest in its intentions. Instead of meditating on topics so obvious as these, most of the popular leaders, particularly Shaftesbury, seem to have lost on this occasion all temper and prudence, and to have thought of nothing but an insurrection and force. An insurrection which was called for only by the rabble in London. Force, which can never be justified, even with right, but under the strongest assurance of success. And in this manner are we conducted to the last important transaction of the reign, known under the general name of the Rye House Plot, a plot, as it was supposed, of the patriotic leaders against the king. It appears, however, to have been rather a treasonable plot and insurrection intended by the lower and more desperate members of the party, and countenanced by Shaftesbury, than a regular project formed by the whole party, the more respectable leaders included. But these machinations, however various their description, were fatal to many who were connected with them. They were fatal to Algernon Sidney and Lord Russell. These distinguished men were tried for treason, and found guilty. With what propriety I cannot now discuss. Sidney marched to the scaffold as to a victory, displaying at his execution, as on his trial, all the bold and sublime traits of the republican character. The steady step, the serene eye, the untroubled pulse, the unabated resolve, the unconquerable mind, and freedom's holy flame. The memory, that still lingered with delight on the good old cause, as he termed it, for which he was to shed his blood. The imagination that, even in the moments of death, disdainful alike of the government, its judges, its indictments, and its executioners, soared away to some loftier code of justice and of right, and hung enamored on its own more splendid visions of equality and freedom. The spectators presumed not to shed tears in the presence of Sidney. but their tears had bedewed the scaffold of Lord Russell. Lord Russell, the amiable and the good. The husband, with whom the bitterness of death was past when the partner of his bosom had looked her last farewell. The friend, whom the faithful Cavendish would have died to save. The lover of truth, the lover of England. The patriot, who had labored to assert, not change, her constitution. Filled with no images of liberty, as Sidney had been, drawn from the imperfect models of Greece and Rome, but intent on a monarchy restrained by popular freedom, and on popular freedom civilized by a monarchy. Imprudent rather than criminal. A memorable instance to show that they who would serve their country are not to mix their own good intentions and virtuous characters with those of men of doubtful principles, irregular and violent in their spirit. Men whom it is idle for them to suppose they can long control, and whose faults they may discern clearly, but by no means their ultimate designs. Such was the termination of the struggle between prerogative and privilege, which, after all the horrors of the Civil War, it is most afflicting and mortifying to observe, had in the first place once more to be renewed during the reign of the restored monarch, and in the second to terminate entirely against the patriotic cause. I now consider myself as having arrived at the close of the reign of Charles. But I have passed by many transactions, both curious and important, not only because they were too numerous to mention, but because I was unwilling to have your attention withdrawn for a moment from the great subject of the reign, the resistance of the popular leaders to Charles, and more especially the measure of the Exclusion Bill. Those transactions omitted by me, the bribes received, as appears from Dalrymple, by the popular leaders, the Habeas Corpus Act, the Test Act, the Popish Plot, must be well observed by you. I will say a word on the last. This most extraordinary affair may reasonably excite the curiosity, but will in vain exercise the inquiries of the most laborious student. It was impossible at the time, it has been ever since impossible, properly to understand it, or many of the circumstances which so contributed to its success. For instance, Sir Edmundbury Godfrey's murder. Instead of laboring to investigate what the fury of those times leaves us little chance of understanding, there is much remains which may be perfectly understood, and to which it may be far more important for you to direct your reflections. I mean the consequences of the plot, the consequences of the alarm excited by this plot, the rage, for instance, and stupidity of which a community are capable when their religious prejudices are worked upon, the outrages that may be committed by judges, juries, and all the regular authorities of a state, the moment that the great maxims and established forms of equity and law are dispensed with, the melancholy excesses of injustice, cruelty, and absurdity, that in times of public alarm may disgrace the most civilized society. When the more enlightened part of a nation share, for a time, the same violence of prejudice or terror which more naturally belongs to the blind and precipitate passions of the populace, they themselves become populace, like the very mob, senseless and ferocious, and are actually not to be appeased without the shedding of blood. Lord Stafford and others, supposed conspirators in this Popish plot, were therefore formally murdered. The king durst not interpose, nor was he of a temper to disturb his own security in the cause of insulted humanity. It is here that is to be found the unpardonable violence, the criminality, of the popular leaders. The penetrating Shaftesbury becomes either an atrocious statesman, or a blind and vulgar demagogue. And even the amiable and virtuous Russell is, for a season, no longer to be loved. The historian Hume, the great chastiser of religious and party animosity, is not likely to desert his reader on an occasion like this, and it only remains to treasure up his observations, and apply them to every similar instance, and instances will occur, of public infatuation and guilt. End of section 50. Section 51 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 19, Charles II, Part 2. And now, before I turn away from this second part of the reign of Charles, and these private memoirs and original documents, I must remind you of an opinion entertained by some, to which I alluded in my opening lecture, that history neither is nor can be truth, because it professes to give an account of transactions which can be understood only by the actors in the scene. I would wish you, therefore, to consider once more these original papers of Dalrymple. Let them be compared with any of our historians, for instance, with the judicious history of Ralph. Let the student, after he has by means of Dalrymple put himself into possession of the state secrets of the reign, turn to that history, which was written before this publication, and observe what the historian has been able to perform without them. He will then find, as I conceive, that known facts and visible appearances are sufficient to enable a sensible man, without the assistance of these mysteries of office, to form just conclusions, and exhibit those general views which serve all the great and most useful purposes of history. Let him turn, in like manner, to Burnet. I alluded to the inferences to be drawn from his work in yesterday's lecture, and told you I should have to remind you of them. I do so now. The general conclusions which Ralph draws, and which Burnet draws, and other historians have drawn, are the very conclusions which we draw ourselves, when, by means of the papers of Dalrymple and the private memoirs, we have become acquainted with all the wretched detail of these disgraceful intrigues. Instances like these, and it is for this purpose that I mention them, may teach us to depend upon all such general inferences as are fairly deduced from a sufficiently comprehensive exhibition of facts, explained and illustrated by the acknowledged principles of human nature. That is, to depend on diligence, candor, and sagacity, when exercised on the consideration of the affairs of the world. That is, in other words, to depend on well-written history. On the whole, then, to recapitulate what I have hitherto said, the struggle between the sovereign and the patriotic leaders is the great subject during the latter part of the reign. The designs of Charles against the Constitution, and his connections with Louis XIV, during the preceding part of the reign. The settlement of the kingdom in church and state, under the administration of Clarendon, during the first part of the reign. Having now alluded to these, each in its order, I must, lastly, introduce my hearers to what I will call, for the sake of distinction, the moral part of the history of this period. All wars destroy the morals of mankind, by habituating them to refer everything to force, and by necessitating them so often to dispense with the ordinary suggestions of sympathy and justice. But this is peculiarly the effect of civil wars, where the moral obligations, before the contest, have been more completely established, and are yet, during the contest, with more than ordinary violence, torn asunder. That regular occupation of the mind, amid the common pursuits of life, those peaceful habits of thought, which are so nutritive, so necessary, to most of the virtues of the human character. All these, on occasions of civil war, are most materially disturbed, and even sometimes destroyed, and the military virtues, high virtues no doubt, but which have always been found compatible with the greatest licentiousness, seem alone to survive. It is therefore probable that England, on the Restoration, would have exhibited these unhappy effects of the past disorders, under whatever circumstances the kingdom might have been placed. But still more unfortunately, to complete the general dissolution of manners after this event, the vanquished party, the Puritans and Presbyterians, had always been distinguished, not only, many of them, for the real exercise of the severer virtues, but most of them for a ridiculous affectation of a piety and perfection more than human. Men, always in extremes upon other occasions, were equally so on this. And because the Puritans mistook the true nature of virtue and religion, and rushed headlong in one direction, the Cavaliers could do no less than offend every reasonable precept of both, by hurrying away as violently in the other. Because the most sacred and awful terms which our religion affords were used by the one party on the most unworthy occasions, and to purposes the most familiar, their opponents could do no better, it seems, than become scoffers at all religion, and could find no substitute for cant, hypocrisy, and nonsense, but profaneness and infidelity. These great features of the times have not escaped the notice of our historians and moral writers. On this subject, I must refer you to their observations. I may, however, remark that, if any of my hearers should become very conversant in the history and in the writings of this singular period, he will soon, as I conceive, be but too conscious that the very actors in the scene often impart to it an unworthy charm, from the liveliness of their licentiousness, from the variety, the brilliancy, the strength of their restless and striking characters. It is one, and not the least, of the many trials which virtue has to encounter, that she is liable to be seduced from her more tranquil, but happier path, by the imposing bustle, the entertaining whims, the ever-changing, careless, animating revelry, which may generally be found in the haunts of her most fatal enemies. Such was the effect of the fascinating manners and specious qualities of Charles, that he was never hated or despised in the degree which he deserved. Even at this distance of time, we may not readily bring ourselves to entertain sentiments sufficiently severe against the king, the courtiers, and all the considerable personages that appeared during these critical times. The truth is, that this period was marked by a sort of conspiracy against all sobriety and order, against all liberty and law, against all dignity and happiness, public and private, and we must not suffer our taste for pleasantry, and our admiration of shining talents, to betray us into a forgetfulness of every graver virtue which can seriously occupy our reflection or engage our respect. But I must be allowed to make one observation more, which I shall leave to your own examination. The writers on morals have always insisted that vice has at least no advantage over virtue, but the contrary, even in this life. The period of history now before us is enlivened by the most striking and the most profligate characters, and will, as I conceive, abundantly illustrate this position. A position certainly founded in nature and truth, and which no man ever acted upon, and repented. The Buckingham, for instance, of these times, the author of the Rehearsal, and the delight of the court, the life of pleasure and the soul of whim, but the most unprincipled of men, was the Villiers of Pope, the great Villiers, who, though he died not in the worst inn's worst room, died victor of his health, of fortune, friends, and fame, and well fitted to point a moral or adorn a tale. Rochester, at the early age of 33, when his talents might have been ripening into strength, and his virtues into usefulness, sunk into the grave amid the wild waste of his existence and his advantages, and discovered how mistaken had been his estimate of happiness, when it was too late. In a grander style of misconduct appears the celebrated Shaftesbury. Of powers as universal as his ambition was unbounded. The idol of the rabble at Wapping. The wit and man of fashion among the courtiers at Whitehall, and a statesman in the House of Lords, whom the king, after listening to him in a debate, pronounced fit to teach his bishops divinity and his judges law. A minister, a patriot, a chancellor, and a demagogue. In whatever direction he moved, the man on whom all eyes were to be turned, to whom nothing was wanting but virtue. Shaftesbury died at last an exile from his country, seeking protection from that very Republic of Holland which in the hour of his corruption and prosperity he had denounced. Towering with all the consciousness of genius, yet humiliated by the triumphs of opponents whom he must have despised even more than he hated, and no longer able to hope, as the scene forever closed around him, either for the gratification of success, or the comforts, for such, to his unchastened mind, they would have been thought, of vengeance. Compare with the lives of these men the life of Sir William Temple, the man of cultivated mind, the man of sense and humanity, of civilized passions, and well-directed aims. The philosopher and the statesman, appearing on the stage of public affairs only to be honored, retiring to the shade only to be more loved and applauded. The minister who could speak the language of patriotism and truth to his corrupted, dissembling sovereign, nor yet suffer himself, by disappointment at this sovereign's subsequent conduct, to be hurried into projects of dangerous experiment and doubtful ambition, and who, on every occasion, converted all the advantages, which he had received from nature and from fortune, to their noblest purposes, the fair fame and happiness of himself, the honor of his country, and the benefit of mankind. Take again an instance of virtue in a form more severe, and apparently less fitted for happiness, the patriot Andrew Marvell. Of this man it is well known, that the treasurer Danby once made his way to his garret, and, under a proper disguise of courtly phraseology, offered him a bribe. It was refused, and this virtuous representative of the people, when he had turned away from the £1,000 of the minister, was obliged to dine a second time on the dish of the former day, and borrow a guinea from his bookseller. But which of the two are we to envy? Count all the advantage prosperous vice attains. 'Tis but what virtue flies from and disdains. Pursue the same train of inquiry into the recesses of the cabinet. The king had deceived his ministry, the cabal. Arlington, one of them, betrayed the king. The Duke of York and the king had cajoled Shaftesbury. And Shaftesbury, at the moment he was most wanted, turned short on his deceivers. Danby had preferred his place to his honor, and had committed himself to Montague. At that time they were friends. Soon after, enemies. Each wished the ruin of the other. But the ambassador, Montague, was more adroit, and the treasurer Danby was lodged in the Tower. What friendship, what happiness, have we here among men like these? The members of the cabal gained little by their baseness but disgrace and impeachments. Charles himself was occupied all his life in extracting money from Louis, and in deceiving him for that purpose. But Louis was equally employed in deceiving Charles, and in carrying on counter-intrigues with his subjects. 2 years before his death, Charles came to the knowledge of all the French monarch's proceedings. He received, says Dalrymple, a yet more mortifying stroke. He found that the court of France had been capable of intending, though the design was at last laid aside, to make public his secret negotiations with the Duchess of Orleans. What was the result? Conscious that he could no longer be either respected or loved by the intelligent part of his subjects, that he was distrusted and despised by every court in Europe, and that he had been all his life betrayed by the very prince to whom he had sold the immediate jewel of his soul. His secret chagrin became at length visible on his countenance, and for 2 years before his death he had ceased to be the merry monarch who could laugh at the virtues and triumph in the vices of mankind. Charles, in the earlier part of his reign, had seen Clarendon stand before him the representative of English good sense and English good feelings. He had been afterwards exhorted by Temple to be the man of his people. For such a king, the Patriot minister told him, to use his own words, might in England be anything, and otherwise nothing. But from the first, Charles had traced out another path of happiness for himself, and in the event, as we may collect from the historians, he found he had judged but ill. He is even understood to have formed serious resolutions of retracing, if possible, his steps, and of acting up to the model which had vainly been presented to his view. But life admits not of this neglect of opportunities. He was struck by the hand of death. And what then is his history? The history of a man of pleasure. A fine understanding converted to no useful purpose, and at last, as is always the case, not convertible to any. The common feelings of our nature corrupted into total selfishness by sensual indulgence. The proper relish of the gratifications of our state worn down by abuse into a morbid indifference for everything. With no friendship that he thought sincere, with no love that he did not hire, without the genuine enjoyment of one social affection, or of one intellectual endowment but his wit, floating helplessly on from one amusement to another, oppressed with the burden of time, yet ashamed of his expedients to get rid of it. Living and dying, Charles is the proper object of our indignation or contempt. Through life a conspirator against the liberties of his people, or a mere saunterer amid his courtiers and his mistresses, and on his deathbed delivering himself over to his stupid brother and a popish priest. Such is the history of Charles. But what is there here which the meanest of his subjects could have to envy? What to envy in the monarch, however he may be himself, in his humbler station, submitted to the tasks of daily labor, to the duties of self-denial, or the necessities of self-exertion? But whatever may be our decision with respect to the great position of the moralists, that vice has no advantage, even in this world, but the contrary. It must at least be admitted that men like these, whether or not they procure happiness for themselves, undoubtedly produce misery to every one around them. In private life they injure, distress, or corrupt whatever is within their influence, and in public they are yet more injurious to society, by disposing of their talents and integrity, under some form or other, to the best bidder. Some idea of the effect which such men produce on society may be derived from the dramatic representations in the reign of Charles, compositions which, therefore, form a part of its history. The wits of Charles found easier ways to fame, nor wished for Jonson's art or Shakespeare's flame. Themselves they studied, as they felt they writ. Intrigue was plot, obscenity was wit. If such were the dramas, what were the audience? If such was the picture of life, as it was then understood, what was, and what had been, the influence of the higher orders? In an age of such depravity, the great minister Clarendon was not unconscious of what was due to his sovereign, to his country, or to his own character, and he resisted, by every effort in his power, the immoralities of his master, and the licentiousness of the court. His gravity, as it was called, was the great object at which the ridicule of Buckingham and the wits was eternally levelled. But the Chancellor was of a temperament too dignified to be faced out of his principles, either by the frowns of the king or the grimaces of his companions. he would never suffer his wife to visit the lady, as he calls her, that is, the king's mistress. And he continued, as he began, the champion of the ordinary duties of life. In our own times, the great upholder of the domestic virtues has been, not any particular minister, but the monarch himself, George III. To whatever variety of criticism a reign like his, so long and so eventful, may be hereafter exposed, this praise, this solid praise, will never be denied him, and it will remain, while the story of England remains, an honor to his memory. His people, in the meantime, have never been backward in acknowledging their obligation. His conduct in this respect has always been the theme of their loud and just panegyric. And they have never ceased to look up to the throne, not only with sentiments of loyalty to the high office, but with feelings of gratitude and respect for the person of their sovereign. Among many other amusing, rather than improving, works connected with the reign of Charles II, must be particularized the Memoirs of the Comte de Gramont, written by one of the Hamiltons. The narrative and the pleasantry are airy and elegant, often reminding us of the manner of Voltaire, and the work may be read as giving a picture of the court and courtiers of Charles, drawn from the life, telling their own story in their own way, and therefore containing not only a delineation of their intrigues, occupations, and pleasures, but of their modes of reasoning and thinking, and the sympathies and principles, such as they were, upon which this licentious and but too entertaining part of society at that time proceeded. Courage seems to have been their only virtue, liveliness their only merit, the manners of Chesterfield, and the morals of Roquefoucauld. An exhibition of the feelings and reasonings of the king and his courtiers on the graver subjects of national policy may be found in the poems of Dryden. The powerful advocate of any and of every cause, whose affluent mind and pregnant fancy were never without an argument and an image, whatever might be the topic either of his poetry or his prose. Worthy to be the assertor of the best interests of mankind, and sometimes enforcing them with the most enviable spirit and success. The master of a lyre, no doubt, whose song can never die, whose numbers are always easy, airy, and melodious, often breaking away into passages of the most striking vigor, and sometimes kindling into flashes of the most genuine sublimity. Yet a poet, it must at the same time be confessed, whose compositions are often debased by coarseness and disfigured by extravagance, and who was ready, when occasion required, to give plausibility and force to the most wretched commonplaces of servility or licentiousness, of bigotry or superstition. He who reads his great poetical pamphlet, The Absalom and Achitophel, after having previously acquainted himself with the history and characters of the time, will perceive that, however he may have admired it before, he may still be said never before to have read it. And he will neither wonder at the great name which the poet has transmitted to posterity, nor deny him the highest prerogative of genius, the power of stamping on his works the impression of immortality, and of giving a value that shall never cease to productions which originally served the fleeting purposes of the day. To find contrasts for the memoirs of Gramont, the compositions of the drama, and the writings of Dryden and the wits, to see the extremes of which human nature is capable, we may turn from these productions, and consult Gray's notes to Hudibras, and Hudibras itself, with such sermons of the Presbyterian divines, and such public papers of Presbyterian statesmen, as have reached us. As a close to the whole of our inquiries, we may direct our attention to the History of Scotland by Lang, a work which will be found often contributing to explain and illustrate the reign of Charles I, but absolutely necessary in considering the reign of Charles II. Lang is a writer who throws out his opinions so freely and so strongly, on subjects so various and so important, that, from the impossibility of all comment, they must be left by me entirely unnoticed. But it is necessary to observe that the style, which is at first somewhat repulsive, will be found materially to improve, as the work proceeds, and at length cease to remind us of the disagreeable, abstract manner, and of many of the faults of Gibbon. The narrative is necessarily encumbered not a little with church history, and, as it places human nature in no new light on these occasions, may in these places be slightly perused. Lang is not considered as a writer favorable to the Stuarts. But how could he, if fit to write at all, be favorable? It is in the history which he details that the faults of these princes are most unequivocally displayed. Whatever be the excuses for their conduct, which may or may not be found while we read the history of England, they totally disappear when we turn to the annals of Scotland, and from that moment their defense is hopeless. End of section 51.
Section 52 of Lectures of Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by B.J. Olson. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 20. James II, the Revolution. On the death of Charles II, the Duke of York took as peaceable possession of the throne as if no effort had ever been made to debar him from the succession. If the exclusionists had carried their measure, James would always have been represented, by a very large and respectable description of writers, as, on the whole, a victim to party rage. Without perhaps denying exactly the right of a community to provide for its own happiness, they would have contented themselves with observing that religious opinions were in themselves no just disqualification, that it by no means followed that James, though a papist himself, would have violated the constitution of his country rather than not make his subjects the same, that the conduct of men altered with their situation, and that, at all events, the patriotism and good sense of James were not fairly tried. But, happily for one of the most important of all causes, the cause of civil liberty, the experiment was really made, and all that the exclusionists had foreseen, all that with very manly wisdom they had endeavored to prevent, actually took place. When, however, the expectations of the exclusionists were verified, and the arbitrary and bigoted nature of James was inflamed, rather than pacified, by the possession of power, it by no means followed that the community would then be able to relieve itself from the calamity which it had incurred. It is very easy for a theorist to say that a nation has only to will to be free and to be so. The affairs of mankind proceed in no such manner. On such a subject as the Revolution in 1688, the student will surely think that no pains he can bestow are too great. But he will rise from the whole with very different impressions from what I have done, if he does not entitle this revolution not only the glorious, but in the first place, the fortunate revolution of 1688. If he can but place himself in the midst of these occurrences and suppose himself ignorant of what is to happen, it is with a sort of actual fear and trembling that he will read the history of these times. Let him consider what his country has become by the successful termination of these transactions, and what it might have been rendered by a contrary issue. How much of the interests of Europe were at this juncture identified with those of England, and what a variety of events, the most slight and the most natural, might have thrown the whole into a state of confusion and defeat. The first question to be examined is the conduct of James, his unconstitutional measures, his arbitrary designs. After the student has perused the history in Hume and Rapin, and compared it with the parliamentary history of Cobbett, he will see that the indictment that was afterwards preferred against James by the two houses of the legislature was strictly founded in fact, point by point. As it is impossible for me to detail the history, not an incident of which is without its importance, I will just state what that indictment was. When the crown was afterwards offered to William and Mary, both houses prefaced their offer by declaring the reasons that compelled them to adopt a measure so extraordinary. They were these, and they form a sort of summary of the reign of James II, and therefore I shall read them to you. In every word, they deserve attention. They are the case of the people of England on this great occasion. Whereas the late King, James II, by the assistance of divers evil counselors, judges, and ministers employed by him, did endeavor to subvert and extirpate the Protestant religion, and the laws and liberties of this kingdom, by assuming and exercising a power of dispensing with and suspending of laws, and the execution of laws, without consent of Parliament, by committing and prosecuting divers worthy prelates, for humbly petitioning to be excused from concurring to the said assumed power, by issuing and causing to be executed a commission under the Great Seal for erecting a court called the Court of Commissioners for Ecclesiastical Causes, by levying money for and to the use of the crown by pretense of prerogative, for other time and in other manner than the same was granted by Parliament, by raising and keeping a standing army within his kingdom in time of peace without consent of Parliament, and quartering soldiers contrary to law, by causing several good subjects, being Protestants, to be disarmed, at the same time when Papists were both armed and employed contrary to law, by violating the freedom of election of members to serve in Parliament, by prosecutions in the Court of King's Bench for matters and causes cognizable only in Parliament, and by divers other arbitrary and illegal courses. And whereas of late years, partial, corrupt, and unqualified persons have been returned and served on juries and trials, and particularly divers jurors in trials for high treason, which were not freeholders. And excessive bail hath been required of persons committed in criminal cases to elude the benefit of the laws made for the liberty of the subjects, and excessive fines have been imposed, and illegal and cruel punishments inflicted, and several grants and promises made of fines and forfeitures before any conviction or judgment against the persons upon whom the same were to be levied, all which are utterly and directly contrary to the known laws and statutes and freedom of this realm. Such were the articles of accusation preferred, and it will be found justly preferred, against James, and thus much for the external facts of his administration. From these, the conclusion to the internal principles of his conduct is sufficiently clear, and the very particulars of these proceedings, such as they have been collected by historians, are all teeming with evidence of a bigotry and a rage for arbitrary power that advanced to a state of perfect infatuation. With respect to such facts and intrigues as were concealed from the public, sufficient evidence may be seen in Dalrymple of the baseness of their nature and of their entire hostility to the liberties, civil and religious, of the English nation. This evidence has been made still more abundant by the late publication of Mr. Fox, which contains a new supply of authentic documents from France and the most interesting letters between the French king and his ambassador, Barillon. The instruction to be derived from these original letters is the same which we have already announced when we considered the communications that passed between the French court and Charles II. We are here, for instance, taught the importance of the two houses of Parliament, particularly the Commons, the arts by which they were to be managed, the pretenses by which they were to be deceived, the topics by which they were to be soothed, the principles by which they were to be betrayed, the expedients by which they were to be corrupted, the obstacle that their meetings and debates always opposed to the designs of the French and English courts, and, on the whole, the impossibility that schemes of arbitrary power should succeed while parliaments retained the control of the purse and still preserved their integrity. Having now, in a general manner, considered the nature of the attack that was made by James on the constitution of the country, which is the first part of the subject, we may next turn to examine the nature of the resistance that was opposed to him, which is the second part. And when this part is considered, the conclusion seems to be, and it is a melancholy conclusion, if James had not violated the religious persuasions of his subjects, he would have met with no proper resistance whatever, and that the English nation, after all the sufferings and exertions of their ancestors, would at this period have submitted to such violations of their civil liberties, and would have allowed such precedents to be established. That, in the event, these liberties might very probably have been lost, like those of the other European monarchies. The natural guardian of the community was, in the first place, the Parliament. But so successful had been the practices of the king and of his predecessor Charles, that when he looked over the list of the returns, he declared that there were not more than 40 names which he could have wished not there. The Parliament was suffered to sit only a year. Some proper feeling was indeed shown when the king intimated to them, clearly enough, that he meant to maintain a standing army. But their expostulations with the crown in the last address were directed merely against his suspensions and violations of the law in favor of the papists, expostulations of the most dutiful kind, to which his majesty replied by saying he did not expect such an address. And when Coke of Derby, animated for the moment with the remembrance of the better days of the Constitution, stood up and said he hoped they were all Englishmen and were not to be frighted out of their duty by a few high words, he was immediately sent to the Tower for his indecent and undutiful reflecting on the king and this house. The king immediately prorogued the Parliament and never suffered it again to assemble. And here, for anything that can be discovered to the contrary, in the honest, unpremeditated effusion of a single representative of the people, might have ended all of the efforts that could be made in the cause of the civil liberties of the country. For from what quarter comes the next resistance to the illegal proceedings of the crown? From the ecclesiastical bodies, the Charterhouse, the University of Cambridge, the colleges of Oxford, and the 7 bishops, the representatives of the English clergy, that is, from men who had been so lately, at the close of the reign of Charles II, the addressers of the crown, in the language of servility, and the preachers and the propagators of the doctrine of passive obedience. Happily for the nation, the clergy at this period, venerable in their characters and situation, however mistaken in their political theories, however the teachers of passive obedience, could, after all, resist when their own acknowledged rights, when their own established opinions in religion were endangered. And the community, on their part, could be roused into some sense of their danger when they saw the most dignified ministers of their religion, even the prelates of the land, hurried away by officers of justice and consigned to imprisonment in the Tower. The king's own standing army, and the very sentinels who had to guard these peaceful sufferers, participated with the multitude in their sense of religious horror at the king's intolerable violation of all law, privilege, and security, of everything that was dear and respectable in the eyes of his subjects. The fact was that the age still continued to be an age of religious dispute. In the former part of the century, we saw the sectaries, animated by the religious principle, enter into a contest with the Church of England and the Crown. We now see, by the unexpected direction of the same religious principle, the Church of England itself slowly and heavily moved onward into an opposition to the monarch. Not that the Church had begun to entertain more enlightened notions on the subject of civil disobedience, but that the Crown had, most fortunately, allied itself to popery. And the Church, though it abjured the doctrines of resistance, however modified, abominated with still greater earnestness the tenets and superstitions of the Roman Catholic Communion. It is not too much to assert that the resistance of the people of England to James was universally of a religious nature. Of a very large portion of the country, the high Tory and ecclesiastical part exclusively so. But besides these, there was another great division of the nation, of which the resistance was not exclusively of a religious nature. The resistance here was compounded. It was not only of a religious, but also, and very properly, of a civil nature. This party was the Whig party, the exclusionists, who, like Coke of Derby, were not to be put down by high words. These, however fallen and trampled upon since the victory of Charles II and the accession of James, still existed, though discountenanced and in silence, and they must no doubt have observed with pleasure their cause strengthening as the king proceeded, and new prospects arising of civil happiness to their country from the religious fury of their arbitrary monarch, the very prince whom they had endeavored, from an anticipation of his character and designs, to exclude from the throne. So much for the resistance which the king experienced at home. The next great division of the subject is the resistance which James experienced from abroad. Charles II, in a most fortunate moment of improvidence, had suffered his minister Danby to connect the Prince of Orange with the royal family of England. If James had no male children, the wife of William thus became first in succession. Even if he had, she remained so, in case the direct male line was to be departed from. The great enemy of the civil and religious liberties of Europe was, at the time, Louis XIV, their great hero, William. William had seen his own country nearly destroyed, when he had to defend it or perish in the last dike. The great assistants of Louis had been Charles and James. Between William and Louis there could be no peace, and only the appearance of amity between William and his father-in-law, James. In the situation of England, all eyes were naturally turned upon this great and hitherto successful assertor of the rights of mankind. William, on his part, could not but be perfectly alive to any representations that reached him from a country like England. The communications that passed cannot now be thoroughly known. This was to be expected, but some idea of them may be formed from the publication of Dalrymple. Much of the intercourse between William and the Patriots must have been of a verbal nature, carried on by his two agents, Dykvelt and Zulestein, men of address and ability, whom, under different pretenses, he sent over to England. The letters in Dalrymple must, of course, be examined. Dalrymple speaks of them as showing that there are few great families in this country who will not find that their ancestors, of whatever party they were, had a hand in the Revolution in one way or another. To me they appear to show nothing of the sort, making every allowance for the necessity of concealment and caution. They are neither so many nor so strong as might have been expected, and it is not a little remarkable that the great families of this country have never produced any letters or memoirs to illustrate the more secret history of these extraordinary times. I am not aware of any means that we have to gratify the curiosity with which we so naturally turn to inquire after the more secret intrigues that concurred in producing this memorable event of the Revolution. Among the letters produced by Dalrymple, there are more from the Tory lords than could have been looked for. But the association for joining William, if he came over, was, after all, not sent till the end of June 1688. He landed in November, and was at last only signed in cipher by 4 lords, Devonshire, Danby, Shrewsbury, and Lumley, 2 commoners, Mr. Sidney and Admiral Russell, and 1 bishop, the Abdiel of the Bench, Compton, then Bishop of London. The 7 patriots just mentioned, there were no more, to whom we are so deeply indebted, assure William in their letter that there are 19 parts of 20 of the people throughout the kingdom who are desirous of a change, that much of the greatest part of the nobility and gentry are as much dissatisfied, and very many of the common soldiers do daily show such an aversion to the popish religion that there is the greatest probability imaginable of great numbers of deserters which would come from them, the government, should there be such an occasion, and amongst the seamen it is almost certain there is not 1 in 10 who would do them any service in such a war. But here we ought to certainly ask, how, after all, was the Prince of Orange to attempt any regular enterprise against the crown of England? Observe his difficulties, and you will then understand his merit. He was at the head of only a small republic. That republic had been reduced but a few years before to the very last extremities by the arms of Louis. How was William to prepare an expedition and not be observed by French and English monarchs? How to prosecute it and not be destroyed by their power? If he attacked England with a small force, how was he to resist James? If with a large one, how was Holland, in his absence, to resist Louis? In either case, how was he to extricate himself from the English and French fleets, which might prevent his landing in the first place, or at least render his return impossible in the second? How could he expect that the English, who had so long contended for the empire of the seas with their great rivals, the Dutch, would forego the triumph of a naval victory if it was once put within their reach? How was William to trust to the representations of the English patriots, who might be suspected of judging of their countrymen through the medium of their own wishes and resentments? How was he to expect, even if he landed, that the gentry and nobility would hazard their lives and fortunes by appearing in arms, when only 7 of them had as yet ventured, by any distinct act, to incur the guilt of treason? What spirit of freedom, much more of resistance, had the nation shown, now for 7 years since the political victory of Charles II over the exclusionists? Monmouth, the idol of the English populace, had just been destroyed by James, without difficulty. So had Argyle. What was to be expected from a country that was loud, indeed, in their abuse of popery, but whose pulpits and public meetings and courts of justice resounded with the doctrines of passive obedience, and whose very parliaments seemed to admit the same fatal principles? Put the case that William should even succeed so far as to oblige James to call a parliament, give up his illegal pretensions, and promise conformity to the laws in the future. To what end or purpose, as far as William himself was concerned? What benefit was to accrue to him but the mere liberty of returning, while James was to be left, in silence and at his leisure, to wait for more favorable times, watch his opportunities, recover his authority, and persecute and destroy, one by one, all who had contributed to resist or modify his prerogative? It is by reflections of this kind alone, I must repeat, that we can be taught duly to estimate the merits of William. The difficulties of the enterprise show that the greatness of his genius and the extent of our obligation. As far as the continent was concerned, some idea may be formed of the merits of William from a chapter in Somerville, the 8th, and they may be still further investigated in Tyndall. It is true that many favorable circumstances concurred to enable William to combine the discordant materials around him to his purpose. But the sagacity, activity, and steadiness with which he availed himself of every advantage which fortune offered him were above all praise. So much for the resistance to James from abroad, preparatory to the enterprise of William. Some assistance may be derived from Burnet, particularly in the next stage of our inquiry, the enterprise itself. Burnet had all the merits and all the faults of an ardent, impetuous, headstrong man, whose mind was honest and whose objects were noble. Whatever he reports himself to have heard or seen, the reader may be assured he really did hear or see, but we must receive his representations and conclusions with that caution which must ever be observed when we listen to the relation of a warm and busy partisan, whatever be his natural integrity and good sense. He is often censured and sometimes corrected, but the fact seems to be that, without his original and certainly honest account, we should know little about the events and affairs he professes to explain. Many of the writers who are not very willing to receive his assistance would be totally at loss without it. One of the first remarks to be made on this enterprise is that, with an armament that stretched out to the distance of 20 miles, William was not prevented by the English fleet from landing at Torbay. But the second remark is most highly discreditable to the English nation. William landed and was not joined, and seems to have remained a whole week at and about Exeter without any material assistance or countenance either from the clergy or gentry, nobility or people. It is well that he did not retire, as he once thought to have done, while to retire was in his power. But perhaps it struck him very properly that, though nothing was done for him, nothing was done against him, that the king, with his 30,000 men, did not, after all, appear and drive him and his 14,000 foreigners into the sea. End of section 52.
Section 53 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 20, James II, The Revolution, Part 2. We know something, but not much, of the secret history of the court during this critical period. There is a diary by the second Earl of Clarendon, published with his letters. Clarendon was connected with the royal family and seems to have put down, from time to time, some of the facts that passed before him and some of the thoughts that occurred to him. Any genuine living account of this sort, however scanty, or by whatever person made, cannot be otherwise than interesting. It is mixed up, too, with all the particulars of his own concerns and petty engagements, and what little therefore is said must be considered as said without art or affectation, and therefore the proper subject of observation. The diary begins to contain passages of interest at the 41st page in May 1688. What appears confirms the general accounts given by the historians. The great question is, why the king did not take more vigorous measures to prepare for the approach of the Prince of Orange, or afterwards, when the prince really had landed, to drive him out of the country. September 24, Monday, says Lord Clarendon. I went to the king's levee. He told me the Dutch were now coming to invade England in good earnest. I presumed to ask if he really believed it, to which the king replied with warmth, Do I see you, my lord? And now, my lord, said he, I shall see what the Church of England men will do. Again, October 16, Tuesday, I was at the king's levee. His Majesty told me that he had letters yesterday from Holland, that the Dutch troops were all embarked, etc., etc. You will all find, added the king, the Prince of Orange a worse man than Cromwell, so that the king seems to have been fully aware, though late, of his danger. At last appeared the declaration of the Prince of Orange, and then the king perceived that the ground was hollow under him. November 2, Friday. The Archbishop, says the diary, and Bishop of London were with the king, having been sent for. There were likewise present the Bishops of Durham, Chester, and St. David's. The king showed them the Prince of Orange's declaration, and bade Lord Preston read that clause which says that he was invited over by several of the lords spiritual and temporal. They all, as I have been told, assured the king the contrary. The king said he believed them, and was very well satisfied. He told them he thought it necessary they should make some declaration, expressing their dislike of the prince's coming in this manner, and that they should bring it to him as soon as was possible. But the bishops, after all, never did nor would express any such dislike. At the end of this volume, in the appendix, there are some very curious particulars of what passed between the king and the bishops on the subject of distributing and reading His Majesty's Declaration of Indulgence, and again on the subject last mentioned, when the king required from them an abhorrence of the designs of the Prince of Orange. The particulars are remarkable. He seems to have begun with Compton, the Bishop of London, and to have closeted him first. This bishop had, in fact, signed the invitation to the Prince of Orange, it may be remembered. He was one of the 7. The king read to him the short paragraph in the prince's declaration, where the lords spiritual as well as temporal are mentioned as having invited him over. The moment must have been trying, but the prelate had been a soldier in his youth, and seems to have faced the enemy with steadiness in the first place, and then to have drawn off his forces with all due expedition and decorum. "I am confident," he replied to the king, "that the rest of the bishops would as readily answer in the negative as myself." His Majesty then said he believed them all innocent, but he expected a declaration of that innocence and an abhorrence. "That is a matter to be considered," said the prelate. It was considered. Conferences were held. A very singular dialogue followed between His Majesty and his prelates, and it might soon have been very clear to the monarch that the trial of 7 of them in Westminster Hall and the imprisonment in the Tower, whatever might be the passive nature of their obedience, neither could nor would be forgotten when active exertions were required from them. James, too, must have perceived, or thought that he perceived, that his army could not be trusted, and that, however he might despise their theological learning, they would probably think it a point of honour not to fight against what they considered as their religion. On the whole, it appears from the diary that the king had received the account of the prince's landing the day after he had effected it, that is, on the 6th of November, and that it was not till the evening of the 17th that he set off to join his army at Sarum. There is a book sometimes quoted by historians, the Memoirs of Sir John Reresby. It is worth reading. Sir John was attached to the royal family and had always lived about the court. He says what he has to say with ease and without affectation, never enters into any profound or long discussions, but gives an account of his life and proceedings in Parliament in much the same agreeable, sensible manner that a man of this character would tell his story in conversation to any of his friends to whom he chose to be communicative, if not entirely confidential. Sir John's words are these: "The king, not knowing whom to trust, returned to Andover on the 24th of November, where he sat at supper with Prince George of Denmark, his son-in-law, and the Duke of Ormond. But, to the surprise of all men, they both deserted him that very night and withdrew to the prince, together with others of good note and account. Now the number of all that thus forsook the king did not as yet amount to 1,000. But such a mutual jealousy now took birth that there was no relying on anyone, no knowing who would be true and honest to the cause. Wherefore the army and artillery were ordered to retire back towards London, where His Majesty arrived on the 26th. Such is the account of Sir John. But for the king to fall back on London, without opposing the progress of those whom he had considered in his proclamation as rebels and invaders, was to leave his partisans no hope and his enemies no fear. The prince had landed on the 5th, but it was not till the 15th that the gentlemen of Somersetshire and Dorsetshire had joined him in sufficient numbers to be collected together in a body and to be publicly addressed. It was not till the 16th that Lord Delamere appeared in favour of the Prince of Orange in Cheshire, only at the same instant that the Earl of Devonshire declared for him at Derby. It was not till the 22nd that York was surprised by Lord Danby, and about the same time that a great number of the nobility and gentry at Nottingham published the resolution to join the Prince of Orange, for the recovery, as they said, of their almost ruined laws, liberties, and religion. Not only were the people of England thus tardy, so tardy that, in any ordinary case of tyranny in the monarch, the fate of the contest would in the meantime have been decided, but it is observable that it is only in this last public paper from Nottingham that the feelings of men who thought they had been insulted as well as injured really appear. In this Nottingham manifesto, some flashings of the spirit of Colonel Hutchinson are still visible. "We own it rebellion," they say, "to resist a king that governs by law, but he has been always accounted a tyrant that has made his will his law." They hoped all good Protestant subjects would, with their lives and fortunes, be assistant to them, and not be bugbeared with the opprobrious terms of rebels, by which the court would fright them to become perfect slaves to their tyrannical insolences and usurpations. Had the general strain of the papers that were published at this time been of this kind, been as worthy of Englishmen as was this, the Prince of Orange could have found no material difficulty, whatever had been the measures which James pursued. But the general expression of the public sentiment was of the most distant and temperate kind. What was called for was the Protestant religion and the laws and liberties of the country, but above all, the summoning of a free Parliament, to which the settlement of every difficulty and grievance was to be entirely entrusted. If we consider the offensive outrages of James, we must allow that the effect of the civil wars was now discernible in the temperament of the nation, and they who insist that, after a convulsion, the restoration of the old dynasty is the worst calamity that can happen to the liberties of a country, may here find no inconsiderable illustration of the general propriety of this opinion. Had James stood firm and called a parliament, and abode by the event, it is difficult to say what material advantage could have ultimately resulted to the constitution of the country. But, most happily, the same civil wars that so impressed upon the people of England the terrors of anarchy and military usurpation contributed no less forcibly to impress on the mind of James the images of the trial and execution of the monarch. By a most fortunate want of political sagacity, he thought it his best policy to fly from the country and leave it in confusion. The more complete, he thought, the better. The result, he supposed, would be that he should be recalled to settle it, or that at all events he might thus preserve himself and the royal family, and, by the assistance of Ireland, Scotland, and Louis, be hereafter in a condition to return to it. Lord Clarendon was attached to James, Burnet to William. From a comparison of the accounts of both, a very sufficient idea may be formed of the very singular situation of everything, just before and during the interregnum. Lord Clarendon and the others were aware of the mistake which James was committing, and they laboured to prevent it. By an extraordinary indulgence of fortune, James had to commit his mistake not only once, but even a second time. He fled, and was stopped at Feversham. He returned to London, and retired once more. After flying the first time, he was alarmed into a flight the second, and it is evident that if he had on the last occasion resisted, he could not have been compelled to fly, and that the prince and the cause of the revolution might soon have been in a state of the most irretrievable embarrassment and ruin. The prudence and skill of William continued as perfect as they were in James' defective. A House of Commons was peaceably formed, and the convention of the two estates assembled. And now begins the last and not the least curious scene of all, in some respects the most so, for what was now the result? The Church party and the Tory party, when James was gone and the danger removed, renewed their doctrines of passive obedience and the indefeasible tenure of the crown. Scripture, law, custom seemed equally to confirm their tenets. Be subject to the higher powers. The king can do no wrong. The crown of England never was nor ever can be considered as elective. These were their positions, and these the Whig party and the friends of the prince knew not well how to deny. but they could see plainly that all was lost if they were acted upon. From the first, therefore, they had seized upon the mistake of the king, his departure from the country, and they converted it into an argument which, upon every hypothesis, they might, as they had conceived, fairly urge. They insisted that it was an abdication of the crown, and that no expedient remained but to fill up the throne, which had thus become vacant. Most fortunately, it happened that the gentry of England had their understandings less bewildered by the abstractions of divinity and law than the nobilities and bishops. In the Commons, the Whig party were nearly 2-1. However, after a very curious debate, they thought proper to produce only the following heterogeneous and inconsistent vote: that King James II, having endeavoured to subvert the constitution of the kingdom by breaking the original contract between king and people, and by the advice of Jesuits and other wicked persons, having violated the fundamental laws, and having withdrawn himself out of this kingdom, has abdicated the government, and that the throne is thereby vacant. We will observe for a moment the words here used: that King James II, having endeavoured to subvert the constitution of the kingdom by breaking the original contract between king and people. So far we have the great interests of civil liberty and the Whig principles making their appearance. And by the advice of Jesuits and other wicked persons having violated the fundamental laws. Here we have the religious part of the contest. But in consequence of all this, what? That His Majesty had forfeited his right to the crown? That the next in the Protestant succession should be called to the throne? Are these the words that follow? As apparently they ought. No, the words that follow are these: and having withdrawn himself out of this kingdom, not voluntarily, as everyone knew, has abdicated the government, meaning by the word abdicated to imply that he had done a legal act, that he had formally divested himself of the crown. And then at last came the necessary conclusion of the whole, and that the crown is thereby vacant. As the Whigs were in the House of Commons the stronger party, and, after asserting their principle of the original contract, had chosen not to push it to its logical conclusions, which would have been so offensive to the Tories, but to rest the vacancy of the throne upon the departure of the king, the Tories of the lower house probably thought that no better terms were to be had, and after a debate of 4 hours, the motion which the Tories made was only for an adjournment, and this was with some hurry and noise overruled, and the original vote, without a division, was carried and sent up to the Lords. Not only Burnet should now be consulted, but by all means the journals of the Lords, or Cobbett's Parliamentary History and Clarendon's Diary. The vote no sooner reached the upper house than it was immediately separated into its component parts and debated clause by clause. From the journals it appears that the House had already taken due pains to collect all their members. Some were sick, some out of the kingdom, some absent, probably by design. But before the vote of the Commons was debated, paragraph by paragraph, the first effort of the Tories was to slip aside, if possible, from these disagreeable positions of the original contract and violation of fundamental laws, and, without expressly saying whether the throne was or was not vacant, to obtain a vote for a regency. On this occasion the Whigs overpowered their opponents and maintained the fortunes of the Revolution, only by a majority of 2 voices, 51 to 49. The names of the members present are in the journals, the whole number in a former page. The names of the minority are in Clarendon's Diary, so that everything respecting these important votes, how each peer voted or conducted himself, may be ascertained. Lord Churchill, afterwards the great Duke of Marlborough, and a few others, chose to be indisposed. Sancroft, the Archbishop, in like manner, to be absent. Of the 14 bishops that attended, 2 only, Bristol, and London voted with the Whigs. On the next sitting, the Lords debated, in the first place, the great Whig doctrine of the original contract between the King and people, and the affirmative, that there was such an original contract, was carried by a majority of 7, 53 to 46. The Whigs, therefore, were gaining ground. But here their triumphs ended. They could not get the word abdicated carried, nor, the next day, that the Prince and Princess of Orange should be declared King and Queen, which was lost by 5, 47 to 52, nor that the throne was vacant, lost by 11, 44 to 55, not 41 to 55, as it is in Lord Clarendon, probably by a mistake of the figure. The word deserted was substituted for the word abdicated, the clause about the vacancy of the throne omitted, and in this state the vote returned to the Commons. But the Commons could not see the propriety of these alterations. A conference, therefore, took place. The discussion which took place on this remarkable occasion is represented by some writers, and even by Hume, as turning, to use his own words, upon frivolous topics, and as more resembling the verbal disputes of the schools than the solid reasonings of statesmen and legislators. Those who are at all acquainted with the very metaphysical nature of Mr. Hume's most favourite compositions will be somewhat surprised at this sudden impatience and dislike of those verbal disputes, as he terms them, or rather, as he ought to think them, of those explanations and distinctions of words and phrases without which no subject of importance ever was or can be thoroughly examined. This conference between the Lords and Commons, far from being cast aside as the mere idle discussion of unmeaning subtleties, should, I conceive, be considered with the utmost attention. It is given by Cobbett. Some of the first men the country has produced were engaged in it. The occasion was the most important that has ever occurred, and the debate itself will be found in no respect unworthy of the character and abilities of the speakers. The value of this conference appears to consist in this, that it is a development of those principles which must always, more or less, exist in a mixed monarchical government, of the principles and of their consequences when applied to practice. And such a development is and must ever be of importance, not only to ourselves, but to all who are ever to live under any reasonably mixed form of government, because the laws and ordinances of any such form of government can never speak, any more than our own do, of resistance to authority, of dethroning kings, of trying, of punishing them, of the paramount authority of the public, and other political positions and maxims of the same kind. Such can never be the language of the constitution of a country. But if it be thence inferred that no language but the ordinary language of the constitution is ever to be used, that no maxims but the ordinary maxims of the laws are ever to be proceeded upon, then these memorable debates, and above all this memorable conference, will be of value to show in what inextricable, what fatal perplexity a nation and its statesmen must be left if, when its liberties are invaded, they will not submit to acknowledge that, however sacred the general rules of hereditary monarchy or civil obedience may be, exceptions must be sometimes admitted, and, whether admitted or not in theory, must at all events be sometimes proceeded upon in practice. On the whole, it must be confessed that the Whig leaders conducted themselves through all these transactions with a temper which no political party ever before showed. They considered their opponents neither as necessarily knaves, nor certainly fools, neither as combined to destroy their country, nor as holding principles inconsistent with society. Compliments that were, no doubt, paid them out of doors very liberally. But no impatient expressions or accusations of the kind seem to have escaped them, while, on the contrary, the Tory lords were insulted repeatedly in their passage to the House, the public in London, for the Tories were probably predominant in the country, intimated to them very plainly that they considered themselves as somewhat forgotten in their debates. The Whig leaders, however, contrived, by every possible forbearance and palliation, to render the acquiescence of the Tories in the new settlement of the government as little offensive to their particular principles, and therefore to their feelings of honour, as possible. A wisdom this, very rare, and at all times very desirable. Great bodies of men seldom understand very thoroughly those principles of religion and politics which they profess, or rather never understand the real value of the difference that exists between them and their opponents on these subjects. But they can always comprehend fully that it is dishonourable for them to desert, in time of trial, what they have been accustomed to profess, and therefore, right or wrong, this they will not do. Here lay the great merit of the Whigs. Their temper, their spirit of conciliation, their practical philosophy, their genuine wisdom, so different from the wisdom of those who, on occasions of political or other weighty discussion, ignorant of the business of the world and unfitted for it, bustle about with importance, displaying all the triumphs of their logic, and hurrying their opponents and themselves into difficulties and disgrace, from the very offensiveness of their manner, and from their vain and puerile confidence in what they think the cogency of reason and the evidence of truth. And now comes forward the great merit of William himself. William had done everything from the first which he understood to be consistent with the liberties and laws of the country. He then waited the event. But he perceived that the parties were far more nearly balanced than he had probably at first supposed, that if either of these parties insisted on their own opinion, in defiance of the other, a civil war might ensue, that the Tories were, in practice at least, indifferent to the service he had rendered them, now that they were safe from popery, that the Whigs themselves seemed to be thinking more anxiously of the maxims of the Constitution of England than of what was due to the great cause of civil and religious liberty, not only in England, but in Europe, and that no one could be found who appeared sufficiently impressed with what was owing both to the States of Holland and to himself, for embarking in an enterprise originally so unpromising, always so perilous, and hitherto so successfully conducted. That William had a perfect right to be considerably out of humour cannot be doubted, and if he had not expressed his own sentiments at a proper juncture, and given the weight of his decision to the arguments and expostulations of the Whigs, it is impossible to say how long and how preposterously the Tories might have persevered in their most impracticable opinions. And again, how long the moderation and caution of the Whigs might have been able to sustain itself, and might have continued to maintain the peace of the community. In other words, whether a civil war might not have been the result, or at least the return of James. What passed on this occasion between William and the Whig leaders is well known. They might have a regent, he told them, no doubt, if they thought proper, but he would not be that regent. They might wish him perhaps to reign in right, and during the lifetime of his wife, but he would submit to nothing of the sort, and he should certainly in either case return to Holland, and leave them to settle their government in any manner they thought best. The conclusion from all this was plain, that he and the princess were to be raised to the throne, and that he chose himself to possess the crown as if it had regularly descended to him, or not at all. This conduct in William was at the time, and has often since been branded by many reasoners and writers as not a little base and criminal. Criminal from the violation of duty to James, his father-in-law, whom he was accused of having thus dethroned; base from the proof thus exhibited that, from the first, he had been actuated merely by selfish ambition; that, from the first, he had but dissembled his real designs on the throne; that, from the first, everything he had been doing was in direct contradiction to all he had professed and avowed in his own declaration. End of section 53. Section 54 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 20, James II, The Revolution, Part 3. To consider this subject for a moment. In his first declaration, he had said that his expedition was intended for no other design but to have a free and lawful Parliament assembled as soon as possible, that he had nothing before his eyes in this undertaking but the preservation of the Protestant religion, the covering of all men from persecution for their consciences, and the securing to the whole nation the free enjoyment of their laws, rights, and liberties under a just and legal government. And again, in his additional declaration, that no person could have such hard thoughts of him as to imagine that he had any other design in this undertaking than to procure a settlement of the religion and of the liberties and properties of the subjects upon so sure a foundation that there might be no danger of the nation's relapsing into the like miseries at any time hereafter, that the forces he had brought along with him were utterly disproportioned to that wicked design of conquering the nation, if he were capable of intending it, and that of those who countenanced the expedition, many were distinguished by their constant fidelity to the crown. This last is the strongest expression to be found, the only one where the crown is exactly mentioned. To representations of this nature it may be briefly answered that it is mere mockery to speak of William's duty as a son to one who never was or wished to be his father-in-law in any sense of the word, and that whatever construction might be given by the Tories or by the Whigs to the terms of the Prince's declaration, it was quite idle to suppose that he and the States of Holland would embark in an enterprise like this, and put every interest that was dear to them into a situation of the most imminent danger, for the sake of the good people of England alone. What was England to either of them, but as a member of the great community of Europe, as a country that might be Protestant or Popish, that might concur to protect or destroy them, merely as James did or did not succeed in his designs upon its liberties and constitution? Their civil and religious interests and those of England thoroughly coincided, and the whole cause was the most generous and noble that could well be proposed to the human imagination. But when it had succeeded, and succeeded so completely, when, without disturbance or bloodshed, the whole force and energies of such a country as England were within reach of William, to be turned to the defence of every interest of his own country, of Europe, and of England itself, when this could be done only by his requiring for himself the executive administration of the government, when every other expedient could only have served to renew the designs and powers of James and Louis, and must have ultimately ended in the ruin of the civil and religious liberties of mankind. In this situation of things, was it for William to disappoint the reasonable expectations of his own country and of every intelligent man in Europe, to be wanting to his own glory, and to show himself incapable of discharging the high office of humanity to which, in the mysterious dispensation of events, he had been called? Was it for William to abandon all the great pretensions and honours of his life, embarked, as he had been from the first, in opposition to Louis, and placed on the theatre of Europe in a situation of all the most elevated, that of champion, and hitherto the successful champion, of the civil and religious liberties of mankind? The fact is that what was required or expected from William by the moralists and statesmen who criminated or even censured his conduct, then or afterwards, was in itself inconsistent and impossible. No man with the views or feelings of such moralists or statesmen would have ever engaged in such an enterprise at all, much less have conducted it with success. Enterprises like these that produce an epoch in the annals of the world and give a new career of advancement to society, are neither approached nor comprehended at the time, but by men of a more exalted order, like William. Even to such men, the latent possibilities of such enterprises, from the uncertain nature of everything human, can be apprehended only dimly and at a distance, and suspected rather than seen. The prospect clears or darkens as they proceed. It opens at last, or shuts forever, but if the moment of visible glory once presents itself, it is then that these heroes of the world march on as did William, and decide for themselves and for posterity the happiness of kingdoms and of ages. In consequence of William's decided and critical interference, the Lords at last agreed to withdraw their amendments, to consent to the word abdicated, and to admit the vacancy of the crown. MattN seems to say that these important points were carried at last by a majority of only 2 or 3 voices. When it was at last resolved to crown the Prince and Princess of Orange, a new oath of allegiance was to be constructed. This was done with very commendable attention to the Tories that, while they concurred with the new settlement, their principles might be as little interfered with as possible. And now began the benefits of this successful enterprise. First, the line of succession was departed from, and it was declared that no papist should reign. Popery was therefore escaped. Secondly, William was made king, though it was his wife, not himself, who was next in succession. William therefore was considered as elected. The right therefore of the community, in particular cases, to interfere with the disposal of the executive power, and even of the crown itself, was exercised and admitted. Thirdly, before the crown was conferred, as a preliminary part of the ceremony, the opportunity was taken, which had not been taken at the Restoration, of making some provision for the future security of the Constitution, and certain rights and liberties were claimed, demanded, and insisted upon as the undoubted rights and liberties of the people of England. The Constitution was, therefore, renewed and confirmed. The Prince and Princess, when they received the crown, which was after this declaration tendered to them, in their turn declared that they thankfully accepted what was offered them. These remarkable transactions have been a fruitful source of political discussion, and as it is difficult, indeed impossible, to refer to the various inferences that have been drawn from them with respect to the Constitution of England, I shall select, as prominent specimens, and of an opposite nature, the discourse of Dr. Price on the love of our country, and the reflections of Mr. Burke on the French Revolution, and it is to them chiefly that I shall allude in the observations which I shall now offer. From the general turn and result of these memorable proceedings, it appears to Dr. Price that the people of England have acquired a right, to use his own words, to choose their own governors, to cashier them for misconduct, and to frame a government for themselves. All this is resisted by Mr. Burke, and, stated in the unqualified manner of Dr. Price, it cannot well be admitted. Yet something more must be admitted than Mr. Burke seems willing to allow. As far as precedent can establish a right, it must be conceded, both from all the language of the parties at the time, and from the result of these transactions, that the right is established in the people of England on very grave and urgent occasions of departing from the hereditary succession, and therefore, as Dr. Price would have it, in such cases, of choosing a governor for themselves, for it was in this manner that King William was chosen. But the same reasonings and every other fact conspire to show that this is a right, as Mr. Burke contended, to be exercised rather as of necessity than of choice, to be admitted as a mere exception to the general rule of hereditary succession, and as in no respect to be considered as the rule itself, a right to be exercised with the same unwillingness and doubt with which any great rule in morality would be broken from the mere necessity of the case. In reasoning of this tenor and spirit, Mr. Burke seems perfectly supported by the whole of the expressions that appear on the face of these proceedings, and the facts that took place. Reference may even be had to the sum and substance of the whole, and it may be asked, what were the alterations which the patriots in 1688 really did make in the Constitution? These will be found very much to disappoint the expectations of all such reasoners as suppose that constitutions of government are in the first place to be planned out according to the suggestions of deliberative wisdom, and, when reduced to shape and order and perfection, then to be proposed and accepted by a people, and the people thus made to grow up and fashion themselves to their prescribed model. There is certainly little in these transactions to countenance any experiments or reasonings of this nature. The same rights and liberties which had been claimed, demanded, and insisted upon when the crown was tendered, were afterwards converted into the materials of an act, which was presented to the king and received the royal assent, and the whole was then declared, enacted, and established by authority of this present Parliament, to stand, remain, and be the law of this realm for ever. This was done, and no more. This was all that, apparently at least, was attempted. No pretences were made to any merit of salutary alteration or legislative reform. The original Declaration, the subsequent Bill of Rights, were each of them expressly stated to be only a declaration of the old Constitution. They were each an exhibition of the rights and liberties of the people of England, already undoubted and their own. Experiment, innovation, everything of this kind is virtually disclaimed, for nothing of the kind is visible in the style or language of these singular records. It must, however, on the other hand, be carefully noticed that, though the Bill of Rights might not propose itself as any alteration, it was certainly a complete renovation of the free Constitution of England. The abject state to which the laws, the Constitution, and the people themselves had fallen must never be forgotten, and it then can surely not be denied that this public assertion, on a sudden, this establishment and enactment of all the great leading principles of a free government fairly deserves the appellation which it has always received of the Revolution of 1688. It is very material to observe that the declaration and enactment were totally on the popular side, were declaratory entirely and exclusively of the rights and liberties of the people, in no respect of the prerogatives of the Crown. The Bill of Rights was, in fact, a new Magna Carta, a new Petition of Right, a new enrolment of the prerogatives, if I may so speak, of the democratic part of the Constitution, which, though consented to by William, an elected prince, and perhaps even thought necessary to his own justification and security, could only have been extorted by force from any reigning hereditary monarch, and, in point of fact, was certainly not procured by the English nation on this occasion till the regular possessor of the crown had ceased to wear it, and till the country had appeared in a state of positive and successful resistance to his authority. It must always be remembered that, through the whole of these proceedings, there was an acknowledgment and a practical exhibition of the great popular doctrine that all government and all the forms and provisions which are necessary to its administration must ultimately be referred to the happiness of the people. This is supposed at every moment, from the first resistance of the measures of James to the last act of the ceremony of crowning the Prince of Orange, and it is this acknowledgment and this practical exhibition of a great theoretical truth which constitute the eternal value and importance of these most remarkable transactions. The caution, the moderation, the forbearance, the modest wisdom with which the leading actors in the scene conducted themselves are the proper subjects of our panegyric, but must never be so dwelt upon that we are to forget the real meaning of these proceedings, their positive example, their permanent instruction, transmitted practically and visibly not only to the sovereign, but to the people. Hitherto we have considered the Revolution chiefly with respect to the civil constitution of the kingdom, but another subject to which, before I conclude this lecture, I must briefly advert, still remains. The student must never forget that he is at all times to keep his attention fixed on the state and progress not only of the civil, but of the religious liberties of mankind. As the connection between them is so natural, it might fairly be supposed that the same advancement which the former seemed at this epoch to have received would have been received in like manner by the latter. But there is more difficulty in this latter case than there is even in the former, and the same sort of efforts for religious liberty that failed at the Restoration failed likewise at the Revolution. But with respect to these efforts, the merit seems to have belonged almost exclusively to William. The great defender of the religious as well as civil liberties of his own country and of Europe, the great asserter of the Protestant cause in England and on the Continent, was not inconsistent with himself. There were no exertions which he did not make to introduce into the houses of legislature and among the people of this country those generous and reasonable notions which he did not find, and with which his own elevated nature, even in a religious age, was so honourably animated and impressed. His first attempt appears to have been to emancipate the dissenters from the Test Act. This was an act passed in the reign of Charles II, and originally levelled against the Papists, or rather against the Duke of York, not against the Presbyterians. They had indeed been persuaded to concur in it, lest at that very critical period the bill should, by any hesitation of theirs, or even modification in their favour, be lost, and it was understood that they were subsequently to be released from its provisions. This, however, they never were, nor are they, even at this day. So easy in politics is it to be wrong, so difficult afterwards to become right. King William, for instance, found all his efforts entirely fruitless. The business was indeed agitated in the Lords, in the Commons, in the nation. The protests in the journals of the Lords are remarkable, as are all the proceedings related by Burnet. But the bishop closes his account by saying, "It was soon very visible that we were not in a temper cool or calm enough to encourage the further prosecuting such a design." You will see in the notebook on the table a few more observations on this subject of the Test Act to explain its history. It has always been represented as the palladium of our Constitution in church and state. This, I think, is the expression made use of in sermons and addresses and episcopal charges. I must take the liberty of considering it as a monument of national impolicy and even national want of good faith and honour. We now therefore turn to consider what this intelligent statesman really, and in point of fact, was able at last to accomplish for the cause of religious liberty in England, at that time the most enlightened country in Europe in all the principles of civil liberty. He obtained then the Toleration Act. "Forasmuch," says the preamble to the Act, "as some ease to scrupulous consciences in the exercise of religion may be an effectual means to unite their Majesties' Protestant subjects in interest and affection," etc., etc. On this account, the existing penalties were taken off from the body of dissenters with respect to the exercise and profession of their faith, on condition of taking the oath of allegiance, an oath to which they had no objection. This act, therefore, with respect to the great body of the dissenters, was really an act of toleration. But you will observe that, besides the body of the dissenters, there are the teachers of the dissenters to be considered. With respect to the teachers of the dissenters, the non-conforming ministers, the existing penalties of Lord Clarendon's Act were strong, that they were not to come within 5 miles of corporate towns, etc., etc. These were by the Toleration Act taken off, but on a certain condition, that these teachers signed those articles of the Church of England which related to faith. The toleration, therefore, an indulgence granted to the dissenting teachers, was this, that they were excused from signing those articles which related to discipline. This act, therefore, as far as mere reasoning was concerned, but this, in the affairs of mankind, is only one point among many, this act, I say, as far as mere reasoning and logic were concerned, bore upon the face of it its own condemnation, 4. If the dissenting ministers differed from the Church in articles of faith, they could not yet sign, and the Act extended to them no toleration. And if they differed from the Church only in points of discipline, then those points of discipline and church government should not have been insisted upon by the Church, and they should have been brought within her pale. But allowance must be made for mankind on subjects like these. On the whole, the Toleration Act was an act of relief and indulgence. As such, it has always been considered. It has been administered and interpreted very favourably to the nonconformists, and very inconsistently with the mere letter of it, that is, very creditably to the government, from the increasing humanity and more consistent Christianity of the times. The Toleration Act was an act which, defective as it might really be, and must necessarily have appeared to William, still it was perfectly incumbent on him to rest contented, as society was at the time not in a temper to grant more. Probably the king thought so, for, having made these wise and virtuous efforts soon after his accession, and established the Kirk of Scotland, agreeably, as he conceived, to the wishes of the nation, he seems to have turned immediately, and without further expostulation, from this not altogether ineffectual campaign in the cause of religious liberty, to face his enemies in the field in defence of the more intelligible rights of civil liberty. These enemies he found in Ireland and in the continent of Europe, and he was happy enough to overpower the one, and at least to check and resist the other. Since I drew up these lectures, the Stuart papers have been published, and the historical student will naturally refer to them. The Life of James II, edited by Mr. Clarke. I have not found it necessary to make any alterations either in my first or in this second course of lectures, in consequence of the perusal of them. All the regular conclusions of historians and intelligent writers seem to me only confirmed, and rendered more than ever capable of illustration by the new materials of observation that are now exhibited to our view. The same might be said, I have no doubt, if the very journal of the King, James II, had been placed before us. This has unfortunately perished. We have in the Stuart papers only the representation of it, given by some friend or confidential agent of the family. But between this representation and the real and original composition of the King himself, the great difference would be that the King's own journal would have shown, in a manner more natural and striking, all the faults of his mind and disposition. Of these there can surely be no further evidence necessary, certainly not to those who understand and love liberty. But, after all, these are not the majority, and the loss of the journal, independent of the curiosity belonging to the other characters of these times, must be considered as a great loss, because, though no new light would have been thrown on these subjects, there would have been more, and there cannot be too much light thrown. Those who run should read. End of section 54.
Section 55 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 21. East and West Indies. We must now consider ourselves as having made a sort of progress through the more important parts of the history of modern Europe. We have alluded to the conquests and final settlements of the barbarous nations, the Dark Ages, the progress of society, the ages of inventions and discoveries, the revival of learning, the Reformation, the civil and religious wars, the fortunes of the French Constitution and government, the fortunes in like manner of our own civil and religious liberties, until they were at length successfully asserted, confirmed, and established at the Revolution of 1688. We have made our comments on that most fortunate event. We might now, therefore, proceed to the character and reign of William, and to the history of more modern times. But I must first attend to a part of the modern history of Europe of which I have hitherto taken no notice, and I must go back for nearly 2 centuries, while I avert to a series of events which distinguish the ages of inventions and discoveries, and which are on every account deserving of our curiosity. I allude to the discovery of the New World and the conquests and settlements of the different European nations in the East and West Indies. This omission of mine you have no doubt remarked, but to these topics I have as yet forborne to make any reference because, among other reasons, I wished not to interrupt the train of your reflections and inquiries while directed to the subject of the progress of Europe, more particularly in its great interests of civil and religious liberty. A subject which, if surveyed apart, has a sort of unity to it, which I have in this manner endeavored to preserve. I must not, however, be supposed insensible to the curiosity and interest which belong to such events as distinguish the lives of the discoverers and conquerors of a new hemisphere, the great navigators and military captains of the 15th and 16th centuries. I have wished only to adjourn for a season, by no means to disregard such memorable transactions. While we read the civil and religious history of Europe in the manner I have supposed, the general facts representing America and the Indies will present themselves, and may be received without any immediate examination, nor is this of any material consequence. We may still hasten on. We can easily conceive what in fact took place, that these vast and unknown regions, when once discovered, would be converted into the great theaters where enterprise and courage were to be exhibited. We can find no difficulty in supposing that the woods and morasses of America, however gloomy and inhospitable, would still seem a retreat and a refuge to those who were exasperated by persecution or inflamed by religious enthusiasm. We may easily take into our account the effect which would be produced on the minds of men by the novelty of their prospects and situation on the discovery of a new portion of the globe. All this we may conceive, and in a general manner take for granted, while we read the history of Europe, and we may afterwards turn back and examine the more particular history of these expeditions, and to give them such attention as, on the whole, and in comparison with other objects of reflection, they may appear to deserve. But here again, as on all former occasions, we should transport ourselves in imagination back to this distant period, and assume, for a time, the opinions and sympathies of those who went before us, the better to understand their merits and to be instructed by their faults, the better to be animated by their history and improved in our minds and dispositions by the spectacle before us, by the images of our common nature placed in scenes so fitted to display all the possible varieties of the human character. Science has now been advanced, navigation brought to comparative perfection, the winds and currents of other climates and seas, the shores and rocks, the rivers and the harbors of an unknown hemisphere have now been ascertained, and we travel over the ocean as we journey over the land, expecting at a given time to reach a given place, with little more fear of miscarriage and disappointment in the one case than in the other. But the situation of mankind at the close of the 15th century in none of these respects resembled ours. The difference is one of the greatest testimonies that can be produced to the progressive nature of human improvement, and before we open the history of America, we must endeavor to forget, for a season, our present situation and our comparative advantages. After all our efforts, it will scarcely be possible for us properly to comprehend and sympathize with the various strong and contradictory emotions to which these enterprises give occasion, in the course of their origin, progress, and success. The work of Dr. Robertson is well known. The whole subject, as far as we need at present consider it, is there fully discussed. To his History of America I must refer you. In his work we are made acquainted, first, with the progress of navigation anterior to the time of the great Columbus, the discoverer of America, the nature and the fortunes of his enterprise, the fortunes of Columbus himself, the conquest of Mexico by Cortez, of Peru by Pizarro, and we have also a very full discussion of a subject so extraordinary as the situation and nature of whole races of men that before had never been supposed to exist. Themes so striking and so interesting have not in vain been presented to this accomplished historian. He has formed a narrative and composed a work of all others the most attractive that the range of history affords, and along with the other merits which his writings so generally exhibit, this production has another, not so obvious, and surely a very difficult attainment. He has never betrayed into inconsiderate enthusiasm by the splendid nature of his subject. His imagination does not improperly take fire amid events and characters of a cast so dazzling and so romantic. He is still an historian. He is still calm, deliberative, and precise, while delivering a story which an epic poet might have been proud to have invented. He never loses for a moment the confidence of his readers by any appearance of exaggeration or any passion for dramatic representation. Content with the real interest of his theme, he proceeds with his usual dignified composure and delivers to posterity those inestimable pages which may be at once an amusement for the most young and uninformed and a study for the most grave and enlightened. Such, I confess, is the general impression which has been made on my own mind by the perusal of the work of Dr. Robertson, and I think it quite sufficient to refer my readers, for an account of America, to his History of America. This history is, unfortunately for the author, like his other compositions, put into our hands very early in the course of our education, and too soon before its merits can be properly understood, and it is in general not read again at a maturer period, because it is supposed, very unreasonably, that it has already been read. This mistake I must entreat my hearers not to commit with any of his writings, or indeed any of the great classical works of our literature. The pages of Dr. Robertson have not the unwearied splendor of Gibbon, or the sudden flashes of sagacity which so charm us in the historical writings of Hume. But Robertson is always an historian, with all the important merits which belong to the character. Mr. Southey indeed accuses him of leaning to a system, and of unwarrantably depreciating the character and civilization of the two great nations of America, the Mexicans and the Peruvians. I see not what temptation he could have for doing so, and if the student should turn to Clavigero and Garcia Lasso de la Vega, to whose accounts Mr. Southey refers, to Clavigero's strictures, and Dr. Robertson's replies to him, I do not conceive that your confidence in our own historian will be at all disturbed. Once more, therefore, referring to his history as perfectly adequate to all the purposes of your entertainment and instruction, I am yet desirous that you should at the same time undertake the perusal of some of the original authorities. I will mention such as I think you may read. The subject teems with striking events and characters, of which too much cannot be well known. Columbus, for instance, seems to have been a man whose merit was above all praise, whose character, if we consider the very extraordinary energy which it both possessed and exhibited, was yet so tempered and chastised as to be rendered faultless, to a degree of which there is in history no parallel. Of such a man, every original notice is invaluable. There is a life of him by his son. It is not long, is easily found, is continually referred to by Robertson, and on these accounts I recommend it to your perusal. A translation of it is given in the second volume of Churchill's Voyages. A son of Columbus might perhaps have been expected to say more of such a father, but there is a simplicity in what is said and an attention to the paramount importance of precision and truth that render every word of consequence. When men who have communications of real interest to deliver to the world are not regular writers, their narratives only gain a new interest from the very manner, imperfect and unadorned, in which they are conveyed. On these occasions we want only facts and observations, the facts that occurred and the observations to which they gave rise at the moment. In original works, the finer the manufacture, the more suspicious is the article. In the 5 chapters between the 4th and the 10th of the life of Columbus may be traced the manner in which this extraordinary man at last persuaded himself that the East Indies might be found by sailing westward. It is surely curious to observe the wavering and unexpected streams of light that penetrated through the great mass of darkness that lay before the contemplation of Columbus, the strange mixture of ancient authority and of modern report, of fable and fact, of truth and falsehood, out of which this enthusiastic yet reasonable projector was to create, as well as he could, conclusions convincing to himself, and if possible satisfactory to others. But it is not only curious, but useful, that we may learn to understand the workings of the human mind in extraordinary situations, surrounded by conjectures and possibilities, fair deductions and mistaken inferences, and wandering, as it were, alone and unprotected over the doubtful confines of the reason and the imagination. In this manner we may be taught the respect that is always due to the suggestions and plans, however wild and imperfect they may at first appear, of schemers and projectors of every description. Men, often of original and powerful minds, who must be listened to with patience and soothed and assisted by our calmer reflections, not ridiculed or repelled by indifference and scorn. Every encouragement ought always to be afforded to creative genius, and amid a world where everything may be obtained by enterprise, and nothing without it, no chance should be lost for the accommodation of our nature and the progress of human prosperity. Reflections like these are but confirmed by the chapters which succeed in the work now alluded to. The King of Portugal gave ear, says the biographer, to the admiral's proposals, but at last resolved to send a caravel privately to attempt that which the admiral had proposed to him. And the navigators employed, says the recital, after wandering many days upon the sea, turned back to the islands of Cabo Verde, laughing at the undertaking, and saying it was impossible that there should be any land in those seas. In this manner were to be treated the elevated views and generous nature of Columbus. When no further hope, therefore, remained for him in Portugal, and when his plans were, in consequence, submitted to the Spanish court, the observation of those judges who were appointed to decide upon a man like this, a man whom they were totally unworthy to estimate, appear to have been these. I will give them to you because they are specimens of human reasoning on all such new occasions, and therefore instructive. That since in so many thousand years as had passed since the creation, so many skillful sailors had got no knowledge of such countries, it was not likely that the admiral should know more than all that were then or had been before. Others said the world is so prodigious great, and it was incredible 3 years' sail would bring him to the end of the East. And Seneca, it seems, was quoted against him. Others argued that if any man should sail straightway westward, as the admiral proposed, he would not be able to return into Spain because of the roundness of the globe. The argument that follows, and which I will mention, may appear at first ludicrous, but it should rather serve to show you, as may the others, the manner in which a cause is prejudged by ignorance and indolence. They looked upon it, they said, as most certain that whosoever should go out of the hemisphere known to Ptolemy would go down, and then it would be impossible to return, affirming it would be like climbing a hill, which ships could not do with the stiffest gale. The admiral, as we are told by his biographer, sufficiently solved all these objections, but it was in vain that he solved them. It was in vain that this Hercules, in the infancy of his fame, strangled the serpents that hissed around his cradle. He retired. He was obliged to retire. 5 years were to be wasted in these fruitless endeavors to satisfy and inform these arbiters of his fate. He was then to be dismissed with a civil rejection of his proposals. Yet some there were, as appears, who were not insensible to the merit of this great man, and he himself remained collected and unmoved, confident of success, and not to be beaten down by ignorance or insult. The assistance of Queen Isabella was procured for him, however slowly, by his protectors, and he became at length the great Columbus of history, who unveiled to us the surface of our planet and showed a new world to the civilized portion of mankind. There is here surely much of encouragement to be found for the patrons of genius, much of animated instruction for genius itself, much of the admonition to the presumptuous stupidity of inferior minds. The same interest and the same moral belong to the succeeding chapters. These describe the voyage of this fearless navigator over an ocean pathless and unknown, where every new occurrence was to his sailors an object of terror, and a reason for an instant abandonment of the enterprise. If the weeds appeared, it was that rocks were concealed. If they thickened, that their progress must soon become impossible. If the winds were steady and favorable, it was to preclude them from all hopes of return. If the magnetic needle varied, it was that nature was no longer nature, and to please whom, his companions asked themselves, and for what purpose were these intolerable terrors to be endured? It is clear from the narrative that nothing but the extraordinary merit of Columbus saved him from destruction, and that no human powers of sagacity, fortitude, and skill could have longer preserved him from the very natural despair of his sailors when land at last appeared. Great military captains and conquerors have often been able to govern the minds of those around them in situations of the most trying difficulty and danger, but they are themselves animated by fierce and impetuous passions. So are their followers. Both leaders and followers on these occasions have at least land on which they can tread, and they have their swords in their hands. It may at least be known where and how they are to perish, and they are in perils and alarms which others have experienced before them. But Columbus was a man of benevolent temper and peaceful mind, with no resentments to exasperate his feeling, no lust of empire to inflame his reason, animated only with the pure and innocent enthusiasm of a projector, with the commendable love of true glory, and with sentiments of piety to his Creator. His associates were to be controlled in the midst of an ocean which no beings but themselves had ever presumed to enter. There was nothing near them but the sea and the clouds, nothing above, below, or around them but uncertainty, danger, or death. They were exiled from all existence. Enterprise seemed no longer to have any meaning, and courage any object. There was nothing on which they could fix their eyes, and no enemy whom they could attempt to subdue. But standing before them, Columbus himself, single and unprotected, a man of like nature with themselves, and the cause of all their sufferings. The merit of Columbus does not yet cease. The land had been discovered, his projects successful, and he was then on his return to be overtaken by a tempest which threatened every moment to bury at once and forever himself, his companions, and his fame. In this last and most overpowering calamity of all, he writes and commits to the chance of the waves the letter addressed to his sovereigns. The letter so justly celebrated, the monument of that presence of mind, that piety and that fortitude which the visible approach of death, not only to himself but his fame, could not disturb. No situation of disappointment or affliction could apparently destroy. Pursuing his history, it is evident that an ordinary man would have been soon overpowered by the rebellions and mutinies which he had to encounter, and even the mind of Columbus himself must be considered as fortunate in the use he made of the natural phenomenon of an eclipse to extricate him from his dangers in the island of Jamaica. And as if nothing were to be wanting to recommend this extraordinary man to the regard of posterity, to the tenderness as well as the admiration of future ages, he was destined to live a life continually checkered with difficulties and defeats, disappointments and injuries, marked with the most brilliant success, but marked also by misfortunes of the most overpowering nature and outrages not to be endured, to have inscribed indeed upon his tomb by the command of his sovereign that he had given Spain a new world, but to have buried with him in the same tomb the fetters in which he had been sent home as a public offender and a convicted criminal. What I have now said will give you a glimpse, a most imperfect one, of the most memorable enterprise, the subsequent fortune, and the extraordinary merits of Columbus. It was written many years ago, and I have now, in 1828, had my attention called to the Life of Columbus by Mr. Washington Irving. By extension of his volumes, we have now the biography of Columbus, as by Robertson's work we before had, and still have, the history. Mr. Irving's has been to me a very interesting production, sometimes marked with passages of great force and beauty, and it contains everything respecting Columbus that can be wanted. He has had valuable sources of information which he describes, and which are not within the reach of Robertson. Still, his volumes only show, as usual, the merits of Robertson. Upon looking over the historian's account once more, I see no mistakes, no material omissions. In a concise and calm manner, every particular of importance is intimated to the reader, and Mr. Irving has only told in the detail, but in a very interesting and agreeable manner, and I recommend his volumes to you, what our excellent historian had told before. This is the end of section 55.